Lately I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going. In my time I've been dreaming of a space to really feel my place. I wish he'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now
Hello and welcome back to EWC. It is another day of the Pacific Qualifier. We already had one team go through yesterday. That was RRQ taking down Gen G. Now we are back for another good old best of 5. Qualify another team. And now we've got NONGSHIM going up against Global Esports. You know, obviously, Global, they're up there. They're in the top 3 of Pacific. They've been doing work. They've been looking damn good. NONGSHIM, though, looking like they might be on a little bit of a rebound.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think that was the whole narrative that we had over in Pacific, that maybe they were not necessarily performing super well despite being reigning Masters champions coming into that season of Pacific, but dealing with a meta change. Lucky for them, Neon hasn't been nerfed on this patch in this particular tournament, so I'd imagine they're still going to be playing a fair bit of that. But to be fair, I think the rebound is evident when you're at least picking up a win over T1. You even beat them on Ascent, that they looked pretty good on that map, so I think being able to beat at least one team in the top 4 that did make it over towards Ho Chi Minh, and if you beat both T1 as well as NONGSHIM, as well as Global rather, back to back, then I think you can make a case that NONGSHIM is starting to work their way back into some more relevancy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, if you're just tuning in today, you missed yesterday. This is the overall for the entire qualifier, but we're now in the later stages of it, so we're down to brass tacks. It's time to just go ahead, figure out who is going forward. Obviously, Paper X, RQ, they punched their ticket. One more team is going to be able to do so, and the loser will have to fall down to the lower bracket, where they're going to be squaring off against, you know, a multitude of other teams that are also looking quite strong in the current meta. So I'll be curious to see how this one shakes out. Obviously, Global have had a little bit of a faster turnaround. They were over at Ho Chi Minh. They come back in. NONGSHIM REDFORCE, they've had a little bit more time to try to prepare for this. So who knows how this one is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, last time that we did have this matchup as well, it was a bit of a banger between these two teams. I believe at the end of the group stage, and it came down right to the wire. It felt like a very nervy game. It was an entertaining game, but also a very, like, chaotic game with a lot of mistakes. So, look, I think those can lead sometimes to some of the more entertaining ones. You can see the Phase 2 teams here. GE did make their way through DFM and sent them to the lower bracket. NONGSHIM did take on T1, and as you mentioned there, RRQ have already advanced over to Paris. I think we've said goodbye to Full Sense so far in this list of Phase 2 teams, but outside of that, we haven't eliminated any more teams. We've only progressed RRQ and eliminated Full Sense.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how things shake out. Gen G, after losing yesterday, I mean, nearly pulling off that reverse sweep. It was super close, and Texture was really popping off of those last couple maps, but they couldn't quite get over the line versus RRQ, so they're waiting to see who their opponent is going to be. That T1 DFM series is going to be happening in conjunction with this broadcast. It just won't be on air, unfortunately, but we'll try to keep you guys up to date when we hear results. But we had the same thing yesterday with KRX being able to take down Full Sense, so that squad now just going to be able to focus fully on London, but unfortunately won't be able to make their way over to EWC. So KRX still going to be fighting to make that repeat appearance.
Yeah, you can see both of those teams in the bracket there did get their 2-0s in that initial round to make it into this qualification game. Both of them, I think, can be summed up in the same way. I think very close OT win for NONGSHIM and then a cleaner win on Pearl. And for GE, much the same. Took 24 rounds in the first map for them to beat DFM, and then a pretty cut and dry second map. A pretty confident win for them there. I'm getting a little bit too relaxed already. Before we even get into the casting. But yeah, I think both of these teams in some pretty decent form. But as you kind of highlighted earlier, it feels like NONGSHIM, despite being the current reigning Masters champions, off the back of that last season in Pacific, with maybe a little bit more to prove and maybe a little bit more motivation to qualify for EWC here, whereas Global, they already have some tournaments that they do want to be participating on. I'm sure they would love to qualify for Paris as well, but if anything, that might make their lives a little bit harder than they might be intending, to be honest. Suffering from success in some ways in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, for sure. And I mean, so for NONGSHIM, I think that this would be a very big rebound for them. I think that this would reinstill a lot of hope for the squad, because obviously when you go and you win a trophy and then you go right back into the next stage, haven't had that many changes, and, you know, the agent that you're playing that has kind of led you to the success with the Neon hasn't even really been nerfed yet, and you're still stumbling, that's a big concern. So NONGSHIM have kind of been slowly conquering their identity crisis, and we have obviously been seeing not just Dambi playing the Neon, it has been Francis as well picking that up, with Dambi flexing over to things like the Phoenix, and from what we can tell, that has continued in this. So there's been a little bit of a back and forth between these players as far as who is going to be running what, depending on the map. So if I'm Global Esports, I'm going to be looking for a draft that tries to maybe isolate Francis onto the Neon a little bit more so than Dambi, but we'll have to see if that's going to be the game plan for them.
Yeah, the other thing that kind of caught my eye is just the fact that we did see Francis actually play Info Enir, and Xros picked up the Phoenix in one of the games. So that was a big question that we're asking about. It's like, true. Why is Francis not playing Phoenix? And it just seemed like an agent that he doesn't want to prioritize. Even if Yoru was something that was very comfortable for him, he doesn't want to play Phoenix, another flash duelist. So they'd even prefer to throw Xros onto that if they're going to run the double duelist with Dambi Neon, and prefer to put Francis back into one of his old roles, something he's very familiar playing. Here on Global Esports, speaking of role flexibility, I mean, this team is full of it. It's been phenomenal to watch them. I think that they are one of the future-proof teams in terms of the meta. I think there's some teams that, I mean, NONGSHIM being the perfect example of that, that were very reliant on the pocket meta of Neon being very strong, and in this current patch it still is, but that's only going to run for you for so far, especially with the current international tournaments coming up. I'd imagine they're going to be played on the next patch. So I think GE is a very future-proof team with a very flexible roster, and of course they're quite comfortable playing anything. So maybe they will play some Neon here, but I don't think that they necessarily need to be honest.
Yeah, I think that they could lean out of it. I mean, you talk about flexibility. Yudotan is one of those players as well who's incredibly flexible on Global Esports, even though he is just, you know, sticking to that duelist role. But whether he's going to move over to, you know, Jet, Raze, etc., like, this guy can basically play everything that they could ask him to. But we'll take a look at the draft, and you see Global's going to be banning away the Fracture. NONGSHIM banned Lotus. And that leaves us with Split opened up. And I mean, I think this makes a lot of sense. Not sure if NONGSHIM's been particularly playing the Split at all in this tournament, but the last time that we had seen them play it in Pacific, they tried to bring the Yoru back, and it didn't look nearly as good as something's Yoru, to say the least. Yeah,
for sure. I think, like, Identity Crisis is the perfect way of putting it, where they had Waylay on Francis for Split, and then they went to the Yoru, and neither of them looked particularly great. I think that NONGSHIM, they haven't still kind of figured out all the kinks with how they want to be approaching this current meta, and they're still kind of in a process of rediscovering things. NONGSHIM will go ahead and pick Pearl. I don't mind that for them because they've got a great success rate on it, but it's not a bad map for GE. And when I look at at least the first few maps of this draft, it feels like GE are picking a map that should be good for them in Split. And NONGSHIM has had a bit of an identity crisis on that map a couple of times, given that they played a couple of pretty strong Pacific teams in KRX and PRX on it and lost to them. And then NONGSHIM pick a map that GE is actually on a really good run with their current double duelist comp that they've been playing. So I feel like the first couple of maps are already giving me some degree of confidence in GE, but in saying that, I think there's a bit of an asterisk on some of NONGSHIM's records in some of these maps, because I think just in general, they've been in quite poor form over the last season of Pacific, so it might not be a real representation of what their actual strength is, and if they figure out some of this role crisis, or they can bring the level of form up closer to what we saw over there in Santiago, then maybe this is going to go totally fine for them, and maybe it was just a bit of a flash in the pan and a poor season that they just couldn't quite put the pieces together in time.
I mean, could very well be. I mean, keen-eyed viewers will have seen that, when we had the GE roster up, we've had Platoon on the coaching graphic. He is the one who's going to be, if they call a timeout, or when NONGSHIM calls a timeout, he's going to be the one that's communicating with the team. Frost has decided to dedicate his time and get ready to prep for Masters London. So they kind of, this is one of the things when you do have so many support staff that you can do. You can kind of delegate certain things around and make sure that you're kind of covering all bases at once. So I'll be curious to see how Platoon will, handle this. He's obviously been incredibly vocal when he's in the booth alongside Frost. We were seeing him instead of Vladcore in the coaching booth, I'd say probably for the latter half of stage 1. So he does have a good amount of experience in that regard. But as far as I'm aware, map draft, that was basically Frost, and he's just like, okay, I passed the keys to the kingdom over to you, go get us a win. So we'll see if he's going to be able to do that. But with this map draft, I have, I think, 3 big concerns for NONGSHIM, and that's concerning because that's all the number of maps that Global Esports need to win in order to take this series. But that Breeze in particular is one of them. The Haven, where they're likely going to be playing into the Double Sentinel, is another one of those. And then I can't, of course, the Split, obviously, which we already covered. So I think that if this is going to get over to Breeze, it's obviously NONGSHIM's pick, but it is an absolute must-win, and I'd be very curious what they have ready to go to try to counteract that Sage from Javi. Obviously, it didn't hold up super well over at Ho Chi Minh during the Stage 1 playoffs, but I don't necessarily think that that's going to be something that is, exploitable with regularity.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, I think that Sage, every time that you play it, and once you see the way that the other team does play it, gets easier to play against over time. Like, I think that's why you've seen it be phased out of the Split meta. Obviously, back in the day, you would see the same kind of Sage walls on Split and the same kind of approaches, and teams learned to play around the pacing and how to bait out some of that utility. Is still going to be a strong agent over time. However, I have some degree of faith in GE that, number one, they don't even necessarily need to lean on that, and they can definitely reinvent themselves. But number two, there's so much creativity with these Sage walls, especially if Harvey's playing it. I feel like they have all these cute little walls where they can use to get a pick, or different kind of approaches and setups that are designed around that. So it's up to NONGSHIM to just kind of adjust to the pacing and play style, because that was the big thing for me. Particularly, you mentioned the Breeze, when you saw NONGSHIM just play this kind of brawly comp where they hit the same sites all the time and just kind of have a more one-dimensional approach. And when they ran into the wall of GE, both figuratively and literally, it felt like they had no answer for that. So it's up to them to kind of adapt to that playstyle that GE is showing us, and also to keep an eye on whether GE is going to be flexible or tricky, because they're the number one team for me in Pacific. Any team coached by Frost, even if he's not directly kind of involved today, or less involved than he might necessarily be, is always going to be the kind of team that can be tricky in the map veto and make some changes along the way.
All right, well, let's see what NONGSHIM have up their sleeve here. Now, okay, already on the hover, we are seeing a bit of a big surprise. As Downbeat, looking at that neon, no surprise there, but Xros Rays could be showing up.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Autumn on the Jet is going to be coming through for Global Esports.
Yeah, already some changes for these two teams. I mean, we've seen Autumn, and we've heard that he is quite happy to pick up the Jet. It's been one of his most comfort agents for the longest time, and even going back to the Oceanic scene, he is pretty phenomenal on that agent. And I totally agree with you. When you look at NONGSHIM, this is what we've seen at least one map of earlier on in this EWC qualifier, is that Xros is playing the secondary duelist. And coming into NONGSHIM, that was a bit of a storyline where people were looking at what roles NONGSHIM were playing, and it's like, why is Xros on Info Enit? That makes zero sense. Like, he's been a secondary duelist player. He's been a player who's played some controller and things like that in the past. You're not giving a rookie player some priority for comfort. Then he goes on and becomes an elite Info Enit player and drops plus 30 in the Masters Grand Final. So you can't really argue with that at that point. But now you're seeing him, especially with how strong his mechanics are, being put back onto that secondary duelist. Danby on a comfort role of the Neon once again. And Francis, having played Flashy Nit and Info Enit in the past, can just slot back into that role no problem, and maybe that's going to prioritize a bit more comfort for NONGSHIM.
Yeah, I mean, this is, kind of a return to roots for Francis. We were talking about this when they were kind of going through the throes of trying to figure out what they wanted to be playing. And when we saw him pick up the Breach, we're like, okay, well, flashing it, this is something that he's played plenty of, so surely this will be fine. And it wasn't. I mean, a lot of it had to do with where they were playing it. They were trying to run it on maps like Haven, where it hasn't really been meta for 4-ish years, maybe more if you want to go all the way back to 2021. But I think that leaning into the sky, this is something that's significantly more meta on a map like Split and can find success. But I'm really curious to see how this one's going to shake out, because X-Ross on Raze, I'm already interested. This guy has been an incredible fragger the entire time that he has been on this roster. Was a key part of why they were able to reascend. So I'm very, very interested in that, and also, of course, interested in seeing Autumn back over onto the Duelist. It's something that we know that he loves playing. He played plenty of it back in Kickoff, and I think that a lot of global fans, when they kind of had their mid-stage dip, were basically begging to see Autumn back on things like this Jet. So I think that overall this is going to be a very exciting and probably very chaotic map, because we're missing a lot of the key, more like, we're missing a lot of the key agents that usually slow down the game, which is how Global typically like to play. Like, that Deadlock's not in there. You don't have the Sage here to slow things down. I think this is going to be a hell of a lot more just we're running at each other and seeing who comes out on top.
100%. Like, stylistically, the way we were representing this matchup the last time these two teams played in Pacific was you've got GE, they like to prep heavy for their opponents, they're playing slower comps overall, they love Deadlock, they love Sage, even when a lot of other teams are not running it in that meta. They're looking to slow down a NONGSHIM who always plays fast stylistically, although they do love some of their slower defaults, working the map more before they go for some of those faster pops, or sometimes they will lean on the lurks of Ivy and things like that to find success. I think I totally agree with you. This is going to be GE kind of leaning into something more PRX-esque almost, and NONGSHIM just kind of playing their more vintage style, except, shuffling around the roles a little bit and kind of rediscovering their identity. So I think that this win for GE in Pacific was almost kind of transformative from them. They had a up and down kind of shaky group stage. Getting that OT win over NONGSHIM, I think, gave them a fair bit of belief heading into the playoffs that they could do some serious damage, and they kind of just took that momentum and ran with it. I can only imagine it would have been a disappointing series to be losing for NONGSHIM, who then went off into the playoffs and unfortunately just continued to struggle. So I think that they've got a fair bit more to prove, despite being the reigning Masters champions than GE do going into this series, and they would love this qualification spot over to Paris, as well as a revenge arc over a GE that did manage to beat them in a very, very tight series.
No, I mean, 100%. If you are the Masters winner and then you didn't make it through to Ho Chi Minh, you're not going to the next Masters, yeah, you're going to have the microscope over you, absolutely. So I think that there's a lot more for NONGSHIM to prove going into this one comparatively to Global Esports. But Global, they have run this comp once before. Just looking back at it, they beat DFM with this comp on Split here at the EWC Qualifiers. 13-11, so decently close, and it looked like maybe a slightly off day for Yudotan, who was having a bit of a rough showing, but looks like the game is ready to go, so thank you guys for bearing with us. We had a player DC, that's why we saw the lobby come back through, but no changes to the comps on either side. Just going to be sticking through with this, and hopefully all will be well.
Yeah, you're going to have NONGSHIM starting out on the attacking side. Looks like a pretty classic, well, I was going to say a 1-4, but does seem like France is going to make his way towards middle to join up with RB. So a little bit of a 2-3, bit of mid-pressure here, and GE do have a setup around middle ready to deal with this pressure. They've already dealt with the dog.
Quick clear on that. Just chucking out the C's, trying to see if he can get a grab. Will just be a little bit of a heal across there, keeping RB fully topped up. And looks like just a silent creep over as NONGSHIM going to get all their forces gathered at a lobby, ready to push forward. And there you go, Domby sprinting into the site. And Autumn's going to be able to find one, though. X-Ross going to be taken down, but Ivy comes away with two. Domby checking. Does he push this wall? He's waiting this one out very patiently. Allows for the Viper, for Crystal to get a little bit deeper in sight. Turns back around, but the paranoid timing is damn good. But Crystal is still able to just find the spam. He takes him down. He holds his own for another elimination. He gets himself a third as well, as RB will fall. And suddenly, this is into a 2v1. Crystal down to 15 health. Pushing forward and finds a timing. And my God, what an opening round from Crystal.
What a fumble from NONGSHIM, though. He's fully blinded up by the paranoia. There is literally zero reason why the Viper should come up with 4 there. You are kicking yourselves as NONGSHIM that you're not able to get that attacking side pistol across the line. Ivy doubles up. All Downby needs to do is click on a player who can't see him. He's not able to do it. Not even able to trade the player on back screens either. Big 4K from Crystal. who is flexing back across into yet another role. Like, you've seen him tackle a couple of different things. He was mostly on the Info Enit. Now onto the Viper here for GE.
Let's see how the start of this one goes. Is just going to be bounding across over to that ramp side. Patman considering a push on this wall from on timing, but no, we'll just wait for it to drop. Gets the reset on the game, finds himself a second kill, and decides to just backpedal away, not looking to overgreed for any more eliminations. So keeps himself alive. And it's looking like a very solid shutdown here in the anti-eco. Snobby does, of course, have a Bucky, so there's a chance that he could get a bit more damage through, but this is a very difficult place to try to play your way out of.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Ivy's testing his luck. Went pretty huge with the Sheriff just in that last round, but with 30 HP, not much for him to do there. It's one of the more vintage-looking at NONGSHIM buys that you've seen. A handful of Sheriffs, a Bucky on Danby, but they're not having too much luck doing any damage to GE here. Like, very safe positions being held, and GE looking to 100% of this anti-eco. What's going on there? Hold on, Danby's got a little bit of a passage of play into the B site. Should at least get a spike plant.
Yeah, kind of needs that, given what he invested into this. Bucky as well as... Oh, Crystal kind of missing them. They miss each other completely. Right at the rope. We'll be able to find one. Can he get another? Gets a spot out of the Crystal. Gets tagged down to 15 health. Regen shield's going to start coming through, but not fast enough. Crystal will be able to strike him down. And that'll be the defuse coming in. So all in all, plant as well as one kill there for Danby, but it's still a very clean anti-eco for Global Esports.
100%. Heading into the bonus quite nicely here. See how it develops over time. I want to see what GE is going to be running on their bonus, but, you know, especially mixing the Jet into the equation, you got to kind of consider that as NONGSHIM on this attacking side. They have a good comp to punish it, though. Like, whenever you're running Neon, and the Jet's kind of aggressing some of the mains or going for some of those pushes early on, it's something that you can play around quite well with this kind of comp. You know, particularly the Omen, Sky, Neon, these are all agents with fast reactive utility. Whenever the defense kind of shoves in some part of the map, you can usually respond to it pretty quickly with force.
Let's see what they decide to do going into this anti-bonus. It's going to be the dog up front. RB watching for that lurk, but still not quite ready to find the full punish. Ends up backing away. It's down to 65 health, and the pursuit is still going to be coming in. He's looking for that elimination on the enemy race. Unable to find it there. Push coming in, though. Francis backing him up. Francis going to be able to find the second kill, as both duelists now from Global Esports will be eliminated. Patman's going to be able to swap a weapon. Danby going to be taken down. Javi finding that one there in B heaven. Quick little pause as the heals come through, and Patman trying to get these kills, but pop flash out, is able to turn that, and so far not going to be punished, but the swing out, and Patman will be rewarded with an elimination as Francis gets taken down. Meanwhile, Crystal back over on the A site, catches Ivy on the lurk, and now we get into a 2v2.
It's just very messy stuff, but at least some passage into the B side here. Multiple smokes ready there for RB. X-Ross almost catches Crystal on the cross, who will turn tail back towards A heaven. Both of these players on GE incredibly low here, but still a chance if they find some good timings here to cause the upset on the bonus and slow down NONGSHIM on this attacking side before they can get going.
I mean, even if they can't, this is already quite decent damage for your bonus, finding 3 players, but if you get any more, then this becomes even more of a catastrophe for NONGSHIM REDFORCE. Smoke on the back pillar side. Both players, though, playing over at Alley. Another smoke going to be cycled in. There's a spot out, and X-Ross very fortunate to not be taken down there. The time is gone. Looks like Global Esports just going to make the call to backpedal away, hold on to these weapons to the best of their ability, and yes, X-Ross, I think wise to not go in for the pursuit. So that will be NONGSHIM getting themselves online, but a very risky round at the end of it.
It felt like such a shaky round for NONGSHIM. I felt like RB was fighting, you know, a war over towards the backside of B main for a good 45 seconds. Francis there finally finds a good way to back him up. Good 2k from him. Ivy not able to quite find a good timing to creep out of A. Crystal having a great start here on this Viper so far. Nightfall already ready to go in round 4. Nice impact ult for GE that could help them kind of streamline one of these retakes. And already early on with the Neon leaning over towards this A side of the map with the Rays, I think you're going to get a contest over A main here potentially.
Yeah, I think the more we talk about Crystal, the more it's worth kind of informing people that this is only the 4th time that he's ever played Viper in his career in a tracked game. It's not been something that he picks up. You'd expect that somebody with the longevity that he's had would, but this is just a very nice little crunch play out into A main. Global Esports is double stacking it, riding those walls, utilizing it completely against NONGSHIM. They come away with 2 kills, and they get away scot-free. Not even any damage is going to be suffered here.
Patman on the off angle. Needs to be dealt with cleanly by NONGSHIM. He's already done a lot of damage. Nice pick there from Francis. Does actually cause a little bit of a panic from GE, who try to scramble their way over towards Heaven before this push comes in.
And Autumn's going to be caught, getting bogged there on the wall, unable to escape. Paranoid towards backside. Meanwhile, it's a counter swing out into the open from Udaton. He's going to be good for one, but RB is there for the quick trade. Keeps it into a 2v2. Meanwhile, Crystal, he gets dinked, but he's still able to find Xross. Just clean connection. The timing is there for Javi to push forward, catching RB right as he gets the spike planted. So it's a very fast defuse, and that's going to be no follow-up round win for NONGSHIM REDFORCE.
Yeah, especially considering the damage they just sustained in that last round. Going to be brutal to have the round start in that fashion. Crystal already won off of his Viper ult. He's having a phenomenal start here to this defensive side of split. Didn't even need to burn the Nightfall there from Patman, who does a classic Patman play here, really. Udaton takes the first contact, satchels away, and Patman just continues to walk up behind the wall and takes a dry aim duel by himself. He's just a player who exudes confidence and really is the kind of guy that if you don't shut him down and make, him respect you, he's just going to keep pushing you. Even if his teammates aren't on board with it, even if it's not well coordinated, he's just going to dry walk at you and continue to take aim duels with you until you shut him down. And in that case, it works very, very well for GE, who forced out a timeout in response from NONGSHIM.
Yeah, I think this is, I think you could have given this maybe one more round if you wanted, but looks like they will just go ahead and call this one right here, right now. Try to get some course correction going on as you're going to be potentially having this militia purchase, this half buy coming through. Looks like Ivy will be able to buy down. He's going to leave himself at 700. Honestly, though, I think in response here, one of the things that I would want to see from Platoon is coming to pick up an Outlaw.
Yeah, for sure. Could do a lot of damage in a round like this. GE definitely do need to min-max the economy as well. I mean, their money is not super stable. These rounds have been coming down quite close, and NONGSHIM is anything but fully committed to a round like this. They're more so just looking for damage and giving themselves the outside of the chance at winning the round with something like the From the Shutters and the Seeker is invested if needed. But it seems like NONGSHIM will start out this round with a little bit more B main pressure as Ivy looks to dodge some of this util over towards A main. Just a dry swing from him. Has not been a good start to this game outside of the 2k he found on the pistol. His woes just continue as the rest of NONGSHIM stream into the B site.
Yeah, and I think that Ivy, he's another one of those players that is similar to Meteor. We're kind of seeing a bit of a fall off compared to what we have come to expect from them. I mean, you think about their Masters run, you think about their run to become even just the Pacific champions in kickoff. It's a far cry from the level of impact. Every now and then we get those moments, but for now, Showstopper out, Francis is going to be taken down, and this is just a very clean 1-2-3 go commitment from the side of Global Esports.
I mean, Dappy's a floating bucky. I just don't even know what's going on with this game right now. This is cooked. But GE, I mean, at least the UI is letting us know what happened. Flawless win for them. Credit to NONGSHIM though, despite Ivy going down for free there, he does spot 2 over towards a ramp, which allows NONGSHIM kind of the information they need to hit the go signal into the B site. They force out at least a Raze ult as well as a Nightfall out of GE to get that round done. Does help them build up their own economy on this defensive side, looking very healthy at this point as Crystal finally has access to the pit. You've got Blaze ready to go for Autumn. Not that he's going to really need to mix those in. And once again, NONGSHIM with a heavy approach towards this B side of the map.
A little bit quiet on the approach for now. I think that one of the big things that Silkenon needed to communicate to the team is honestly slow down a little bit at times. Xrosso on the entry, trying to play his feet, trying to find that kill, but a turn of the flash was there from Crystal, and then you've got Javi as well from Ali to keep him covered. Just ends up going in a little bit too deep, exposes that flank angle over. Now Seeker's going to have to be committed in, trying to spot out these players, and they get the bad news. Yeah, everyone is here. Zombie, though, what a sliding shot. Absolutely assassinates Patman. I don't know how the hell he's getting away with that one. Yutan will be able to find one in reply, but now comes down widely to just Autumn. 1v1, Zombie, tagged to 64. Autumn to about 80, wide swings in, wins the fight, and Global Esports continue to rack up the rounds.
Yeah, it does not feel like anything's really going the way of NONGSHIM so far on this attacking side. Despite only one player surviving, money is well and truly good enough for GE to just continue streaming along on this defense here. Only conceding what was the anti-bonus there and still doing significant damage to NONGSHIM. They are kind of dominating split right now. Can see why they've gone ahead and picked it into this series with a fair degree of confidence, and NONGSHIM even after some changes here, I mean, this raise for Xros not looking phenomenal right now. Neither one of the double duelists of NONGSHIM having particularly much success right now, which is usually a hallmark of their team.
Well, you can tell they're doing their research. They got the reads. Ivy trying to just lurk into the cubby, but the haunt goes out. He has to clear it, and then he is just absolutely screwed.
I mean, it's got to get forward. It's got to get a little questionable at some point. He's just completely dry out A main multiple rounds.
Well, Francis with a solid shot to be able to find one, but needs to deliver another, and he does. But it's still a 3v1. It's just RB, only a sheriff, and the spike a world away. Obviously, I mean, he's got the ult to pick it up, but he would be foolish and just borderline suicidal to try to go for that play here, and we'll just face forward. Yutan will find him, and that's going to be 6-1.
Yeah, it's a much more confident-looking game for GE than you saw last time they played NONGSHIM in Pacific. Really feels like they're making NONGSHIM look a little bit second-rate in this game right now. NONGSHIM, I mean, they're still trusting the same style. Like, they're playing mostly 1-4s or kind of death balls, playing a faster style. They're making a lot of decisions based on what Ivy sees on the lurk, but he's not getting that much success.
I mean, you want to say not much success. You look at Xros, he's playing the Rays. He's 0-6-0 at the moment.
Well, again, they're going into a 3-stack towards A.
Last pack's going to be sent forward. Xros is able to get himself on the board, but it's quickly going to be shut down. As Yutan will find one, but the trade up is there. Spam into the box, and Downby, lucky to get away. Manages to slide out. Sees will get a connection. As Francis just taking a pause here, was considering sending out a guiding light, but needs to get Downby back up to full HP.
Yeah, slowed that one down nicely there for NONGSHIM. I think if they push the issue into Patman and Harvey there, they're probably going to be in for a rude awakening. Crystal forfeiting the pit inside a middle. RB's kind of been hanging around there as the Prowler spots another player outside of A ramp.
Harvey down on the swing. And now with just 2 players remaining, looks like NONGSHIM absolutely have this one sealed up. Gonna try to not curse, but okay, Crystal for a second was asleep there, but he still manages to wake up just in time to hit the brakes and avoid a full-on collision. Relay bolt to the corner, Patman will fall, and that leaves just Crystal now, needing another 4K if they want to deny a second-round win.
I mean, it's the first time you've seen NONGSHIM having any success towards A ramp. They finally trade out effectively and don't kind of overcook the mid-round. Well, count out Crystal, though. He's had a pretty fantastic map on the Viper so far.
Snake bite out. Gets Ivy, forcing him forward with that molly. But he's starting to run out of time. Tick speed, picking up the pace. Francis still here, back map. And it will find the timing, right, as Crystal tries to go for the util. So, okay, a second-round win. Going to be accrued here for NONGSHIM. That's going to give Silkenon a bit of a sigh of relief. Doesn't have to commit that second timeout quite yet.
No. And they've got a lot more ults kind of rolling in towards this attacking half now. They've had obviously quite a slow start, quite a low fragging game, particularly from your Rays. You're not going to be putting many rockets together back to back with this kind of a start to split. So finally the ult cycle starts to get rolling for NONGSHIM. You're getting one off the Seekers as well. This is where these attackers rounds can start to play themselves a little bit, especially when you're playing like 1-4s and death balls. Rip the rocket, get the pit after plant, and just win the round from there.
Showstopper out, going to be sent towards heaven, will be able to get the connection. Crystal going to be taken down. Meanwhile, Autumn finding Downby at the same time. So 1-for-1 trade. RB just keeping up onto the rafters, but it's going to be a quick drop. As Paint Shell's going to be sent, we'll just find a tiny little bit of damage. And now you've got the pit in play as well. NONGSHIM looking good in this post plant so far.
Use all their ults though. GE's going to have a tough time getting into this one, but they haven't left anything towards the next round, so they need to win this gun round as NONGSHIM.
Looking, fishing, trying to see if he can find anything, but it's going to be Patman falling. Now Javi dead, leaving just the Rays and Jet to try to find anything, but I don't think they're going to find anything at all, other than maybe death. And swing out, Francis will end up falling. Yutan trying to get the readjust, but just dancing around each other, and Xros will find the finishing kill. So another round win going over to the NONGSHIM. Still an opportunity to yet rescue this half.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Like, what they used everything there. They used Seekers, Showstopper from the shadows, and the pit in the afterplant just to be able to survive with 3 players. Especially with the economy that GE has built up thus far. Like, I don't think that's going to put much of a dent in the finances of GE, who will, yeah, continue to buy into the next one, I'd imagine. Oh, actually, they're down to Sheriff and Light Armor. They're a little poorer than I thought they might be, although they probably could have forced something together here. They are going to just light buy around the op. Bladestorm in reserve there for Autumn, who is going to take the op over towards B main. And NONGSHIM looking for a bit more of a slower approach here. Much more spread than they have been thus far, as the Trailblazer goes into middle.
Oh my god, well, I was waiting to see if he actually committed to it, and he does. Unithan, like a madman, just goes forward out of that poison orb, is able to find one, and then Autumn on the peek out of the garage comes away with a second. So RB down. It's half the smoke's now eliminated, and that does kind of force NONGSHIM to feel like they might have to lean in towards that A side so they can at least play against that Viper's wall.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Patman just cleared that with the Prowler as the wall was up there from Ivy. So he's trying to keep tabs on things. But Ivy, who has had a pretty rough game on the lurk towards A, this is where he really needs to open up this mid-round for NONGSHIM, especially after a slower start to things. Patman just on the spot here as the wall goes up. NONGSHIM will be granted access. Actually, it's going to drop it on him. Didn't quite find the timing, but the site will be open nonetheless. And you can see, especially with the Bladestorm active here, GE just going to trust the numbers approach and try to win this 4-on-3 retake.
Patman getting the dink into the chest shot. Ivy will fall. And Francis, given how low he is, this was really the lion's share of the work going to be put on Dambi's shoulders. Completely surrounded, a weapon now. Going to be grabbed up by Patman. Gets himself a Vandal, just jiggle peeking the area. Meanwhile, Autumn cruising through, and Francis, none the wiser, will just be dead on the flank. Dambi now needing to pull off a 1v4, but what is that? To get it started, pops the overdrive now. He's going to be feeling it. Finds the second as Patman will fall. Both players pushing their way out of elbow the time. Starting to bleed away. Autumn now going to be taken down the side. And Dambi, he's managed to clutch it up. Oh my goodness. Global Esports are going to be kicking themselves after they punt this round away.
I mean, it's just vintage Dambi, isn't it, really? Right, when you need him to come up with the goods. Like, it's criminal that this guy wasn't on Neon for the entirety of the Pacific season. Right until, like, their last series for NONGSHIM. He's just so good on it. That's exactly the kind of round that he's capable of putting together. Was only the heart by coming through from GE, but with the man advantage coming into that retake, you are definitely going to be kicking yourselves. And now you see 3 in a row for NONGSHIM. Had the ult strung together, broke the money, and then a big clutch from Dambi. Makes this attacking side look a hell of a lot more competitive than it was looking initially. At one point, GE were up 6-1 with a just incredible economy.
I mean, it was a half buy, yes, but the operator was a part of that half. That was one of the big weapons that they had online, and now they can't afford another one, so that is out of the equation for them. They do have a showstopper. They try to get a little bit more oomph into this, but if you start losing out from here and let NONGSHIM back in, I mean, hell, even a 7-5 feels miraculous for them at this point, let alone a 6-6.
Orbs up, dash active. Autumn was looking to get in the mix once again. Patman continues to try to disrespect Ivy outside of A. Nothing elapses, though. As you did see, Unithan loses his life towards Mail. NONGSHIM will group up and try to hit this B site, but it's well defended by GE. Should be a fast rotation from Autumn.
Well, Autumn able to find X-Ross, but it's all NONGSHIM all day long, it would seem. But Ivy, he's got something else to say about it. 2 quick kills going to be found. Dambi low, swinging in, but finds the timing right when Javi offsets the crosshair. Spike collected, 25 seconds. He's considering... No, just maybe trying to fake the audio. Make Patman think they've rotated across. Patman now going to be hearing this Neon. Gets himself into the corner. Finds the first aside in, and Patman will be able to get the shutdown. Global Esports breaking the dry spell. Will find themselves another round win, locking up a lead at the half. Now going to be looking to make it 8-4.
Yeah, big clutch from Patman. Big difference maker here. I felt like NONGSHIM 4v2. Thought that they were going to be picking up that round every day of the week, but that's where inability to trade. Again, another kill where felt like Ivy coming in from rafters there would have been good for it, especially in his Santiago form previously, but nowadays has had a little bit of a rough patch of form. Once again, does seem like it's going to be a quicker one. Walk explode up through B main. See how GE does respond. And what the paint shells and showstopper timing is looking like for Unithan on the other side of this.
Quick entry. lot of players currently working their way forward, though, through mid to this B site. As X-Ross able to find one, but nothing more. Paint shells over on the corner. Oh, it's going to be Autumn from Heaven able to take down RB, and Yunaton feasting will clean up 3. The spike is dropped. Ivy's in mid. He's isolated. He's all alone. He's paranoid. He's nightfalled. He's deafened, and he's screwed. So nothing really more to do. Yunaton quickly will rotate in and around the back towards his ramen side, and Ivy, none the wiser, will still be able to draw his weapon out, despite being down to no HP. Wins out that fight. Well, there you go. A quick little finish as Hobby will be able to put him down. So 8-4 at the end of it all. Still a very strong half for Global Esports, but not nearly as dominant as it could have been, and not nearly as dominant as it was looking to be.
Yeah, for sure. A little bit of a streak of rounds on that attacking side there for NONGSHIM. Nicely done. They clawed their way back into that one. You got a big clutch in from Danby as well, but GE firmly in control of it, not only from that initial streak, but also a good couple of rounds at the end of it to just make sure they're staying on top heading into the half.
I mean, Global going to be feeling pretty good if they can come back into the second half, win that pistol out. For NONGSHIM, it feels like a necessity if they're going to be able to rebound and take this map for themselves. So we'll see what happens after the halftime break. Don't go anywhere.
One enemy remaining.
Alrighty, well, back into it we go. First half was looking very, very good for Global Esports. Still ends up being a very solid scoreline from them as they now shift over onto this attacker's side. But, I mean, from a 6-1 to an 8-4, you gotta give credit to NONGSHIM for being able to find their footing.
Yeah. Looks like a bit of a fight in mid on the cards here. 3-stack over from NONGSHIM, looking to start off strong on this defense. Wall goes up. Makes G a little bit tentative, but Autumn will go forward nonetheless.
Oh, well, face out, Dombey. Going to be thinking of that first contact, but it will be Francis who will find the first kill as Autumn will fall. Dombey now getting involved. Cleans up one. Yunaton going to be taken down. Gets a kill on the X-Ross from beyond the grave, but widely. The fight still goes away of NONGSHIM until that right there. 2 kills found as Javi and Crystal keep themselves alive and in the fight. Counter rotation is going to be matched though. Ivy working his way across towards the B site. His spike is going to be dropped over to the low HP Omen. Not able to clear the angle to catch him on the cross past alley. Plant's going to be enacted. Ivy now trying to figure out just where these players are. This late lurk up into heaven from Crystal could absolutely be his undoing.
This is just such a strong after plant for GE. Even if he goes looking for Harvey here, he may not catch him.
Oh, shoulder's going to be spotted. Oh, but he doesn't pull the trigger until he gets the headshot. But still is able to find the kill. Gets away without taking any damage. Crystal, ooh, sends out a shot. Gives away his position. Head spotted as well, but Crystal can just play the time. Whittle away at the clock. Goes in for the face. Sees that he's not held at the half. Crystal playing this one brilliantly. Will once again get them a pistol win, as that's going to be 9-4. Global Esports looking damn good. Now I have to be wondering, NONGSHIM, do they go for a force buy from this position?
We'll see. I mean, we saw a force yesterday do pretty decently, if I remember correctly. I don't know if NONGSHIM is the team that I'm expecting from it from, but not only that, like I feel like on the defense as well, outside of maybe you have a good like Bucky setup for Danby or something like that, and you're trusting kind of like Sheriff Armor buy, always a little bit better to streamline a force on the attacking side. They're still going to be lurking outside of A main here. Okay, just running straight at him. He's somewhat lucky to get away there, but they're going to continue looking for him over on the other side of the map. RB's going to lose his life inside of B main, and GE just going to pick up the pace straight into B.
Yeah, still do have Crystal potentially to go for a bit of a backstab. Looks like Francis is still suspicious of this. Will now kind of miss each other. Meanwhile, Ivy into position through Ramen. Really hear these footsteps. Looks like it's going to be Francis heard first and foremost, though, is Crystal trying to isolate and find this kill. Misses it, though, and Francis is able to find him with that bandit. Meanwhile, Dambi also gets an elimination. So, player advantage to the side of NONGSHIM REDFORCE. Suddenly, this becomes a very winnable eco round. Weaponry available to Global Esports, not super significant, given that this Marshall is still in hand. Tuck away, shoulder going to be spotted. The swing in, though. Ivy will fall. Dambi going to be taken down. Francis finds himself a second, but needs a hell of a lot more. But with X-Ross coming away with Yudaton, that leaves just Hobby to try to clutch it out. Snaps on for the headshot. Paranoia sent towards Garage. Will get the connection. TP's over. The time is already going to be gone, but this is an immense amount of damage dealt. So while the round still goes the way of Global Esports, NONGSHIM should be holding their head high for damn near winning that round themselves. And Hobby also won't even be able to survive.
Yeah, I mean, that's really going to weaken the bonus here for GE. Help NONGSHIM kind of try to forge a little bit of a path of a comeback into this defensive side. But winning that round would be the most NONGSHIM thing ever. Like, they always just win these pistol rounds, ecos, half buys with a shotgun or something like that. They're one of the most dangerous teams when it comes to some of those situations. And usually, after they win them, they just get so much momentum that they start running away with the game from there. Didn't come together in this case, but can see somewhat of a reinvestment here for GE. I mean, Autumn's got a rifle and armor. Stinger half armor here for Yuditan, so there's some degree of investment. Guiding Light dodge rather, outside of A main, and now GE potentially looking for some space and pressure onto Francis.
It's a good amount of damage found. Autumn tagged to 56, just tailwinds across towards that ramp side, wanting to gain control, but rotation's already coming through from mid as well, so Global Esports going to have their work cut out for them to really gain control over that side of the map. Meanwhile, Yuditan just pushing forward on a timing, but he's not ready for X-Ross to be tucked over on that left-hand side. Autumn now going to be finished offside in. Crystal will be able to just barrel stuff down as he offers himself up on a platter. But that's the only elimination that they've been able to find in reply. So still in a very good position on NONGSHIM REDFORCE, especially now that they find a couple more kills. Crystal's still going to be looking for some damage. Gets himself a third. It would have to be an ace clutch, though, to win out this round, and what a round it would be. Taps for the plant, just trying to bait for this peek out of heaven. Nothing going to be found there. Rotates around, finds a timing on RP, and suddenly he is absolutely on for it. The re-rotate back up into heaven. Making some noise, completely unaware of this race's position, but finds him out on Raptors, but X-Ross narrowly scrapes by. What a nail-biter of a round that NONGSHIM had to win. But at what cost? 4 players dead. It's just reverse devastation.
I mean, 100%. It's classic NONGSHIM. Like, this is just a chaotic round where players are running in one by one. You see Dambi slide into Crystal's face. RB's walking God knows where, just looking at heaven or something. Might have been a miscomm. I don't know what's going on in the NONGSHIM camp. But they still get it together right at the nth hour. Puts a bit of a dent in their economy. And both teams going to be quite poor coming into this next round. Looks like we do have some kind of a pause. Maybe some more technical issues to sort out as we head deeper into this game of split. Still only early days in this best of 5 here. But this is going to be a critically important round for both teams. I mean, if GE win this round, break NONGSHIM's money here, this is probably just going to be the game on a silver platter for them.
Well, they get to see the players saying ready at the very end there, so hopefully it shouldn't be too long before we go back into this. But this is one of the things that can happen. We're playing online, you know. Sometimes latency could just spike, but looks like it was a very fast fix, whatever the issue was.
Seekers online here for NONGSHIM. Ivy pressured in middle. You're going to see the rotation back across from the raise of X-Ross. Needs to try to defend this mid shot from GE.
C's gets a grab, but there's no paint shell alongside of it. Otherwise, Ivy might have just been completely screwed. X-Ross looking for the readjustment. We'll be able to find it. Paranoia gets sent as well as Dambi goes piling forward. He's got that judge, wants a kill, but it will be Ivy to come away with it on the Patman. But good crunch into mid. Spike now dropped, and looks like NONGSHIM going to continue clawing their way back into this.
Yeah, just looking to dominate middle. They know that they've got the spike dropped in the corner. Don't want to let GE back into this one. perfect timing on the rotation and the mid-crunch there for NONGSHIM. I mean, their comp is so fast and flexible to be able to respond to any pressure, and that's where GE need to be a little bit quicker, like, either with the counter utility. In this case, they only had, like, the raise fade jet in position, but that's where you'd, like, you want to test the mid-trap a little bit more with the jet. Maybe you activate your tailwind and try to kind of walk up middle, pressure a little bit, see if there's any kind of util combo you're going to get caught with, and then maybe dash away or you satchel away on the raise or something like that to bait out the trap, and then maybe try to play around that pressure. Unfortunately, in this case, as you sometimes see, GE just get completely caught by lose 3 players outright, and NONGSHIM are just dominating one of the more important rounds to try to help them come back into this one. Real good chance for them. 5 guns going to be kept over. They didn't even have to burn the Seekers, and they'll only trail 4 rounds here for GE, who at least save some rifles into the next round, but outside of that, I don't think their buy's going to be looking phenomenal. Still very much a winnable game here for Split. For NONGSHIM, rather, here on Split, despite the fact that it feels like they've had quite a poor start into it.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely can still rescue this. They continue on this path, and they are going to be looking pretty damn good. And that's going to be the timeout coming through here from Global Esports as they want to pump the brakes. They say, okay, things are getting a little bit uncomfortably close. Let's go ahead and let's try to stave them off. Let's get into a post plant. We've got a Nightfall for an entry. We've got a pit for a post plant. Let's try to just get those going and secure the 11th round win.
Yeah, I mean, you need to either come up with a plan where, as you mentioned, you can try to combo these ults or at least do some damage, like reserve your expectations. But, I mean, with 2 saved rifles, especially with Crystal having an excellent game here, not outside the realms of the possibility that you could cause an upset. The problem is, as you can see on the bottom of the scoreboard there, NONGSHIM has built themselves up a phenomenal economy, and now their ults are going to start getting rolling over the next couple of rounds. So the chances of actually putting a comeback together and making this a very tightly contested game are pretty high for NONGSHIM. Starting to get going now. Francis having a decent game here on the Sky, not really missing a beat, flexing into that role. And Xross, who started quite poorly, looks like he started to pick up more confidence as we go deeper into this game of Split on the race here, especially if you get the rocket rolling and you're starting to run around feeling like you're him on defense. Can start to be a pretty big difference maker here for NONGSHIM.
Well, the Seekers at the ready for NONGSHIM. Let's see. Likely want to be saving those for the pit if it does get played in this round. They go for a heavy stock to start over on this A side of Heaven.
Oh.
Guiding Light is going to be dodged. Cheeky there from Crystal to not get caught by that. Giving away some potential false information. Meanwhile, Ivy, wall up. 1, 2, 3 out of this one, but no, he is not backed up.
Spike down, mid.
They go one at a time, and Ivy is able to just massacre 3 players with relative ease. Meanwhile, the slide out, Yudotan cannot escape. Dambi gets a catch there, and now it is just Crystal. Unscouted today, but Spike is on the ground, so they don't really even need to know where the Viper is. They know exactly where he needs to go.
Yeah. See if Crystal can get any damage done, because NONGSHIM's economy is phenomenal.
Oh, okay.
There's no way.
Come on, RB. It's a bit too cheeky. It's a bit too cheeky. You cannot give Crystal windows back into this, given how he's been playing.
Legit. And you're so far behind. Like, every gun is going to matter on this comeback here. Like, it is a whole best of 5. There's plenty of Valorant to be played tonight, but yeah, those are the liberties that maybe you can't be taking. Very NONGSHIM-esque, though, to be doing that. I mean, Uppy's meant to be the sensible one, for God's sake.
Every now and then. Just starts slipping into it. Francis will be able to hold his own there in male. Crystal not allowed to put on the carry pants and pull off some heroic. So they're going to have a showstopper and a pit online for NONGSHIM Red Forces. The chokehold on this defender side continues to get tighter and tighter.
He didn't have the best of weaponry there, to be fair, but the spacing swinging through the wall, not great for GE, and that's 2 rounds in the last 2 or 3 where they've kind of got rolled going middle, whether it be the rotation into the util combo or mid trap versus Ivy just having a bit of a multi-frag when your spacing isn't good enough swinging through the pit. Going to make you a little bit sheepish about potentially trying to breach mid later. Does seem like GE not interested in that this time. They're going to speed up towards B, but NONGSHIM are more than ready.
Pop flash in the garage, swing out, and Javi not going to be good for the kill. Meanwhile, Showstopper going to be sent down in reply, but somehow he doesn't come away with the kill. It's going to be Xross with the Showstopper of his own. They clean up Yudotan. Heals go through. Boombot. Okay, eventually Patman's able to find it. It took him a while just to be able to get that kill onto the util. And Crystal's dead. And it looks like this is going to be an 8th round win for NONGSHIM as they find themselves in a 5v2.
Yeah, just Autumn and Patman to pick up the pieces. See if they can get given any missed duels by NONGSHIM, but Exros on the jump spot is taking no risks here.
Swing out, Patman will be able to find one, but now alone gets a third. 6 bullets remaining, and had he been able to find the instant headshot onto RB, you really start believing. They do manage to swing back and get some decent damage in, but it's going to be another round win to NONGSHIM, who are suddenly just 2 away from closing this out. Or 2 away
Yeah, I
from
mean,
tying
you
this
could
up, I
see
should
them.
say.
Yeah, for sure. It does feel like they're the team with the momentum, though. Like, that's why you feel like saying that, because once they get rolling, like, you tend to have a reasonable degree of confidence, and you're seeing all the same win conditions. It's what we were talking about a little bit in the pre-show. We're playing double duelists versus double duelists this time with NONGSHIM and GE, whereas last time it was more of kind of the double senti or the slower comp approach. But I think that B main skirmish is the perfect example of why NONGSHIM are so comfortable in some of those kind of situations.
Relay bolt onto the side. Had that scout not come through, I think Dambi absolutely would have been swinging that corner, but they'll be held back. Meanwhile, it's just going to be Global Esports widely abandoning this position as Yutan just wanting to try to clear that Trailblazer. Continue to sell info that they're lingering around this A side of the map, but all of Global Esports now piling forward, working their way up towards this B-heaven area, but Javi's going to be struck down. Exfrost able to find a second before getting traded out, and Patman will die to the molly. So the full approach completely shut down. The spike now on the floor.
Getting a little bit of a lurk out of A here from Yutan. Crystal, once again, 1v1 with Ivy. This has kind of been the duel that we've been seeing time and time and time again, and it didn't start well for Ivy, but as we've gone deeper into this game, the split, it feels like he really hasn't missed a beat. Again, takes a big chunk out of Crystal there. Yutan getting closer on the flank here, though. If he does go unchecked on spawn side, this is still a winnable round for GE.
Breaking forward from this, yeah, going to be difficult. He'll just run away from the boombot, leading on a merry little chase. NONGSHIM will have the cleanup, so okay, 1 more to go. And they've not really had to commit any of their ultimates into this to get this run back continued. They still have the pit. They've only used the showstopper to Garage in the previous round. They still have the Seekers online. This is dire straits now for Global Esports as they go back into another buy. It feels like this one is the absolute must-win.
I mean, NONGSHIM are just so good in these reactive situations. Like, you see, there's teams that, like, they would rotate on split into a 1-3-1 on defense, and they need to get into the perfect positions to throw, like, the high percentage paranoia and crunch mid effectively. Like, NONGSHIM, even a little bit out of position, are just so good at responding to pressure fluidly. GE starting this round a lot faster towards B. Both Yutan and Autumn very much looking for a pick here. But pushed away as the pit goes up in middle. Do believe that Crystal was spotted outside of A main here. Once again, it's him v Francis.
Slowing things down. A little bit of spam out, though. Francis trying to catch any stray shots that he can get. Damage has been eluded. And Tomby, not sure if he actually got the spot on that jiggle peak either way. Just trying to alert them, trying to apply some additional pressure. Meanwhile, it's going to be a nightfall into the TP at backside for Javi, who now will be spotted. And Dambi slides across, has the shot, and this play is set from Global Esports. It looks like it's been undone. Ivy going to be able to drop away, and Global Esports no closer to stepping foot inside of this A site.
Yeah, they're just getting cancelled before they can really build up enough momentum to scale into the site. The rotations of NONGSHIM and the responses that you're seeing from them on this defense are just far too clean right now.
30 seconds left.
Flash confirming that presence in heaven. Crystal is able to win out the fight versus X-Ross. Catches him on the exit. The lurk forward from Patman, and he gets 2. Domby and Francis both going to be taken down in what was looking like a very good hold for NONGSHIM. REDFORCE has now been undone. Labored clear of the Prowler. Ivy needing to go pretty damn crazy in this one for the team if they want to win this out. Swing at the corner, nothing going to be spotted there. And I don't think he's really anticipating Yutan's positions. He's not. There's the swing out. The Rays able to find a kill, and RB now needing to back away. It feels like at long last, Global Esports able to find themselves another round win, 2 away from closing out this map. But I don't think we're going to see NONGSHIM fall over in this one. They're going to continue to still fight tooth and nail.
Yeah, for sure. But that is kind of disappointing for NONGSHIM. Like, the round starts so well from them. Dambi reads Harvey's TP in towards backside off the back of the Nightfall. It's a classic combo that we've seen work in the past. Just deafening the defense there with the Nightfall and then trying to find that cheeky TP timing. Danby finds the man advantage, and he's kind of all over it with this opening pick. And from there, it felt like GE was dead in the water, but they just creep up inside of the defense's Viper Orb. Just balls of steel to try walk through that. And unfortunately, NONGSHIM doesn't have a clean enough crossfire. They're not switched on enough to stop GE just walking out of A-Ramp try and just winning all of their duels. Which is something you've seen GE do on this map in the past. Like, I remember they played that game in Pacific against Secret where they basically dry walked A like 7 rounds in a row and just won the round every time. It's clearly something that they've been quite good at in the past against, to be fair, like a much slower comp, a much more defensive kind of comp than NONGSHIM's, faster, fluid double duelist comp. But still, I mean, it is an effective approach when you've got players on GE that are so good at intuitively reading the game and taking liberties when needed, especially when you've already dug yourself into a deficit, losing Harvey straight away in that round.
All the final timeout call now. Everything that I had previously been talking about for NONGSHIM, unfortunately, has kind of been undone. Their wealth of ultimates now very much drained. They still do have plenty of money to continue to buy in. It looks like, okay, Danby changing things up is going to be bringing the operator potentially. He's flipping around. He's considering it. See what he does end up landing on. But it's pretty few and far in between when we see him go for the op. But the times that, come to mind, he's been pretty good with it.
I mean, it's just one of those things that's part of the identity crisis for NONGSHIM, really. A lot of teams post the Yoru meta struggling to figure out who on the team wants to op. So in DFM, plenty of teams have that same kind of question and issue. Patman, a little bit of pressure onto Ivy as he tries to make his way into middle. Rotation back across here from Xros once again, trying to feel things out with the boombot.
Spam down a bit, has to just cut back over to the A side, join in with Francis, get those heals through. So we'll be pushed back up to full HP, but loses out on the armor.
Feels like both teams trying to feel each other out, but look at this mid-round push. Not only the Trailblazer in towards A main, but Danby's just tried walk down middle here.
He might be able to find a massive catch. Oh, there's the first. Is he going to be ready? No, doesn't even stick around, but now has that second player position confirmed at Ramen. Meanwhile, for Autumn, he's just storming his way into heaven, just stomping around, trying to really sell anything that he possibly can, but he's just going to be sniped right out of the sky. Ivy just looks up, finds the kill. Jet dead.
Just a rough timing for GE overall. Now they, again, are going to have to try to contact A and scramble their way back into the round.
Last pack, try to offset, won't even be necessary. Hobby just finds a headshot on Ivy, swings the corner to Zeudaton, and Francis now does get eliminated. So into a 3v3. Relay Bolt going to be connecting the pain shells. Not quite there, though, to be able to take down the planter. So in play, Crystal looking to make this unassailable, and Danby, will immediately just get taken down. Spams him out. Meanwhile, RB, he's just frantically fishing, but I don't know why Zeudaton's actually pushing forward. He's just giving them an opportunity to get back into this one. Now a 2v2. Ross maybe able to find a timing. Pushes in, finds Javi. Taps the defuse. Crystal now pushing out. Is able to find RB. So the Viper position going to be known, but X-Ross getting decayed. Lower and lower. A tuck into the corner. Crystal, he should have the round in hand. Drops the pit. Swings the corner. Just snaps in for that kill. And that is going to be another clutch going his way as Global Esports will get up to map point.
I mean, it's just illegal to again let GE just try walk into A. Like, the round starts so well. You drop the spike outside of B. GE very clearly had a plan in this round that got disrupted heavily by NONGSHIM. And NONGSHIM just continues to do so well when the game is active. In the early to mid round, when they're running around the map, when they're making fast decisions, they're able to find the picks. But when things slow down, they're just letting GE walk into A completely dry with no reactions, no crossfire, get those picks, and then put the pit up and win a 3-on-5 that, NONGSHIM, it's almost illegal for them to lose given how well this defense has been going. Another nice pick to open things up here for Francis.
That's a critical player down. As Autumn is considering pushing, he's got a couple players alongside him, but does have that op in hand. Rocket out, X-Ross able to find one. Danby with the op. Is able to find Patman. Newton trades one back, but now finds himself completely alone. Paint shell out towards that garage side. Gets spotted, baits out one of the shots. Swings onto the rafters. Is able to clean up a kill onto RB. One more. He has a showstopper. Swing out.
There it is.
Showstopper is now online. Spike needing to be recovered, but he's going to repivot. No, faking some noise in the mid. Giving Francis some pause. Does Yudotan get a read on this reflank at all? Timing going to be missed for the moment, but should be able to find him here. And yeah, Francis will have it served up to him. So kill is found. The map not yet over. But that one was dangerously close.
I feel like so many of these rounds are, even if they start well for NONGSHIM, GE is just always fighting in these mid-rounds, causing so many problems. These individual players just in phenomenal form right now. Able to fight their way out of some pretty cooked situations, and now in a, not so great position economically. Do have the showstopper to be working with. Only one more round needed to get this game done here for GE. It's a game that I feel like they've been front-running for the majority of it. NONGSHIM have had some serious momentum on this defensive side, but they need to defend yet another slower A hit from GE.
Spoombot out for now. That showstopper still in the back pocket. Dialed in on the angle, but okay, will just be a corner check into the relay bolt for Dambi. Spins out plenty, I'm sure. Meanwhile, swing forward, Yudotan going to be eliminated. That's that showstopper now out of question, as Ivy will come away with 2. Slide in, Dambi looking to try to close the gap, get that judge into play. Won't be really necessary. But Fatman will be able to collect himself a gun. Swaps over it, grabs the Vandal, still has the spike in hand. Tap of the rope. He's just trying to play with information. Get these rotations to go through from NONGSHIM so they can open up the site.
Look, 2 off the Nightfall as well could help him kind of narrow down the odds. If he ends up in a 1v1, is able to catch one of these players on the rotation. Orb is there, but I don't think he wants to make the sound cue. Just creep out onto that A site. Dambi giving him all the space in the world. Both of these NONGSHIM players just playing one and dones, not wanting to take any risks and give Patman any opportunities here, because he's more than capable of winning this clutch.
Planted.
Spike now in play. Dambi making plenty of noise. Going to eat a little bit of damage on that jump peak. Paranoia. Goes into the floor, though. Is unable to find it. And Patman, he plants his feet, but RB's got the spam through the map to be able to take him down. And NONGSHIM continuing to rally back into this. 1 more to go to give us our first overtime, at least on the broadcast. Obviously, there's been plenty in the other qualifying matches, but somehow we didn't manage to get one yesterday.
Yeah, even though we got all 5, I thought it was going to be a quick day at the office yesterday. Credit to Gen.G for keeping things interesting. Who are still alive in this qualifier. It's the other qualifying match, but there will be a 3rd in this qualifier and 4th overall to come through the lowers as well. Last chance for GE to close this in regulation. They've got some good ults to do it with. You mentioned that it didn't burn the showstopper in the last. They're going to hold it in here. Combo potentially here with the Nightfall. Dambi to take first contact towards A main here. Head-to-head with Autumn.
Swarming his way forward, trying to clear up these angles on ramp, but now it's going to be the pop flash in. He gets a full connection on him, just going to be updrafting to try to play evasively, but Ivy cleans up the kill, and that is him completely alone and isolated. Paint Shell going to be sent out. Showstopper goes over towards stairs, but Xros, he's already slipped the net. Gets himself out towards safety, and Dambi, I mean, he's just too much distance, not enough shells, will end up dying. So 1 for 1 as the dust starts to settle. Global Esports still looking for a little bit more, but Yudotan is unable to find Ivy. Snakebite now down at Patman's feet. He's trying to fight his way forward all across that one. Will be able to do so. Couple shots out from that rafters. Turning to the side though, and Francis making some noise. Patman will get caught, working his way out into the open. Xros able to find him, looking for a little bit more, and it's just casual as he drags across, taking down Javi. Crystal now in a 1v2. To try to clutch it up, but he cannot. Xros will be able to find a 3K, and that's going to be us finding ourselves going into overtime.
Yeah, it felt like slowly but surely it was going to happen. Either NONGSHIM was going to win this map or they were going to claw their way into OT. I was getting nervous for a second, especially from Dambi there. Sliding his way up through ropes in a man advantage situation and just emptying what was left in his judge just to die. Thought we were going to end up in another one of these weird, like, XVX mid-round situations where GE would find their way to win it. Been so good in some of those situations so far here on Split. But we will have our first OT, at least at the Pacific Qual here. Oh no, I believe there was an OT for NONGSHIM against T1 earlier. So, look, NONGSHIM at least a little bit more familiar with them in this qual so far.
The Gen G, one of the previous Gen G series as well had, I think, 2 overtimes. But that is a rough start.
Nice.
As Autumn going to fall off the rip. Javi, however, on the peek in, finds Francis, and Dambi's going to be taken out off screen as well. Massive kill found by Yudotan. As C's not quite going to be getting the grab on Ivy, and Patman not looking to overcommit. We'll just allow him to back away. Global Esports overall have to be very happy with the map control that they've established early.
Toxin screen down.
Very much an approach towards the extremities early on here for NONGSHIM. So they've lost players over towards ramp. Ivy will forfeit that A control. X-Ross and RB in tandem looking to try to walk out B and waiting for a mistake. A little bit of chip damage there for Harvey, who keeps himself alive with the shrouded step, and Crystal will be there to back him.
Fake of the TV forward. Harvey jump peeking, sets up the smoke, still has that paranoia, doesn't send it yet though, and X-Ross, oh, he's got vision, he's able to find a kill, so Crystal going to be struck down, but Harvey quickly trades it back. The Rays now eliminated. Player advantage still going to be established, and Ivy doesn't look down. He doesn't get the catch. And that's going to give them a little bit of false info unless he does check this little pocket at the bottom of rope, but for now, Harvey is completely unscouted.
Last enemy remaining.
Can he find him? The swing in. Well, now he knows. He gets the bad news. And Ivy just going to be good to find one. A massive rescue after losing Autumn nice and early. Global Esports looking to close this out 14-12.
Point.
Yeah, even as we head into OT here, it's continuing the front run this game has split. Another chance to close it that they weren't able to take advantage of in regulation.
Loosen up.
Round that starts reasonably well for them. I thought that X-Ross, after finding a cheeky timing out of B main and Ivy up middle, was a chance that NONGSHIM could have slipped their way back into that round, but won't be the case.
There.
So now we see a faster approach from GE towards B main yet again. RB, who has had a rougher game at the office here, will once again be pressured as the rest of NONGSHIM push straight down middle.
Nothing going to be seen there, but shots out from the Ramen side, so we'll just layer in that paint shell. But ultimately, that mid space is going to have to be given up. Global Esports now can re-clear.
I think NONGSHIM's going to re-clear B main here. Being very active and fluid with their rotations. Ivy pushed away from ropes. That's the boombot to try to spot anything out here.
Stuck into the corner, though. Autumn nearly caught on that timing, and the TP reposition from Harvey. He doesn't just counter swing. He TP's out to safety, not realizing that they're just on the line. Had he just swung out from behind the box, he would have had 2 players dead. That is a critical misstep, and Crystal is unable to find the punish now. Peek out from Yuditon, though, and it's a very good shutdown. Gets rid of the overdrive. Yuditon on entry at the site, ends up falling. RB cleans up 2, and oh boy. Javi, as the IGL, is absolutely going to be kicking himself, as he could have just single-handedly won this round for Global, won the map for Global. Instead, they're going to have a reset, barring a massive clutch from Batman.
Definitely possible. Jiggles coming back and forth here for NONGSHIM, giving him a lot of respect. I mean, he's earned it at this point, but they don't even need to swing together. X-Ross has got it done. Huge resurgence of form on the Rays, given the very poor start for him. NONGSHIM force us into another OT here. Even the first map really going the distance, so I think we're in for a long day at the office to decide another one of these qualification spots over into Paris.
No, absolutely. If every map is going to be played like this, then, well, I might as well just say goodnight to my wife right now, because I won't be seeing her for the rest of the evening. But what a round to find there. What a critical misstep from Global Esports. See, the defender side has been favoring both of these teams. It feels like whoever really comes up with a win on the attacker side is likely just going to be good for it. Let's see if that can be NONGSHIM here and now. It's Yuditon sending out that paint shell, but already Dambi has worked himself forward into the site. Will get traded out. Yuditon blinded up, however, under some pressure, and Ivy will be able to find 2. Both duelists now eliminated for Global Esports. Ivy trading one back. Francis down to 18. Unhealable damage, obviously. Could be a quick transition back into a 2v2, but Crystal going to be found at elbow. And this could be the beginning of the end for Global Esports here on this map. They're not going to be able to find an attacker side win of their own. Ivy now needing to do it all. TP's down to the open. Ivy's not watching for it. Doesn't push the smoke, but now will do so. Ivy reads it, but just can't have the shots aligned. Big round from Ivy and a massive round win for NONGSHIM.
Yeah, especially given how they started this game as split, which was, it felt like a lot of the time just getting shut out rather, over towards that A side of the map. This time they find a lot more success. The spacing is a lot more annoying for Global Esports to deal with. Big 3K from Ivy, who started this map quite poorly. He's also recovered. In fact, both him and X-Ross.
Remember when X-Ross was 0-6-0?
What's that? I think it was 0 and 6 or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, he was 0, 6, and 0. He is now, he's dropped 26 kills. It's been a very big turnaround. As Crystal going to be found off the rip, and this is looking damn good for NONGSHIM to close this out and steal this map away. I mean, it was 6-1 as well at one point. With
Legit.
NONGSHIM struggling to find any round wins.
I feel like they got a point to prove with Crystal though, but Patman could be a massive difference maker here. Oh, Francis caught. Mid was dirty. I think he thought that it was locked down on that info line from male side on RB. Now Patman looking to catch some more kills on the rotation. That's a big one onto Xros to give GE the man advantage. What a lifeline found.
That's just monstrous. A player advance. Spike now being brought forward. Patman finds himself another. Nightfall out towards the defender spawn. Gets a grab on the one, and RB has no clue as Patman picks up an ace to tie it 14-14. It's far from over. I'm sorry for saying that NONGSHIM was going to be favored. Doesn't matter. Patman just, he found the cape. He put on the mask, and he just carried them to an attacker's side win in OT.
Bro, I mean, if there's anything NONGSHIM have shown, it's that when they're at an advantage, they're excellent at losing the round so far here on Split. They've had so many man advantages, bro. I mean, that is an excellence from Patman in the case of timing. Now the op out on the attacking side. RB will be the one to wield it as NONGSHIM creep their way into B main, trying to sow some seeds of doubt. Ivy, a little bit of pressure on the lurk. It's a lean towards that A side. Once again, pressure on Harvey, but he responds in kind.
They're able to find that one. Pain Shell thinking that he's back sight. Won't be able to find him. Paranoia still in the back pocket as well. As it'll just be a couple pot shots in. RB trying to play over top of the smoke, see if he can get a peak angle. Meanwhile, Ivy, look at the tailwind out of Autumn in mid, and it's going to be Francis able to find a Udaton at vents.
Evening up the numbers. Big pick from RB over on the other side of the mountain. This is, again, another messy round. Francis bringing the heal over to RB, and Patman has found yet another ludicrous timing into spawn here. What a mess.
Scrappy is all hell, but Chris is just facing forward. That op is still there. Kill is found, and now Patman again is going to have to go nuclear, but look at Francis. He's reading this incredibly well, and they will be able to deny him the heroics this time out. It is all on the shoulders of Autumn. Trying to get a 4Ks. It feels like, apparently now, we're just winning attacker side rounds. No more defender side wins. It's all just attackers win now. We're just swapping it up. As Autumn will be scouted, the Seekers completely undoing any potential flank that he could find.
Planted.
Unfortunate. That's Ross. A little bit of a miss push into spawn. Just going to give Autumn a little bit of a freebie. That's one for Australia. We'll take it. Thanks, mate.
But, yeah, tries to fake back into heaven. Trailblazer has the spot out. Kill away. Tailwind now online. And okay, Francis will be able to counter swing in. Had he gotten that kill, Tailwind's over to safety. Then suddenly you start feeling like he's got it done. But not to be. It will just be the closeout here from NONGSHIM. Is a rare pickup on the operator for RB. But given his history, given, you know, him being a former duelist player, you know he's going to be good with it.
Yeah, 100%. I think they must have heard Patman sprinting through spawn side there. The two players at bottom middle, like Francis was so locked in on that. You had the wrap back through Ramen. Seemed like they were very well aware of the timing that he was going for. Once again, a map point here for NONGSHIM in overtime. See if they can close it on the defense. GE, a slower looking round, 2-2-1 as they take this B main control, put some pressure on RB yet again. Ivy to hold middle, will drop the snake bite to try to slow GE down. Boombot to once again to field this one out. Progression smoke to deny information. As Patman looking to apply some pressure with the Prowler.
Autumn considering going forward. Does get the Paranoia out, so that for a quick little cloudburst overall. Pretty big clear on neutral. Meanwhile, Tommy looking at the walk down into mid, and it's going to be a massive crunch and a massive fight, and one that NONGSHIM do barely manage to walk away with the advantage, but Tomby down to 9 health. He's going to be limping. Crystal now flanking his way through, and I don't know if NONGSHIM are going to have much of a consideration for this. Domby looking for it, so does have a decent enough read, but Crystal not even needing the headshot will be able to find it all the same. Gets himself a second, and now suddenly it is all on the shoulders of Xros. Tucked away here in mid, finds the first. Blast pack trying to offset, and Xros will be able to align it. Clutches it out to make it a 16-14 score line. NONGSHIM winning on Global Esports' opening map pick.
In such scrappy fashion as well. At one point, down 10-4. Like, so many of their players just had a rough starting to this game. But what a glorious finish as well. Like, as soon as you saw that satchel sailing through the air, I was like, yeah, he's done it. Like, that is the most goated satchel I've seen. I think Crystal knew he was cooked there, despite some heroics from him. He did slow down a little bit towards the end of that. And a much more kind of even scoreline from everybody. Everyone chipping in a little bit. Got 7 first bloods in there from X-Ross. Francis, another good game here, moving over back onto that Enit role. You've seen him play the Sova, this time on the Flash Enit of the Sky. So NONGSHIM able to win a scrappy game in OT, and this is definitely feeling like the GE versus NONGSHIM that we saw over in Pacific as well. Both of these teams bringing some good individual level. There's some messy rounds, but it's bloody entertaining stuff, and we could have 5 maps of it.
Yeah, we really could. I mean, for NONGSHIM to come out and win this, though, I think a big glow up. Obviously, this split, we were really concerned. I think that if we were going to see the Yoru again, this would have been an absolute wash. But to be able to rally back after a 1-6 start to this map, push it into overtime, and then win it, I think that is a big boon. And I think that, you know, Francis back on the Sky, looking pretty damn good. He was finding that impact. He was fragging. He ends up being top of the board for his team as far as the ACS is concerned. So I think that this is a very good sign for NONGSHIM REDFORCE. So maybe the tide's shifting a bit global now, the ones that are going to have to try to reply as we get ready to go over to Pearl. But yeah, it suddenly feels like this is anyone's series.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think Pearl should be an interesting one. Both of these teams have had a pretty good run and a pretty good record on it. So I think NONGSHIM, in classic NONGSHIM fashion, saying, we don't care what you're good at. We're going to do what we're good at, and we're going to beat you in the series doing it. So I think, especially now that they've picked up their opponent's map pick on a map they've struggled on in the regular season, and if they're able to go ahead and pick up Pearl as well, playing out into a strong run of form from GE, then I think they're going to be pretty good for a qualification spot here in this series.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to just wait and see what happens. Pearl going to be coming up next. I think that NONGSHIM, you know, of course, they're going to be feeling right at home there. We'll have to see what Global Esports has up their sleeve, because clearly they are willing to continue to shift around these compositions as we basically come to expect from them. But we'll find out after, I believe, a quick little break here. So we'll go ahead, throw it over to that, and then when we come back, we'll see if NONGSHIM can continue to rack up the wins. Alright, we are back, and I'm about to go into our second map of this best of 5 series. Global Esports, they took us a split, and things were looking very good until they weren't. NONGSHIM REDFORCE had a massive rally back. They close out the map 16-14 in the end as we went to a very extended overtime. And yeah, I think Global Esports probably going to be kicking themselves quite a bit. That being said, though, obviously, map pool still going to be very strong for them. We're getting ready to go into Haven. This is NONGSHIM's map pick. And this is where Global, we've typically seen them running double Senti.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to stick to that. Like, I think both teams are liable to change. For NONGSHIM, it's because of the role issues, the ongoing identity crisis that we did mention, and I think Split was the perfect example of that. They've been previously running the Yoru, and one of the only maps where they've actually had, Francis playing not the Neon, but now having role swap themselves and not being a good run of form. I think some of their map results might be a little bit misleading. For GE, I honestly don't see much of a reason for them to swap off of this double duelist comp. They've been on a really good run with it recently on Pearl. It's a style that they didn't play much, actually, initially. Whether it would be kickoff, they were playing like the solo Yoru, and then most of the map pool, we were already talking about it, they were playing more kind of defensive-minded comps, whether it be Deadlock or Sage or things like that. Nowadays, it's interesting, they've started to flex into a lot more double duelists, and of course, we've talked about the flexibility of their roster. They have the personnel to do it. Both Yudatan and Autumn can play double duelists, or even, honestly, in Ho Chi Minh, it was crazy, but we saw no duelists, and Yudatan be on a Sage, so GE are pretty much liable to do anything at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to maybe not see that one again. But we'll see. I mean, oh, wait. Why am I thinking Haven? It's going to be the Pearl, of course, coming in next here. So that's a brain fart from our side here. But taking a look at what we have going into Pearl, Yudatan going to be there on that Neon. Autumn with the Phoenix. And Crystal's going to be leaning into the Killjoy. So, okay, nothing too out of the ordinary here for the side of Global Esports, but for NONGSHIM, Ivy on the Chamber. Always something to be excited about, and this does mean that Francis goes back to the Neon.
Yeah, I think that both of these teams is kind of trusting the style that's been working for them because they've both had some degree of success on this map. GE, the last time they lost this map was with their older comp. Recently, they've been on a bit of a run with this double duelist approach. NONGSHIM are 4-0 on it, not only in this qualifier, but also across Pacific. They've had a really, really good run on Pearl. Even if some of the games have looked a little bit shaky, and you have seen Francis, for example, dry slide through double doors into middle and just die for free, and, various different things like that. They're still getting the wins. So at the end of the day, is it bad if you're winning? That's the age-old question.
I mean, it could be a little bit of both, I think. It's not necessarily mutually exclusive, but I think from the debut that we had seen from him on this map, yes, it was very poor. But we did see across the span of that map him starting to play alongside the rest of his team. So I don't think it's going to be nearly as much of an issue going into this map here today.
Similar to X-Ross, he had like I think it was even worse. It was like a 0-10 start, and then he just started playing Hungry Hungry Hippos anti-eco. It's a story for another time, though. Big fight over B long on this pistol.
Yeah, immediately having over the exit there, but X-Ross going to be caught up as Yudatan is able to find that opening kill. Curveball over to the side, and Ivy forced to reposition. Curveball in, and down B, he's trying to reopen this space, but there's just too many forces of Global Esports. Meanwhile, take a look at the map. Francis is sliding his way all the way up long. He's gone through the street, and he cannot connect the shots. That would have been one monstrous backstab, but instead he ends up with egg on his face. Cannot find the kill, and RB now finding his way out of a very rough position as they will go jumping forward. They're running out of ammo on both sides, but Autumn can get the reload a little bit faster, gets the kill. One player dead. Global Esports, another pistol win.
I feel like he had one of those theater knives, dude, like he's just trying to go for it, and it's just, the blade's just immediately retracted, he's got his head taken off. Unfortunate. Some potential there, but overall felt like NONGSHIM definitely getting caught by that. Just raw aggression from GE, 4-man shove, straight up B long, got in their face, dropped the spike, and from there it was just cursed. Francis now doing his best Danby cosplay. He is on the Neon, so he has permission to spend as much money as he wants, as long as he buys himself a shotgun. All is well in the world.
Bringing that one out, sprinting forward. Little bit of damage going to be suffered here. He's going across the nanos. He's dead. He's absolutely dead. Francis is completely inted it all the way into back halls.
Okay.
Meanwhile, though, Danby and Ivy, 2 kills apiece, so that's a pretty decent trade-up. So the blood sacrifice received by the blood gods, they are happy. as Autumn will be arriving here at Towers, able to find one, catches a glimpse of another. Rotating down, Patman quickly collecting the kill onto Dambi. There's another spot out, the slide in into the hip fire. Udaton eventually will clean up a kill onto X-Ross. And seems like they got a pretty strong idea where RB is at, and Udaton will be able to close it out. But very good damage dealt, considering how things had started in this round. I think that that's still a decent result for NONGSHIM.
I mean, I just love Francis on the Neon. It's just, it's great to see, you know, such a philanthropist helping out the community. He's always donating his life, throwing his life on the line to help the cause. Had nothing to do with the next couple of kills coming in. I mean, to be fair, the fast lane probably helped the rest of NONGSHIM to get into the site, but it's just hilarious to see him die to Nanos. Regardless, damage was done. Spike went down for NONGSHIM, so even though they've had a poor start to Pearl here, they've already shown us over on Split that they can pick themselves straight back up and make it work. But overall, GE are guessing very well where NONGSHIM are headed and continue to stack the right side of the map.
Okay, well, look at this crunch here. It's going to be Autumn burning Francis to a crisp, but Udaton will get traded out. So a Neon for a Neon. The damage out on Dambi could heal himself back up, but Ivy now falling means that Global Esports one step closer to trying to get this bonus converted in their favor. Be another electric start to a map for them, just like we had seen on Split.
Going to slow things down here. RB being left behind on the lurk. Plenty of stars to work with. Can offer some support to the boys if they should make their way in towards the other side. Harvey inside of the smoke. Multiple judges in play on this bonus here for GE. Might find his mark.
Smoke to dissipate. Harvey to back away. Another quick glance to try to see if he spots out RB.
Bring them down.
He has not, but for now, Global Esports continuing to lean the majority of their players towards this ace. I bet Javi eventually going to be able to flush RB out, and that leaves now just the two remaining players, X-Ross and Dambi, to try to make a go of this to stop the bonus conversion from going through. Players from Global Esports still very disconnected away from this site, but I think you're about to say it. Autumn, the run it back is available.
I wonder if they invest it, you know, because of course you want to win the bonus and you want 100% this round. So it's really just a question of, you know, is this the greed that they talk about in the Bible from GE, holding on to the run it back and trying to win the bonus? No, they're going to try to 100% it.
Player standing.
Well, Alt works a treat. There's out Halls, gets plenty of information. Spot will see nothing either. Dambi just going to be forced away, and he's just going to have to rotate out, try to hold on to this weapon. This is going to be a fantastic start once again for Global Esports, as they will move up 3-0.
Yeah. I mean, the judges are just phenomenal in some of these positions. I love the approach. Like, honestly, you throw a judge on double doors or back halls, and then you play heavy towards A main. It's a recipe for success on this defensive side of Pearl. You see it time and time again. Nice util combo. Talked a lot lately just about how good Double Duelist is on this map at fighting that A main choke. And again, you see it this time from GE. Hot hands in combination with the relay bolt. Like, there's just no way you can break that. And the fade to follow it up as well. You have a seize if you need it. Like, it's cursed, man. Stars as well. You could have a Gravwell or something like that. Like, it's just a really well-prepared bonus from GE. And now NONGSHIM is just kind of in a free fall on this attacking side.
I'll find you.
Needing to find that impact sooner rather than later. Javi's going to be the one posted up top here, and Ivy will be able to displace him. Gets a tiny little bit of damage through, but not going to be able to find an elimination yet. Javi's considering a re-peek, though. Instead, curveball out, and that's going to have to be the rendezvous taken. So he'll get himself safely back into club. Meanwhile, Francis, once again, just going to be disrespecting this KJ util. Doesn't take nearly as much damage. Gets himself forward towards that stair side. Dobby self-flashing a little bit. We'll set up the blaze wall. Lock off the players at dugout. Molly over to Flowers. Haunt going to be cleared. Spamming through, trying to find anything that he possibly can, but Spike is still in hand, and that's going to be the call to pivot. Tevin, however, still able to find Ivy, and all of this rotation is going to be heard. Oh, but Javi whipping that first shot, turns back in, is able to find one, looks for the second, can't manage to find it, but gets an immense amount of damage in. Look at the HP bars of NONGSHIM. Basically nothing to really try to work with here as Udaton slips through off that fast lane. It's going to be Crystal with a quick peek out from tower, though, finding the kill. Francis, I mean, he's locked in position. If he peeks, the turret will kill him, and instead it's going to be Udaton. So 4-0, 4 players surviving. Global Esports looking alive and well.
Yeah, I mean, they're just all over NONGSHIM right now. You can see NONGSHIM never quite comfortable Always quite tentative of whether GE would have gone for the flood over there towards 8 main. Did try to mix things up, but when Ivy gets caught and Harvey gets away with murder on double doors, like only 30 HP, by the way, and he's still able to almost take 2 players with him. Something is just not clicking right now for NONGSHIM despite their fantastic record on this map. Timeout in response here for Silkanon. But GE really just going from strength to strength. These A main fights have gone so well for them. They're quite fluid in terms of the rotation. Always really staying on top of things. So we'll see what NONGSHIM do come up with, because they did try to buy quite heavily into that last round with the loss bonus that they did earn for themselves. I think this one is going to be another kind of vintage NONGSHIM buy where it's probably just going to be sheriffs around a shotgun brought up by Francis and see whether you can cobble together something. But they've got a pretty long road back into this game. You could just see the economy that GE's built up early on this defensive side. And this is kind of what I was saying. Like, you could pick Pearl into GE, but this has been quite a strong map for them. And I feel like, especially with the first map kind of slipping through GE's fingers, they should be feeling very confident about this series as long as they can just make sure they keep their heads screwed on tight and they don't get too tilted that they kind of let that map get away from them.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that NONGSHIM would have gotten a lot of wind in their sails after closing out that overtime, but maybe it exhausted them instead. Global Esports are looking very well rested, very in tune with the current state of affairs here. Javi going to be playing top screen, ready for the counter swing to come in, and Ivy not going to be able to escape this time. It'll just be an early punish, and that is rough to see off the back of a timeout call. Meanwhile, now the pivot coming in, wanting to try to go for that 3-1 split into the B site. Instead, NONGSHIM going to find themselves rotating in towards the A side of things, but Nanos is set up. Alarm bot gives them the early alert. As Francis will just be piling over the top of that one, but Patman not going to be caught by the relay bolt, but he immediately finds a headshot. Francis now going to be taken down. Curveball to no avail. Crystal will just blindly spam through that nebula, finds Dami to boot, and things continue to look very rough for NONGSHIM.
Spike down.
Just getting obliterated right now. RB at least able to take one with him, but Crystal is going to close it out. 5-0 for GE. Not only are they winning kind of these early round exchanges if you're getting a head-on collision inside of A main or something like that, but these Killjoy setups have been phenomenal. Ivy loses his life towards B main. And then you see the rest of NONGSHIM trying to exec into a site where you could see a really, really nice setup with the star on the right side of the site. GE's playing around that quite well. You've got multiple nanos making NONGSHIM's life incredibly uncomfortable trying to come in on the entry. And this is just a case of, I mean, similarly, yes, they do change things up, but the patterns are well established for NONGSHIM with the way they play this map. Ivy's getting kind of isolated on that chamber lurk towards B main multiple times. Once again, he's been forced back on the rendezvous just from the single prowler over there from Patman, who's wrestle control of A main. And in the meantime, the rest of GE has a big setup around middle. So we'll see if NONGSHIM do commit to B off the back of this prowler, not really seeing too much.
Triple push out into mid, off screen. Ivy jiggling on that angle, but a couple warning shots, and now the relay bolt, they're looking for the kill, and they will be able to find it. Autumn going to be taking him down. Just again, finding that early punish onto the chamber. Meanwhile, attack getting ready to come through. Spike in hand, working its way forward onto the site. Ivy just going to be taking back as the Nightfall does come in, but Francis swinging the corner, is able to find one, but Yudsan, just dances across, slides in, finds that kill in reply, and Global Esports continue to have a chokehold. Now just RB, once again, last one standing. The spike is a world away because I think Francis picked it up and he ushered it to the back of halls.
Hey, look, he had a job to do, all right? The spike is irrelevant. He's really trying to just send it in there. Ivy, I mean, the Prowler forced out the rendezvous from him earlier on in that round. Only the singular Prowler from the Fade and not too much pressure outside of that. You often see Chambers kind of try to take that ballsy approach of not shooting the Prowler and try to wait for somebody to peek behind it. Unfortunately, in this case, it ends up losing his life towards top middle because he has no escape plan when he gets caught by the relay bolt and a Neon running at him. Woes continue here for NONGSHIM, who at least have some ults to work with heading into this next round, but so do GE, and they're great for the retake. If we even end up in that situation, I feel like NONGSHIM haven't even been getting into post plants, man. They're just getting battered.
No, I don't know if they've actually really gotten the spike planted at all. And Ivy, I don't think it's had a kill yet either. This is continuing to be rough. I mean, this is unfortunately just kind of the role that you have when you're playing the chamber. You need to be the one that's applying the pressure on this key side of the map, but you also have to be good for these fights. At every twist and turn, he's just getting shut down. Given the economic disadvantages that are going to be expounded upon, you just have no way of trying to get, an op online from this attacker's side. Dombey trying to find the timing, but we'll just get found by Crystal. Kill comes through. And NONGSHIM once again have the door slammed in their faces.
The best to hold on inside A main here, but it just feels so unfair. Full confidence from GE, just running at players with mere pistols and no shots being connected from NONGSHIM. Another flawless round from GE, 7-0. And I don't think they're going to be letting this strong start slip through their fingers like they did on Split.
One enemy remaining.
No, I do not think so either. This is a completely different look at the moment, and this is why you're going to be seeing that second timeout call having to be committed. As Tour de Force is available for Ivy, so a potential saving grace, but okay, I was wrong. He did have the one kill, but that could be said for 3 of the players on NONGSHIM. Can't be said for X-Ross, who continues to have a very rocky start, as it's only RB who's really been able to find anything more than the single kill.
I mean, because he's on the Astra, placing the stars, everyone's dead, and he's like, I guess I get 1 or 2 exits, but there's not any impact to be found there. He may as well have the same amount of kills as the rest of the boys. It's not really making too much of a difference. Another timeout in 7 rounds. I mean, both timeouts already burnt here for NONGSHIM. This is panic stations. This map of Pearl is burning down around them. I don't know if they're going to be able to stop the spread at this point. At least they have some ults to play with. Might help them kind of simplify this attacking side gun round. And I think that was kind of the key, at least on Split, to break a little bit of a dry spell over there. I remember they were kind of down and out of that map as well. And then they comboed a bunch of their ults. They won themselves a round. And from there, they actually used that as a bit of a springboard to start to string some more rounds together. So can only hope for the same here on Pearl as NONGSHIM sizing up B long. Tour de Force gets pulled. Problem being that, I mean, Crystal is on the other side of things, and he's just been phenomenal on this killjoy. He's 10-1, and he has the lockdown for the retake. As you see the rest of GE take all control of A main.
Well, there's the nanos popped. We'll just wait to commit this one. Has to play back away until that run of back has expired, but now can rescale forward into tower, get ready for the lockdown, which is like into the corner. And there you go. Ult now to be committed as they just zone away these players. ID revealed by that haunt, but not going to go punished. Manages to stay alive, but NONGSHIM, they have to evacuate. There are far too many players. But no, okay, never mind. They actually get the destruction on this one. They do manage to take it down, so they keep themselves afloat and forward into the site. Well, Constant Divide going to be committed in Uniton. The first to scale forward, gets himself in the halls, and is able to find Francis. Looks for that second kill. Won't be able to find it, though, as Ivy gets Hobby. Swinging to the corner. Dombey going to be good for 1 as Autumn will get taken down. That suddenly leaves Patman now in a 1v3. The time very much working against him. Quick little glimpse, and he knows that this round is going to be over. So at long last, we will see NONGSHIM get themselves their first round win. They get the lockdown out as well, so overall able to drain a couple of these ults out of Global Esports' hands. But still, how many more can they find? Because it still feels like a rescue of the half, like we saw from them on Split, is very unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was about to say. It's like, I mean, they've thrown the kitchen sink at that round. All of the ults committed on into it. To be fair, though, exactly like you said, you see GE commit, I think, 3 ults to try to make that retake happen, and they're not quite able to do it. So I think you're actually quite happy with that as NONGSHIM. Need to find some more success, though. Because, look, winning the after plant when the ults allowed you kind of streamline the round and set things up favorably for yourself is one thing. Again, you're going to get another clash on B long here, and they cannot afford to get caught by it.
Bring them down.
Now look at the spot, and Autumn, he just swings off of that. He's able to find 2. RB getting 1 in response, but now you've got the overdrive pop. RB playing behind this pillar, just dancing around and down at 50 HP. Now going to be eliminated. Spike drop here within club. And retrieving this is going to look to be pretty damn impossible, you would assume, here for NONGSHIM. Excel's going to have to try to fight his way forward. Won't be able to do so. Hobby going to be taken down by Ivy, but now they know exactly where the chamber is at. And this should be an 8th round win for Global Esports.
It's just kind of crazy that NONGSHIM are getting caught by that. Like, they see the Prowler and shoot the Prowler. And, you know, for anyone that's even watched GE play this map before, like, this is very much their playbook. They walk up, they wait for a timing, they kind of feel out how the round is looking, whether it just be off the back of what the other team is doing, or whether, you know, Patman's throwing out a Prowler and trying to see if somebody has some presence there. And then it's Autumn looking for that flash timing. And again, although NONGSHIM has seen one of the biggest tells from GE that, oh, okay, we're coming at you. We're
30
looking for some
seconds
information here, whether it be for a push or to inform the rotates. They shoot the Prowler, and they still get caught by Autumn throwing a curveball at them and multi-fragging them, where it's like, you saw them taking a more, patient approach towards B long, and they still get completely dominated and wiped by GE, who have just been running at them all half long.
10 seconds left.
Well, we'll be able to hold on to the weapon, but
Almost
I
out.
don't know if NONGSHIM are going to be able to hold on to too many hopes here. 8th round win. I mean, already it feels like even if they do manage to run back these 3, unless they can find a pistol, which so far has completely eluded them, that it's still not going to be enough to close this one out. I mean, Global are just looking way too drilled.
Does look like, you know, NONGSHIM did catch them with the relay bolt there, but might have been a second too late, and Autumn's already found 2, so look, obviously we didn't catch the best angle of that engagement, but maybe a case of unfortunate timing for NONGSHIM, or not quite sure what the exchange was there. Regardless, though, it did feel like they were somewhat prepared for that play, but they still end up getting kind of cooked by it. Going to another gun round here for NONGSHIM. Run it back online to Autumn once again. Prowlers exchanged inside of A main. Both teams kind of trying to feel out whether they can grab some control over there, but once again it will be GE to take more relevant kind of positioning. Only question is, how far do they really push the issue here?
The silent walk up. I mean, Global Esports, last time they did this and they didn't have any contact, that full lean and attack into the B site. They will now have the confirmation on it, though, as that is a very critical shot found by Francis.
Go, go, go.
Avi dead, no lockdown to try to float their way back in this time, and Crystal will just get dropped. Peeking forward really aggressively. Autumn will be able to catch Ivy. It does have a run it back, but this is going to prove to be, I think, a very difficult retake now for them. As RB trying to just backpedal out of this one, not going to be caught by that stun. Slide in, Yutan still able to find that first kill, gets the second, and suddenly the tides are shifting back into the favor of Global Esports.
This way. I'm out of here.
Swap of the weapon, X-Ross saying tucked here into the corner. Will go, peeking on a timing, finds Yutan, brings it back into a 2v2. Francis with an overdrive. Maybe we'd have to set this one up, but he will do so. Time is starting to bleed away, though. Autumn able to find the first, Patman gets the other. And, yep, just goes ahead, eats the little burns from his teammates, a little blaze wall. The defuse will come in, and that's going to be 9-1.
I mean, it's a round that feels like it starts pretty well for NONGSHIM. They catch Harvey quite fortunately on the jump spot, courtesy of a cracker of a shot from Francis, but then losing that extra player on the flank, and it felt like RB, who spotted out that push all the way down the flank, is kind of, I think, I mean, I'm struggling to find the right word, but he's clearly running away, and I felt like NONGSHIM are mobilizing to try to save him and fight that B-long pressure rather than kind of playing around the spike, which I think in the 4-on-3 is probably the correct decision, but it ends up actually putting them in a situation where GE are just punishing them, peeking into that B pressure. Unfortunate. Oh my god.
He got 2. He got 2 off the C's, Molly. Autumn is just... I mean, and this is bullying.
They've seen that same combo like 4 times this game, bro. Like, have they not? Am I crazy?
They should have done. They should have done. But given the way that this map has been going, I don't know if NONGSHIM has been playing with their eyes open. So maybe they didn't see it.
I don't know what is going on for NONGSHIM. This is another, like, capitulation. Like, I spent the entire last season of Pacific going, yeah, but they're Masters champions, guys. Like, they're going to get it together. And, like, this is just another game where I'm like, what is NONGSHIM doing, bro?
Well, this round is well and truly over. Unless. But, I mean, how you're even meant to scale from this point, there's still a nano to just grind down the health bars on the entry.
Yeah.
And with 30 seconds, and with
I mean, they might
only one more round to play in this half, I think you're just sitting still and you're saving.
This is just not good enough for NONGSHIM at the end of the day. Like, GE is a very good team right now. This is not going to be a high enough level of play to be beating them for a spot. Qualifying over to EWC. Yutan going to go looking for some of these guns because GE have got plenty of money. X-Ross will punish him for doing so. you push the issue here as GE. I think they don't want to go much further because Xros now won off the Nightfall. Want to at least force him to plant or get an orb to be able to earn himself the Fade ulti into round number 12. But I don't think even if he did get the Fade ulti that it would be giving GE that much trouble. They're just winning rounds off the back of just throwing, I mean, some very clean looking util combos, but you know, not anything outside the realms of possibility. It's just excellent execution from GE. They've just looked so good on this double duelist on Pearl since they've swapped over to it. And this really begs the question, like, why on earth has NONGSHIM picked this into them?
Yep. I think we will just be left scratching our heads. Running back available for Domby. The only ult to speak of until that Nightfall could potentially come online. Francis starting to inch forward here as we swing the corner, and ult gets shut down.
Pushed away as Ivy has had a tough time finding these lurk timings. I mean, it's an important thing to need to do on attack, but when you're not having that much success, I think he's feeling a little bit more tentative about taking liberties. RB on the other side of things, going to take a bit more space towards A main. With a minute on the clock, NONGSHIM are going to move into a 3-1-1. That's going to give them a lot of contingency plans and ability to be fluid in the mid-round if that's what they want. So we'll see if they are going to send the Nightfall and commit to B, or whether they're going to try to walk back towards some of these lurks with very, very low time here. Either way, it's going to have to be some decisions made, and made soon.
Right for now. Nightfall going to go forward. That can be dodged and will be, but Autumn's still going to have his position revealed. And Francis, he's doing his damnedest to try to break the crosshair, but he just can't. Double pump of his curveballs, but Spike is now down on the floor, and Javi will just ensure that the remaining players of NONGSHIM are as well. 11-1. Global Esports clearly very pissed off that they did not win that split, and I swear if they somehow lose this map, pack it up. We don't need to play a third one. Just give the win. It's a best of 3 now. Just give it to NONGSHIM. But I think that we are very quickly making up for lost time with this one. So 11-1. Will NONGSHIM win the pistol and run it back? Stay tuned. We'll find out after the halftime break. We are back here on Pearl, and probably not for very long. It's 11-1 at the half. Global Esports looking good, looking alive and well, and looking like they're not going to allow for NONGSHIM to really get anything going. This would have to be the most miraculous, most dominant defender side that we've seen since Global Esports is opening half here. They would need to just go, match them and go above and beyond if they want to close this out. So I think Global, they probably just win this pistol, and then we go GG next map.
Farming the orbs. Start off this pistol. It's NONGSHIM very clearly with a big B trap on the cards. Don't quite find that what they were looking for. The Blaze Wall really obscuring any of the intentions of GE as they slow this round down and start to work their way towards the middle of the map. X-Ross all on his lonesome, looking to try to chip down the numbers as GE creep their way up art. The rest of NONGSHIM waiting in the wings. They've pushed further through B in towards attackers spawn, and I don't think there's much Killjoy utility to keep them in check here.
And they're going to be fast on this, decently fast on this flank, but I mean, you have a 4-player stack, and there's no punish, no damage suffered as an orb just gets taken right in front of your faces behind a blaze wall. Rough from NONGSHIM. We're going to have to clear this turret. It will do so, and now Global Esports more than aware of this flank coming through. Push forward into the site. Patman just going to be tucking away over towards that stairs side. Autumn in the spot out here knows that it's going to be multiple players on this approach. Curveball on the swing. Autumn and Yunaton able to find some kills. Downbeat will trade one back as the defuse does get started. But swing in, Yunaton from that dugout side. We'll just clean them both up. It's another pistol. I believe all 4 of this series going into the hands of Global Esports. As this should just be a force buy for NONGSHIM. And if they don't win it, obviously, GG, go next.
Probably for the best, honestly. Just conserve your energy. I mean, GE is just playing on such a high level right now. It's really phenomenal to watch. Like, the form that they've been in lately, although at times a little inconsistent, or maybe they're going for certain approaches in the veto that don't necessarily work out. When the game plan clicks and they're playing something they're comfortable on, like this Pearl comp as of late, they look unstoppable, man. Yunaton 17-4, the double duelist pairing, in combination with how good Crystal's been on the Killjoy on this map, has just been so clean.
Oh, Ivy. Just taking a quick little exit, but he's not going to be able to get too far away. Relay bolt. Not quite connecting, but able to find a reveal. So now they know the player positions for 2. It'll just be that backpedaled away. Spike now brought over towards the new default. We'll get that plant in. And Francis, where are you going, son? He's doing it again. He's just out in the open. There's no one there alongside him. There's no util, no flashes, no fast lane. He's just offered himself up to die. As this will just be the quick cleanup coming through. So there you go, 13-1.
Attackers win.
Put a little bow on it, whatever you got to do. This is Dunzo. Haven up next.
Oh, that's just a domination, man. Hey, that might be speed run of one of the quickest halves we've ever seen. I'm sure there's been a 12-0 into a 13-0, so unfortunately we didn't actually have to play 2 rounds, but that was one of the quickest halves of Valorant that I've ever witnessed in my entire casting career. A little bit of a neon diff there, to say the least.
Just a slight one.
Jesus, man.
Tiny little one.
He's actually almost like reversed his scoreline the other way. It's kind of ludicrous, man. Oh, boy.
Yeah. 2 first bloods, all that they were able to find. Yeah, this is one that if you're NONGSHIM, you just have to just sweep under the rug and say, okay, don't worry about it. Forget that this map existed. We now focus up as we go to Haven. But this was their pick, and Haven is Global Esports'. And if you're about to go into what we anticipate to be a double Senti on Haven, and Francis isn't able to find value from a Neon, I hope that you have a solid comp change, or just I don't know, a significantly better idea of how to play this one out. But that was rough to watch. We need a break. I'm sure NONGSHIM do as well. So we're going to throw to one. And then when we come back, we'll see if Global Esports just, continue with this dominant trend, or if NONGSHIM will be able to find their footing. So don't go anywhere.
It's your fear. Spike down, B.
Posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yeah, we're back. Nothing happened. There was no Pearl. Pearl is a myth. Didn't occur. We're getting ready to go into our third map. It's going to be Haven. Global Esports, good God. 13-1 on that previous. This has been a very strange turn of events, Pilsky, as
Yeah.
I did not expect that. After a very contentious, multiple overtime split, they just got blown out of the water.
Yeah, it's like when you, you know, you're a kid and you go to the ocean side and you get like the oyster shells, you open it up. There was no pearl, unfortunate. You know, just as disappointing as I remember it as a child. Hopefully, Haven should be interesting. You know, NONGSHIM and Global. The last time they played it in Pacific, at least, it was one of the messiest and most entertaining games that I've seen in quite a while. Went into overtime. You saw some amazing plays. You saw some terrible plays. It was a little bit of a mixed bag of everything. But GE did come out the victors of that series, courtesy of a Filipino tag team. I believe it was Harvey and Patman just going absolutely berserk to get GE across the line over there. So let's see if we're going to get a similar kind of matchup and approach, because GE, we saw them prep that specialist comp for Paper X with the ISO over in Ho Chi Minh. I'd be surprised if they're going to pilot something like that into NONGSHIM. I want to see if they're going to do something like that, or whether they're going to potentially lean back, like you said, on the double senti. I think you were kind of like expecting them to go back into Cypher Deadlock or something. But I could equally just see them like go double duelist again. Like, I feel like GE has the propensity to do anything. For NONGSHIM, what I really badly want to see is them swap away from the chamber, because last time Ivy played against GE, he didn't have a great game, and I felt like that game was just watching his woes continue. So I'd much rather, you know, even if they played Viper Comp or they throw Ivy on like some other kind of senti, it would be a lot better, I think, than what we've been seeing from them on Haven previously.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think just get him on, you know, a little bit more of a standard lurk instead of the chamber. Put him on, you know, maybe the Killjoy, the Cypher. Okay, he's got the Cypher locked in. I think that this is going to be fine. It looks like X-Ross going to be the one coming out here with the Phoenix, so we'll be trying his hand at that duelist again. Meanwhile, it's exactly what we expect from Global Esports. They're going to be looking to just run this double senti, have that deadlock, have that Cypher, make these sites unassailable, kind of just split between, you know, A and B with both of those, and then just have somebody peeking and anchoring B as well. So just A and C, I should say. And then, yeah, just have the full map covered. So it looks like Downbeat will be leaning back into the Neon. That's going to be, of course, a boon for the side of NONGSHIM REDFORCE, but whether or not it's enough to recover after getting just battered in the previous map, I do not know.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, if they do lock in these exact agents, this is going to be a copy-paste of the Ascent comp that they just played against T1 earlier in this qualifier. So, you know, you saw them play that chamber previously in Pacific, and then at the end of the Pacific group stage, or maybe it was into playoffs, I can't remember. Or I think it was the group stage, because it was like the do or die game before they were able to make it there. They did swap back to Yoru Neon, like right at the nth hour, and that's where you did have Ivy over on the Killjoy, I believe it was. But then more recently, you have seen them put X-Ross onto the secondary duelist. You've already seen it twice today. You did see it against T1 as well, and Francis will be the guy to pick up the Sova over there. So let's see how this does go for NONGSHIM. It was a winning composition for them against T1 on Ascent, even though it was an OT game. They're going to have their work cut out for them against GE, because even though they did kind of prep that special comp with the ISO for Paper X and it didn't really hit, we have seen GE be able to play a pretty decent Haven in the past, and it's pretty clear why they picked it as, you know, this map sequence into this series. They would have had some degree of confidence that, you know, of course you're going to back yourselves on Split initially, and that's, like, to be honest, a map that they probably should have won. Then they 13-1 on Pearl. If they win Haven confidently, I think you're going to think to yourself, like, surely GE probably could have 3-0'd this series at this point, but it's up to NONGSHIM to pick themselves up after one of the biggest batterings I've seen in quite some time and play a good game of Haven here. Otherwise, there's absolutely no chance they're qualifying through the upper bracket.
Hey.
Wow, NONGSHIM still looking for that pistol win. Let's see if they can find it. Going to be starting on the attacker side here on Haven. Meanwhile, Patton considering that peek out. Downbeat fast on his heels, but it's a quick TP reposition into the grab net. Go ahead and slow up the roll of this Neon. So holds him back for now. Thought I'm going to be tagged actually through the wall a little bit, but otherwise not too worse for wear.
Yeah, big garage shove, and NONGSHIM slowing things down, looking to regroup back towards that A side of the map, where you do have a nice little crossfire between Harvey and Udatan.
Push now coming in. Hobby trying to align those shots. Eventually will have the crosshair broken. Does get a little bit of damage in, but ultimately loses his life. They're still going to be good for one, though. They find that flank out in mid. And now Global Esports just getting in a position, trying to get ready to go for the retake. But Autumn starting things off, able to find a kill. Yuratan, however, out in front of the rest of the squad, does end up losing his life, but Crystal finds another as RB will fall. Spike now going to be collected by Ivy. Plant in play. The swing coming in. Dami needs to win one of these fights, and he cannot. They're just going to be overwhelmed as Crystal again has a big pistol round, and that's going to be a 3K for him, as well as, I believe, a 5th pistol overall for Global Esports.
Yeah, given the defuse as well. Already very close to an annihilation, which I have seen Crystal hitting more often than not lately. Wasn't particularly an ult that I'd be favoring him with previously, but he's been looking better and better in general, and with that uptick in performance individually, I feel like the annihilations are also hitting. I think more and more you're seeing him on a primary senti role, and he's been really kind of fragging quite nicely for GE as of lately, and I think that 3K on the pistol is another example of that.
I will find
NONGSHIM here, at least with the Sober, going to have somewhat of a decent time kind of attacking into this Cypher deadlock, but it's never going to be easy starting out on the attacking side here.
I'm out of here.
Seeing off that recon. Meanwhile, Yuratan, ooh, backing away. Avoids the sheriff shots. The Smiley's going to be lobbed in up and over the top. Relay bolt to try to delay, but Dami able to find a timing slides forward. It's a very nice headshot to clean up the enemy Neon. So Plant can now be committed to. Autumn, however, maybe slipping the net a bit. Gets himself the backside, but it's going to be Dami coming away with the second kill as Crystal will fall. They're looking to up the pace, looking to try to crunch in, and they will be able to do so. Exros with that recovered Spectre, hounding down Hobby. Now it's a Bulldog into their hands as well. Certainly Global Esports backs up against the wall. Push out into the smoke. Patman able to find RB, intercepts him, and he does have a safe defuse spot. Xross is going to be trying to fish for this one. Does he just stick to it? No, he cannot. We will just get spammed down, and all right. NONGSHIM REDFORCE answering in a massive way as Downby finds 2 kills with that Sheriff, and they tie it up 1-1.
I mean, we've been talking about it earlier on in this series, and we've even seen it with our own eyes. NONGSHIM very dangerous on the low buys with the pistols. It's another example. A double entry straight up into the B site, which was reinforced with double trips, by the way. Downby not really too bothered by that setup at all, and creates a path for the rest of NONGSHIM to step into to close out the post plant from there. I mean, those are the kind of big impact eco rounds that NONGSHIM will kind of run away with momentum off the back of if you're not careful as GE. They'll have to take a little bit more of a passenger approach in this round, though, because they've had their money broken right off the bat. And already they've lost Patman outside of Garage.
They're just trying to go on walkabouts. Noting that, though, finding the kill. GrabNet just going to be lobbed in, trying to slow up this potential approach. Meanwhile, cut over the side. Push out, but it's going to be a little bit of a 1-by-1, and there's a second layer to it as Ivy is lingering within mid-window. So kill's going to be found. Tripwire's going to be set up as well to intercept this flank attempt. We'll be able to jump over the top of this, though. Let's see, though, if that ends up costing them, as now you've got the cam situated in mid. Swing in the corner, and yet one going to be spotted. Ivy immediately just peeks in and finds Hobby, finds Yuratan, and okay, Ivy might be back.
weapon here.
Already got himself a neural theft. Not too bad of a start at all, especially heading into this first gun round for NONGSHIM. If they can work the map, try and find a pick, and then rip the neural theft early on, can really help them read the rotations to try to break GE's money yet again. Conversely, on the other side, though, as mentioned before, courtesy of a big multi-frag on the pistol there, and it seems like Crystal's been doing his due diligence, maybe finding some orbs or doing what he can to make sure he gets that annihilation online ASAP. He has been able to find it. Bit of time with the judge inside a garage, and yeah, I do have that 2-man setup over towards C, at least initially. Does seem like it will be tested.
Batman just lurking up the top here, trying to catch him by surprise, and will not be able to drop away. RP catching him right before his head crested over the back of the box. Yuratan, however, with that judge, still going to be able to find 2, so it keeps it into a 3v3. TP at the backside, though, and somehow they don't register this at all. RP's able to find himself a 3rd. Barrier mesh now going to be set up, just trying to keep the players locked into position so Crystal can pay attention to just one side of this box, but there's still enough of a gap. Ivy gets that sight line, peeks in, finds one, but Crystal brings it back into a 1v1 with Spike not planted. The swing in, though, and Francis, a fadeaway shot with that Guardian through the box, will be able to get the 3rd round win in favor of NONGSHIM.
Yeah, that's full momentum now for NONGSHIM. Annihilation not really connecting it, despite the fact they had a decent setup. I think the fact that Patman is not able to get anything when he has 2 or 3 players not looking at him. He's swung out for top site. Usually an incredibly reliable player for GE. That's around where he needed to find some impact, and unfortunately, without being able to do so, GE have walked away empty-handed, back down onto some Sheriffs now, and NONGSHIM running away with this attacking side of Haven. I was saying it as a joke, actually, going into the start of this game, as Crystal gets pushed away here, but I'm like, I feel like NONGSHIM is just going to stomp right back at the next map. It's just one of those series where anything can happen.
Oh, for the moment, seeming decently likely, because, I mean, you're playing this double Senti, and granted, yes, it can be good in a post plan, but from the defender's side, this is where you should be finding a good amount of value. So,
Yeah.
to be dropping rounds from here, it's some desperately needed stability on the side of Global Esports.
Yeah.
Yutan going for the peak. Very nice shot. Is able to find Dambi. Scale forward. Going to be shut down as well as X-Frost falls. And it looks like maybe it's just Global Esports' turn to get a thrifty for themselves.
Cage triggered.
Cage jumping over the top. Camera on the setup. A little bit of spam damage going to be found onto Autumn, but 5 players still alive here for Global Esports as they look to convert this.
Yeah, NONGSHIM could still just do
Camera
NONGSHIM
taken
things.
out.
Cam dealt with 3 players trying to walk up into this C site. Patman's got them locked in on the other side of the map as the Paranoia sails through logs, not catching anybody. GE giving them a lot of space. Still the Hunter's Fury in play. With the tag onto RB, that might just get ripped
30
here.
seconds left.
No more charges left.
Recon over the top. A little bit of damage going to be found from the shock. But even with the net invested, just can't really go for that swing. Meanwhile, push forward into the garage, and Yutan will be able to find himself a third. Hunter's Fury from Javi will get the tag. Francis cleans up 2, but he's down to 3 HP. Spotted the Patman, but he's going to be completely surrounded. There's not much time to try to work with. So there you go. A thrifty going to be confirmed as Yutan comes away with a 4-piece, and that is a massive round to try to rally back into this.
I mean, it's a massive round from Yutan. Right after he's just put on a clinic on the Neon in the last map. 18 and 4 for himself, 300 ACS. He's running around with the Sheriff. Doing one better than Dambi did just in the second round of this game. Now has the overdrive online. That's not going to be enough to break the money of NONGSHIM, and especially given the fact that they have the runner back and the Hunter's Fury ready to go in a round like this from the shadows as well. This could just be a quick one straight towards B, but GE looks reasonably well set up to defend this.
Tripwire going to be cleared off that shock, but look at the timing out from Yutan, finding one from Garage. He's looking for a little bit more. Hits that relay bolt for the stun. Next roll is going to be struck down. Meanwhile, Dambi in the backside knows Omen is posted up on top of the box, but it seems like Francis didn't quite get the memo. He's unable to find it. But Dambi still able to find one, trying to isolate these fights, but eventually will be overwhelmed and picked apart at backside. So, 3-3. Global Esports keeping themselves neck and neck alongside NONGSHIM despite the pace getting up.
Yeah, you saw Patman just posted up from the top side of B on the off angle. Ready for that B hit before it even really got going. Yutan dives outside of Garage. Saw Patman on the Omen drop 31 to get GE across the line the last time these two teams played in Pacific on this map in particular. So it kind of got my eye on him. If he goes into flow state on any agent, but Omen in particular, he could just have some ridiculous carry gains. And no team in the world can really stop him, it feels like.
Joke's over. Go.
Just a fake of that sewers push, but having to back away. Global Esports very quickly re-clearing up into A lobby, but this is leaving the C site open for the taking. As Yutan, yep, there's a trip there, and Ivy will quickly be able to click himself a second into a third. Got the dink through the wall, gets the spray down to continue, and Ivy finds a 4th. Oh, good lord. Autumn now backpedaling all the way over into spawn. And at this point, all he can really do is try to just deny an ace from going into Ivy's hands.
It has nothing to do with the agent that he's playing, but it's crazy how on the traditional Sentis, he's always fragging up the
they're
storm.
flashing.
Spike planted.
No ace.
Denied the ace. Putting the Cypher on the other side. But it's like on the chamber, you know, the agent that you'd expect a player to fry on, you know, he has a tough time fragging, but just put him back on that vintage Senti or on a Viper or something, and his numbers just go through the roof. Just feels illegal to not have him on that. Big uptick in performance from him after a bit of a dry performance in the second map there. And from the rest of NONGSHIM, to be fair. And despite suffering a eco loss to GE of their own, they've just picked themselves straight back up and they're working their way into this half.
That'll be the defuse. And NONGSHIM able to steady it a little bit, regain the lead by 1. Still have a couple ults to work with. But what a round from Ivy.
Really, really nice hold on that lobby crunch.
My ultimate is
One enemy.
Picks up the Phantom as well. I think he got the spam through the wall on the Odin. Very cheeky stuff from GE. They've always got all these little tricky plays that they want to be running. In this case, doesn't quite go well for them. But always got to credit them for having some really good ideas. Let's see what the approach is going to be for NONGSHIM. Once again, the judge set up in garage here for Yudatan. Patman on the off angle towards the top of B. As NONGSHIM storm their way into grass. Those are the players I definitely have my eye on.
Okay, Yudatan. I'm kind of amazed that he was able to come away with that one. His eyes trained in on the Phoenix around the corner, but it ends up being a 1-for-1 as Patman will be taken down. The Daryl cut down, going to be invested. Just getting those reveals, quickly backpedaling away, seeing how much pressure there is in mid. Global Esports playing wisely to not over-aggress. Lose out on the Omen as well, which is going to be one of the retake tools for them. As you've got the scale forward on him, slotted over at C long, but will be held at bay by that tripwire.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of space and info over there. Crystal is on his lonesome, but has got a whole setup to lean on. Harvey on the rotation. If Crystal just finds one kill here, he'll have an annihilation to rip.
That could be a turning point, but he's going to be overwhelmed, so it might just end up being a very quick clear on the cocooned player. Tripwire's going to be spotted out. Ooh, okay. Tripped across, and Crystal and RB spotting each other, and Crystal now just going to be blinded up into the corner, trying to find his way out of this one as the Hunter's Fury is frantically looking for the kills, but he's been able to avoid it. He does manage to find one, immediately sends up the ultimate, and he's going to be able to get a grab. Extros getting pulled to his demise. They're looking to try to break him out of this one, but they know that Crystal will just be able to find that kill, so there you go. Loses his life in the end, but still is able to find the one. Ivy now going to be committing him with that neural theft, but Autumn holds his own, clutches out for the 2K, and that is a fantastic round for Global Esports to find.
Yeah, it's such an awkward approach. This is the strength of the Cypher deadlock. Feels like you're just trying to run through a brick wall, even as that barrier mesh fades. I mean, you had this awkward exchange in middle to start the round off. You get the Hunter's Fury invested, and you still have such a tough time breaking straight up through A long to be able to open up the trade potential onto the deadlock. The flood back in from both the Sova and multiple other of the players on GE is just enough space for Crystal to cause enough damage. Create a winnable situation for Autumn on that flank in the 1-on-2.
I mean, how did he even stay alive that long? With the Hunter's Fury and all being thrown his way, it's a miracle that he was able to stay alive, but gets that and then is able to just go ahead and clean things up. Meanwhile, Ping reveal out off that tripwire. Patman up on top of the box, quickly is able to find the elimination, so it's a solid setup again here for Global Esports that NONGSHIM just do not anticipate. Help support up on top of the box. RB just not going to be fast enough. Patman is tearing them to pieces as he finds 3, and Autumn has the cleanup. Global Esports once again looking to really just stir things up. They're finding their footing again as they now regain the lead.
I mean, I can only assume that, like, NONGSHIM's gone into that attacking side round thinking, okay, there's no way they run an A setup twice in a row. Because at some point when you're playing against Cypher Deadlock, it's a bit of a guessing game. You know, you're like, okay, the A setup just worked, and you're running this mind game of, like, where is the double senti going to be? Surely they're going to shift their setup, like, more centralized around the map, or reinforce C and play heavy towards A or something like that. And in this case, GE, once again, with a very similar setup, heavily kind of fortifying that A-long position. And for NONGSHIM, not only do you expect Danby on his, like, one of his signature agents to be good enough to not run into the trip and maybe have a little bit better movement than that, but also, like, when you're running the Sova, number one thing you want to be looking for is, like, shocking the entry pathing and making sure that your Neon has a bit of an easier time running into the site. But unfortunately, I feel like NONGSHIM just didn't overall anticipate GE to run that same A setup, and they get caught by the trips and completely destroyed by yet another flood from GE, pretty similar to that last round, unfortunately. So an immediate timeout in response from Silkanon, because it feels like this game is starting to slip away from NONGSHIM. I felt like they were given a little bit of a lifeline winning that eco in the second round. You can see they got some significant momentum off the back of that, but now that GE has got the guns in hand, they are well and truly being competitive in these last couple of gun rounds, and they're starting to work their way back into a dominant position on this defensive half.
It's that, and they're also just really starting to play around with the comp. They're playing it properly. They're finding their footing, and getting the weaponry in hand is a good part of it. But I love the constant change-ups that Global are doing with the Cypher trips, with the traps from the Deadlock as well. They're making NONGSHIM have to guess every single time where they're going to be intercepted, and it's caught him off guard many, many times so far, as we just saw in that previous round. Dambi, though, going to be in. Only the one trip bar situated for sewers on this A site, so land can come through. And there's also an overdrive available for the Neon.
Destroyed.
Yeah, just waiting for the paranoia timing here for GE. Drone will start off the retake. How does NONGSHIM respond?
It's going to be drone for drone. Plenty of players going to be spotted. The cubby doesn't get cleared, but you have to anticipate there's going to be somebody from NONGSHIM in that position. His overdrive will now get popped. It's on there at Heaven, just that judge in hand. Not going to be able to do a whole lot of anything as Dami is desperately trying to watch for this gunshot of Heaven, but doesn't manage to intercept it. Yorutan, he gets his way out. He has the judge, and he comes up with 2 quick kills. Dami will fall, and that is a very clean retake protocol here from the side of Global Esports. Yes, they lose 3, but in the end, they're now stretching the lead up by 2, and this is the kind of scoreline that you need to be seeing from them with this double sentry on defense.
Yeah, you can see NONGSHIM, you know, dotting their I's, crossing their T's a little bit better. You did at least get the shock through towards A long before Danby gets in on the entry. They do get themselves into an afterplant, but unfortunately not able to find the success that they were looking for there. It was only on the half buy, and they did keep the round pretty closely competitive, but GE with the better guns, able to complete that retake from the last, as we can see on the scoreboard there, 6 rounds. They've won 5 of them. Big momentum in the favor of GE at this point. Looking to at least get 7 or 8 from this half if they can get it, and they've once again kind of changed up this setup. Deadlock Util over towards that C side of the map. Initial tickle towards A main, but Unitan's taking some space in middle. Oh, Ivy just continues to deliver, man.
Yeah, another big kill from him. As things are going to slow down a little bit, but the lurk forward from Batman able away with big value, big ping reveal into a massive paranoia. Batman just blinding them all. Only going to be able to find the one quick position from him, and Bristol's going to be caught. Trying to get that classic in play, but Batman now looking to just maybe close this one out. TP's back across the opposite side. A little bit of a TikTok play from him, but we'll give his life over so that Javi can close it out. So, I mean, scrappy, yes, in these last several rounds, but it is still Global Esports coming out on top.
Absolutely. Yutan just taking that space in middle, but even after he goes down, doesn't dissuade GE from going for very much the same approach. Like, you get that initial tickle towards A main. GE well and truly aware that it's not going to be an A finish after the last couple of rounds have been pretty consistently just A slams for NONGSHIM. They read it quite well. They take that space in middle, and they do a really, really good job with the reactive utility to shut down that C play from NONGSHIM.
Going to be grabbed. They're still considering the barrier mesh, and will now send it out. Hunter's Fury, however, getting the tag, getting the finish. Crystal will be eliminated to start things off, but Yorutan and Autumn still in reply, able to find yet more kills. Overdrive going to be popped. Yorutan rather just going to be fishing through this smoke. Trying to see what he can possibly get. And it looks like NONGSHIM able to pull back deep enough to avoid this, but look at the flank from Javi. He is so quickly scaled forward. It's given a cursory glance by Francis, but he doesn't know that he's already managed to make it across this gap.
Yeah, Batman on the off angle as well. This is such a good setup for GE.
Volley to backside. I think it ended up leaving a gap. So he doesn't manage to get that hit. And Javi not going to be looking to play this one patiently. He wants to let them know that they are boxed in, and there you go. The closeout comes through. It is a 3K for Autumn to get Global Esports the 8-4 half. And I mean, just given how things have been going, given that they have every single pistol win, even with that Thrifty rather, to start things off for NONGSHIM, you still have to very much be favoring Global Esports. They still are just looking incredible, Pilski.
Seriously, like, they just won all the gun rounds. They lost versus Eco, then lost 2 rounds, and outside of that, NONGSHIM won like 1 gun round that entire half, and GE was just all over them. So they're feeling very confident, even if they did end up losing split in very close fashion. It feels like they're kind of dominating the series at this point.
Yeah, I mean, between the previous map and now this half, it's looking very, very good for Global Esports. We'll see if NONGSHIM can get their first pistol. We'll see if they can rally back. We'll come back after the halftime break. Well, back in for the second half here on Haven. Global Esports off to a rocky start on this map. They got the pistol, but then got tied up 1-1. But they clearly were able to find their footing. Now we take a look at how they're going to be piloting this double senti from the attacker's side. Because we know that if they can get into a post plant, they're going to be very well situated to stop NONGSHIM from getting retakes through. But can they get to the sites to begin with? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, 100%. You're looking at some of the slower kind of paced gameplay from GE, some of the lurk timings, but initially you're going to get a big fight over lobby. Get the grab net exchange. Oh, Jeffy just gets absolutely booked through the dark cover. Wanted to go for some re-aggression there, but the ghost spam completely denies it outright and gives the opening pick to GE.
Well, Drone will get the spot on the Udaton, but there's no real way to try to scale forward and flush him out of this, so he's just going to keep pushing, and he's going to keep fragging. He finds himself a third. Relay Bolt going to be sent out. Xross will be able to send it, be able to find that kill, but this is still so much work being done here by Udo. As cleanup now going to be coming in. Crystal taken down. 2 players left standing here is, or will be grabbed up. Javi just bringing that spike forward.
I mean,
And
yeah,
this is going to be looking like pretty firm control.
One enemy remaining.
Sure.
Yeah.
Lovely off angle from Autumn there. You get the flank hit from Swan side here for Xross. 2 towards his runner back already. This would be a good pick to be finding, but Harvey's position is very well.
Oh, it does a double take, and Xross is able to find the headshot in the end. If nothing else, could maybe just get a couple more charges towards that ultimate. The kill and a death would put him just 1 away. He's going to be looking for the clutch. Still has a bit of time to work with. Knows where the 2 players are at, but it's going to be Autumn on the re-peek from backside to be able to find it, and that's just continued perfection from Global Esports when it comes down to these pistols.
Yeah, definitely helps them to be winning the series, but really feeling like they've been the better team in this series so far today. Even on Split, I felt like that was their map to win. They stomp on Pearl, and outside of just getting eco'd earlier on in the first half, they've been very much on top of NONGSHIM. Really up to NONGSHIM to step up to the level required to be able to contest GE. Even though they are on that attacking side, I mean, a pistol will help shore up some of the rounds that you need, and then all you need to do is just get yourself into a couple of after plants. Really hard to play this flood-heavy comp as NONGSHIM into the double senti if you let them get comfortable in the post.
Recon cleared, and Tambi trying to close the gap, trying to get a little bit of a catch here on Autumn, who is going to be surrounded, but he's got a tripwire at his back, and he's got Udaton as well, drawing plenty of attention over here on the C side of the map, as Ivy will end up falling. Autumn blinded up, trying to find that follow-up kill, won't be able to do so, so Marshall can be given over, but Udaton's still out for more blood. Finds a second as Xross will fall, and they know exactly where the 2 remaining players had been.
One enemy remaining.
Just face forward. Batman making that stinger look like a vandal. And quickly collects it, and now it's down to RB to try to see if he can put any more damage through, but this softened up a bit. Crystal ready for the swing in. RB will be able to catch that headshot, but nothing more to be found. No trade back, no thrifty win this time for NONGSHIM. Global Esports continue to scale forward and get closer and closer to match point.
Yeah, unless you see something similar to Split here, I'd say it's going to be a pretty cut and dry win here for GE. Had a pretty similar lead to this on the first map, and NONGSHIM were able to find a way to work their way back into it, but I'm not getting the sense that that's going to be happening again here. Udaton already quite close to his first overdrive, as it looks like GE just prepping themselves for a faster one towards C, so keep an eye on the defense here from Ivy, but also the fast flood from the Phoenix as well as the Neon back on into C here.
Ivy quickly getting some reinforcements on this side of the map. Drone not going to go deep enough to actually spot him out, and that spam is going to be able to find an immense amount of damage as he will go ahead and get the transition over to Udaton as well. So 3 quick kills for Ivy, another big round for him, and that's a flawless anti-bonus, something that is much needed for NONGSHIM if they want to try to rally back into this.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to be seeing. Didn't quite get the right entry pathing or the shock towards top C that they were looking for. Trip catches the entry, and even though the Omen's able to shadow step his way into the site, unfortunately NONGSHIM, like I said, not only does you get good defense there from Ivy, but you get a really nice rotation of flood timing from both Dambi and Xross straight back into the site. Hopefully, you're looking again at another pretty shocking start to this map here from Xross on the secondary duelist, but if he can, similar to Split, just work his way back into the game on the defense, is going to be much more competitive than what started.
Spam out though, and this time Ivy Denied any chance to become the hero. Spotted another 2 over that lumber stack, and being revealed on the downbeat, and he suffers an immense amount of damage.
I'm out of here.
Able to clear out that util, and he ends up getting whittled away. I mean, you have to assume it's about 25, 30 health. Drone to check. RB wants to try to push the pace here, but he's just going to get pin revealed. The drone gets the dart. Yuton doesn't matter if he's blinded up. He's got all the vision that he needs.
Here we go.
Overdrive now. Going to be enacted. Javi will find X on the back site. Dambi will slide into garage, able to find one, but nothing more. It seems like just completely unable to get the ball rolling. Global Esports are just storming away with this map.
Yeah, it felt like without the need of making the hard commitment into C there, things go a lot better for them. They pick the Cypher outright, just going for the triple swing, spamming him through the box. Nice drone follow-up in towards garage to just isolate RP in that 5-on-4 there. Very clear that NONGSHIM want to make a play somewhere. Can see some aggressive positioning from some of the individuals, but the follow-up util from GE is so good that it just like minimizes any chance that NONGSHIM's going to have success with that kind of approach. Get attack time out here from Silkadon. NONGSHIM running out of money, running out of options. Do have at least a run it back to work with in towards this next gun round, but they've got a pretty long path back into this game, and GE have got enough money to at least be able to put together another buy round after this one, and at least another half buy. So things not really getting easier anytime soon for NONGSHIM. GE have already pretty heavily conditioned the pressure on this C site. Like early on in this half, that's something you're going to start to be concerned about. And I think NONGSHIM, like one of the easy adaptations you could potentially go for is maybe pick up the operator, but you won't. Oh, they do actually have money for that. I was going to say they won't have money for that for a little bit, but like I wouldn't have been surprised to see them, you know, swap the Cypher to A or something like that. You are seeing the trip in the middle of the map and then put the op towards C, or, you know, something of that nature, which it does look like they're actually going for. So I like the change up in the approach in the timeout. GE not going towards C this time around though. Going to work a little bit of A control first.
We saw back on split, the op finding value in the hands of RB. Needs to deliver on that again.
Flight.
Just given the roles changing up here with Francis shifting back over onto the initiator. He's not really going to be able to bring that one to bear. Yuton, however, is going to be good for 2, but there's a shutdown. RB, 2 kills of his own with the op in hand. Crystal finding a timing, does manage to swing out, gets the kill, puts the op on the floor, clears the cam as well. Spike still dropped here within window, but Crystal, damn good effort, brings us back into a 2v2. And that B position going to be abandoned, so no real way to try to punish the retake of the spike.
You do have this trip in sewer. If Patman tries to gimmick his way past it with the shrouded step, then that will definitely be punished on the off angle from Francis. Ivy going looking on the other side of the map for any kind of information.
Here. Do you think to paranoia this?
Shadows traveling.
Smoke out. Looks like the answer's going to be yes. Sends that one through. TP's forward onto the site, but they haven't quite checked it yet. Francis regains his vision. Crystal's going to be dinged through the box. Net avoided. And even just a shock dart, if he just chucked it in with one rebound, would be able to find the kill. At the same time, though, it's just going to be Ivy coming away with it. Lurking around the flank. Crystal going to be caught. And NONGSHIM able to find a round win. Still needing 5 in a row, though, just to catch up.
Yeah, decent read there from Patman, but didn't quite have the wherewithal to hard check the corner. Big mid stack there for NONGSHIM. It was the right read, to be fair, putting the operator on mid window. They even stuck Dambi down the bottom side of mid, but GE is so good at responding in some of these situations that even when you have like what looks like a really, really good slam dunk setup on the defense, the round still gets it to kind of a strugglesome 2-on-2 at the end of the day. Again, we're going to have a massive fight over A.
This is no plant, no defuse to buy time. They don't have the operator into this round, but Batman trying to just turn that flash, and it's just going to be a meat grinder here at A lobby. NONGSHIM come away with 3 kills. Javi only able to peel back 1. Some damage found, yes, onto Dambi, but or rather onto Xross. I'm so used to him playing Phoenix now. But he's going to be able to top himself back up with that blaze wall. Yuton not fast enough to pursue and get the kill onto Ivy. So 2v4 for the plant. Not much health to speak of here for Javi. This would be a backbreaker and potentially just
One enemy
a
remaining.
map-winning round for them if they could get it, but it's going to be Ivy still sharp on this Cypher to close out the final 2 kills.
You couldn't have had any bigger of a contrast for Ivy. He had one of his more shocking games in Pacific on this particular map in the decider against GE. This time on the Cypher, just looks completely rejuvenated. Just cowering in the server, keeping NONGSHIM in the conversation, at least for the moment. Very hard to kind of play against this style of NONGSHIM right now for GE. It feels like they're quite happy playing some very, very kind of gambly, high stack setups. Saw just in the last round, like the op on mid window, and Damby sneaks through to bottom mid, and the whole team is fighting. This time they're 4 stacking towards A. You know, as GE, you're just running, as you kind of said, into the meat grinder in a lot of situations if you guess incorrectly. That's where you need to be able to mid-round your way out of a bad situation, which to GE's credit, they're usually pretty good at doing. Something we've been praising Harvey for, even as a rookie IGL. He's been fantastic with the mid-rounding.
Go, go, go.
Can he get him back in to get this up to map point?
My territory, mine.
Thrown over the top, going to be getting a decent spot, and there is the Cocoon. Francis just getting reeled in, no chance for a rescue. Meanwhile, Damby pushing forward. Patman's just going to be able to take him down with that Sheriff in hand. Autumn Stinger wins it out versus Ivy. The Hunter's Fury going to be layered in. The ult commitment's working a treat here. As Exros, he pops his own, but he's completely boxed in.
Spike planted.
Trying to clear the barrier mesh. Will finally be able to do so, but a 1v3.
Going up.
Does he have it in him? Blaze Wall situated. Have to maybe just try to pop flash through this one, but leaves a gap. He's trying to spot Autumn. Finds the first. Still 2 curveballs. Crystal staying tucked in here behind the box. Grab net, looking for the catch. He manages to backpedal away from it. The slow creep forward, a gun barrel, I believe, going to be spotted. Another shoulder going to be seen. Crystal will just take the fight and win it. Global Esports getting themselves now up to map point.
Match point.
That's lovely stuff. Really, really good util combo. Annihilation just catches Francis on the drone outright, and then the rest of GE scaling in. Damby trying to make his way back into the site, gets punished, and even though Ivy comes up with 2, not quite good enough to get NONGSHIM around there. Lovely little ult combo. Not only the Annihilation, but as well as all of GE scaling in with that Hunter's Fury, which catches RB trying to flood back into the side as well. So GE getting it done on a half bite. And now map point here. Push us through with the 2-1 advantage into Breeze. Cheeky little from the shadows from Patman. Scouted out pretty quickly after the initial little contact towards A. You're getting the immediate pivot back towards C.
2 players here to try to intercept, but Ivy's going to be struck down. Yodaton able to find that kill from the outset. TP reposition it back flat for RB. Now going to be confirmed, but RB still able to find Crystal and that jump across. The kills still continue to go the way of Global Esports as Autumn will take him down. Hunter's Fury in desperation from Francis. Not going to be able to find much of anything.
Planted.
Finds himself now in a 1v4, a drone flying at him as well. To get the final spot, to get the ping reveal. He's boxed out dead. Autumn with 3. Gets Global up to 13. As they are now well in the lead here in this series, and Breeze is all that stands between them and qualifying for EWC.
I mean, it might have been a bit more of a generous scoreline than what Pearl was, but outside of winning the eco round, I felt like GE was front-running that map the entire time. They were front-running split as well. Like, this very well could have been a 3-0 for them, and I think they're looking to rectify that as they move through the rest of this best of 5. They want to try and 3-1 it as soon as possible. Big shout out to Ivy, who has definitely recovered his performance, not only from that last map on the Chamber, but also the last time he played Chamber on this map against GE. He was outstanding on the Cypher, but I feel like, especially from the double duelist pairing, again, as we kind of said on Pearl, it feels like you're not getting as much punching power out of the 2 players that are playing the double duelists here on NONGSHIM, and GE are kind of out-calling them, and the firepower looks better as well, so it's not too surprising that they're looking like they're going to close this series out pretty cleanly here.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we had seen that had previously been able to deal with this double Senti setup was moving over to something like the Jet, but when you're playing low on the ground, when you're playing that Neon, when you're playing that Phoenix, the Cypher as well as the Deadlock are just going to be able to feast and shut down these entries. So Global Esports looking to maybe just rectify the loss from Split. It's been very clean across these last 2 maps, and now Breeze, one that they have looked very good on overall, only really faltering on this map over at Ho Chi Minh. So you really have to favor Global Esports for the rest of this series at the moment. NONGSHIM, they need to show up big. They need to show that they have done their research, that they know how to pick apart what we anticipate is going to be the Sage comp from Global Esports. I think, even with some of the changes that they've been making today, that's one that you don't really need to adjust. So I'm fully anticipating to see Javi back onto that, and I think that it's just going to give NONGSHIM fits.
Yeah, I agree. I think the main thing that's been giving that kind of comp trouble at the moment is like the double duelist burst that has some elevation to it, so like the raised jet or something like that, and I just don't see NONGSHIM pulling something like that out. So I think at the end of the day, it's going to be up to them to adjust to that comp you've seen from GE and be able to play around it a little bit better than the last time these two teams played.
Yeah, well, we're going to be seeing that breeze coming up next, so don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll come back and see if Global Esports close out the series.
That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are.
Alrighty, welcome back. We have one more map potentially to be played here as Global Esports find themselves at Series Point. Breeze is all that separates them from qualification at EWC over in Paris. For NONGSHIM REDFORCE, though, they need to get this win and then extend it all the way into a fifth and final map. But given the form that we've been seeing Global in pretty much the whole series, it feels unlikely, to say the least. NONGSHIM, they have their work cut out for them. We expect to see the Sage as we get ready to go into Breeze, and after seeing that they couldn't really contend with the double Senti, I feel like the Sage is going to be causing very similar issues for them.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we already saw this the last time these two teams played in Pacific, be a case of NONGSHIM's kind of inflexible double duelist where it feels like they often want to brawl and force their way into the site, just get stopped and ground to a halt by GE's Sage comp that they've had a lot of success with outside of maybe Full Sense, who, to be fair, had a hot start against them, and I feel like maybe you've seen a couple of examples of maybe the bursty kind of jet rays with the elevation play quite well into Sage, or, you know, Deadlock or Vice at times. So far, like some of these Senti comps can kind of get played around with, around a little bit better with some of those approaches. So my question really is, like, are you going to see any kind of change up from NONGSHIM or GE? GE, interestingly enough, has opted to start out on this attacking side, but I also question the map order for NONGSHIM because they've left this in as the fourth map, despite the fact they lost a pretty heavy head-to-head the last time they played GE on it, and they left Ascent in as the last map, even though, you know, you just saw NONGSHIM beating T1, who I felt like with the meta comp that they played over in Ho Chi Minh actually looked like they have a pretty good understanding of how to play this map, although they did kind of mention that might have been a bit of a counter to what Paper Rex was running. So I guess we're going to see what we're going to get from it. We do already see the same comp in there from GE, and once again, NONGSHIM, it's looking like the same approach overall so far, except maybe a shuffle around on the roles. Once again, it looks like X-Ross on the Phoenix and Francis going to be put onto the Sova, which is an interesting one, because I feel like you just saw an underwhelming performance there from X-Ross on the Phoenix just in that last map, and he's usually fantastic on that scan in it, so this is like another perfect example of, like, similar to the Danby Neon thing that we were getting in Pacific. For me, it's like, this guy is insane at this role, but we're just like, we're trusting the current roles that we're working with and trying to keep them consistent, even when certain players have had a fair degree of success on it. So I guess we'll see if that works for NONGSHIM in this case, because it seems pretty hit or miss most of the time.
Yeah, I think right now they're just going to be taking their time, letting this clock run down and getting as much, you know, communication between the coaching staff and the players as humanly possible, making sure that they are getting these reminders out of, you know, what to anticipate from Global Esports starting on this attacker side. But my eyes, of course, go to Javi for Global Esports, but then also Autumn, because the chamber is typically maximum comfort. When Autumn can get operators online, that's typically when we're going to be seeing him thrive the most. Didn't quite get it as much with him on the Jet on Split, but this map has just been a stomping ground for him. So I'm looking at that. I'm also looking at the Harbor, of course, from RB. We saw this played yesterday in the Gen G series. The Harbor wasn't finding nearly as much value as we're typically used to seeing. So I think that RB in particular, while his fragging has overall been, I think, quite good after the split, need to see him individually getting that util out, making sure that he's setting up these defensive walls, you know, whether it's for a retake or prevent the site take coming through. But if his util is not going to be on point, if he's not able to get those concusses, get those coves in the right positions, then I feel like NONGSHIM is just going to have such a hard time trying to deal with Global Esports. And the pistols have continued to elude them. They haven't been able to get a single one on the side of NONGSHIM. Now you're going to be going up against a Sage who's going to have a wall, and that's usually where the wall is going to be the strongest, is in the pistol.
Oh, 100%. It's really up to NONGSHIM to kind of disrupt GE before they can get themselves into those comfortable after plans. You saw GE being given way too much respect by some of their previous opponents on Breeze and allow them to get into comfortable after plans. So it's up to NONGSHIM to disrupt that. I think the Harbor is key to that, but also the double duelist pairing. So early on, you are going to see an exchange of util towards A main, and Danby already on the front foot.
Three-player crunch attempt here outside of main, and Danby will eventually be able to find Unicon. They know that one's going to be stuck into the corner as well. As Crystal boxed in at the moment, trying to set up that shock dart. Will be able to find a smattering of damage, but widely. Still going to be the kills going the way of NONGSHIM, but Batman, hello. He's just broken through. He's able to find two on the flank. Danby now has to evacuate the area. Will still have the player advantage on the side of NONGSHIM REDFORCE, but the plant can yet come through.
Nice safe one here for GE. Can see Danby already looking to try to scale up behind this Viper wall, but you've got a double flank coming in for NONGSHIM.
Turn away from it, though. Not watching this angle at the moment, but noise is going to be made. RB, he might have just given the jig up. trying to chuck that Kova over into the corner, get the concuss rather, going through, but they're able to backpedal away from that, avoid it. Couple spam shots coming in.
Adding shield.
Last enemy remaining.
Now the Cove going to be going in, but Patman is on for it, and ace as the defuse gets held up to half. Ivy going to be dancing around this one, and Javi will not be able to give the ace over. It would have been the second one for Patman today, I do believe, but that is still going to be another pistol going to Global Esports.
It's getting kind of ridiculous at this point, isn't it? It's crazy. I mean, it definitely helps to be winning the series. I'm not sure that the pistol wins will have necessarily been, you know, critical to GE winning the series. I felt like they have been the more convincing team overall, whereas I feel like there have been other series I've watched in the past where I'm like, if this team didn't win every pistol, I felt like they would have lost. Hasn't been the case today, but it definitely helps. No doubt about it.
Go, go, go.
Revealing area.
Just insanity. NONGSHIM wanted to try to up the pace here in the aggression yet again. Tommy will be able to find Unitown isolated as he gets walled in. That's a Bulldog handed over. That could come back to bite them.
That's my IGL. Just like, good luck, mate. This will be a learning lesson.
Spot out. The shot's going to be going wide on either side. Drone going to be cleared. And RB, the peek out from Nest. He's going to be able to find 2 kills. And oh boy, NONGSHIM, they're doing it again.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, my
As
God.
Javi gets jump scared out of the poison orb. Crystal able to find 2. He's looking to have a stacks moment here on the map, and it's going to be caught going for the reload. So Francis will be able to sit him down, and just like we saw at the start of Haven, it will be a 1-to-1 as NONGSHIM tie it up.
Yeah, I don't know if the pistol win counts as much if you're just immediately getting eco'd so often. Well, something we saw in Pacific in some of the series. I think the IRQT one had a lot of that. And NONGSHIM sharp as ever with the pistols. We've already seen it a number of times today. Yet again, they put themselves in a pretty decent position, but Patman, having already got himself a multi-frag pretty early on in this game, is a player who is liable to do exactly this. You got a hero rifle on him and a big stack towards A.
We weren't able to see the back-to-back thrifty attempts coming through, so we'll see if Patman can be the guiding light for that to happen. As curveball into the dive forward, Patman's going to be good for 1 on him with a second. He's not going to be the one getting taken down first and foremost, but Hexross, he's got 3, all aligned. Quick kills found. Autumn now in a 1v2 does manage to collect that Vandal, and he's immediately backpedaling out. 4 bullets, probably should reload.
He's got plenty of time. Don't think that NONGSHIM is watching this mid line. Unfortunately, he's left both his trademark and his rendezvous behind in A main and hasn't retrieved them just yet. So can't use those in the post plant to kind of narrow down the odds. All picked up, getting himself very close to an early 2-to-4 timing in this game, regardless of whether he wins this clutch or not.
If he kills 1 and dies, he'll have it, or if he just gets the clutch, he'll have the tour de force. So.
Spike plant.
Bit of a micro win-win for him, but they're both going to be pushing up into mid. Quickly trying to work their way over into this position. He's checking over arches that North Beach side.
1 enemy remaining.
That's 3.
Finds the first gun barrel spotted. Knows exactly where RB's at. Takes the fight and clutches it out. What a round. A massive 4K clutch for Autumn, as it's just going to be blow for blow. Back and forth here with Global Esports now back into the lead.
I mean, this is just what you're liable to see with these kind of comps on Breeze. The double duelist is really wanting to fight for that A main control because you have to disrupt GE's comp before it can get into the post, even if they are only on a light bite. It's exactly what NONGSHIM wants to be going for. And you see this a lot on some of the bigger maps as well. You just get these like massive fights over A main or contesting some critical part of the map, because I feel like a lot of the time, you know, you don't even have time to run the whole map and rotate.
Oh, NONGSHIM, can they do it again? And they work some magic. That's going to be a very nice headshot there from X-Ross. Dami just going to go sliding in. Overdrive's now going to be popped. He's looking for Hobby, and he will find him. That wall's not going to mean anything at all, as it looks like the back and forth is going to continue. X-Ross has the Vandal now. Gets a kill on the Autumn. And the Spike is stranded at Cannons.
1 enemy remaining.
A check back. I mean, he's been spotted. Uniton's going to be taken down. And yeah, we're just going to go 2-2.
This is crazy.
Why not?
I don't even know what's going on in this series, man. It's just hilarious, by the way, that Ivy's run bottom middle. He's like, what, there's a wall here? Like, what is this, bro? Oh, my God.
Oh, dearie me. Well, Crystal would have to get an ace clutch, because he's just going to say tucked here, see if they come pushing forward towards him. And with those shots ringing out, they know exactly where he is, and they can continue to try to corral him and get these weapons out of hand, force him to go for a rebuy. And with the peek from X-Ross, he will be able to find it. And that's going to be a flawless answer back to tie it 2-2.
That should be a big economy swing here in the favor of NONGSHIM. Not sure how much they had brought into that round, but almost certainly will have picked up a lot of rifles
Player stand.
off the back of GE, who just get caught by the pace. I mean, how often do you see a Neon sliding bottom middle like 3 seconds into the round? Just taking your head off with a Sheriff. But if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Danby. 3+ on all of NONGSHIM's players coming out of an eco round where they cause an upset. That is such a huge money swing for NONGSHIM on this defense.
Play.
They're fully anticipating this continued aggression, but the slow orb still not enough to intercept Danby.
Yeah.
It's going to continue to poke and prod, but there's decent weaponry behind this for Global Esports to continue the up, down, up, down.
For sure. Drone will spot out the push towards B main as well, so NONGSHIM are well prepped for this.
Well, one player to fall. Slow creep up from Unaton, swing in the corner. He's going to have a very nice shot onto Francis, but RB shutting down the push, is looking for Autumn, but he draws down with that Headhunter. He's still able to find a kill. Tour de Force now connecting on the Danby, and suddenly the spike is being brought forward into the site, and it's just X-Ross to try to clutch this out. I think GE might just be doing it.
You will not
Should be the res here for Harvey. He picked up the orb inside of B main, so X-Ross having to navigate his way through a 1-on-3 to get this done.
So every now and then with these Pacific teams, man, you just get the lunacy. Trademark to cover the Autumn's back. He's not going to be caught. Meanwhile, X-Ross checking towards the site, and no sightline's really going to be given over. As it seems like Javi spotted, but didn't quite get the spot onto the Phoenix. But they've got all angles covered. Re-peek in. Quick little hello into the stun. Yotan making sure he gets a piece of that action. Will get himself an assist. Autumn gets himself a 3K, and Global Esports will continue to just trade these round wins.
Yeah, there's that tour de force earned in the monstrous clutch you saw from Autumn just a round or two previous. Ends up coming pretty big in that round in particular. And was talking about the massive economy swing that you saw from NONGSHIM, even only after winning one round. Like you can see, just red and blue in the timeline there. But NONGSHIM, even after buying an operator, have still got like 2K plus on most of these players. This time you're not going to see them contest A main. It's going to be an elbow walk and a dart and a cove disrespected here by the Sova drone.
Hunter's Fury going to be sent in off that reveal. Looking for the track. Second pulse does connect, but Francis does manage to dodge to the third. Taken dangerously low, and now there's just going to be a pit and play as well here for Global Esports. They want to stop the back and forth. They want to discontinue the up, down pattern. Reckoning, however, going to be sent out, but there's no fast scaling off of this one. Ping reveal finding one, but the Siege Wall keeps Hobby mostly protected.
Go, go, go.
Yutan just jumping across away. Chris at the same time able to find Ivy. Player advantage now into the hands of Global Esports. X-Ross just drifting across this, but the Molly is able to find Yutan. Patman now going to be struck down. X-Ross, he finds Autumn, and suddenly it's back on the menu.
No charges left.
Shock darts in. Cove to try to keep him protected. X-Ross just staying tucked in this, swinging out, trying to find a kills that abuse. Does get started, but it cannot be held. And okay, Global Esports, they will steady themselves. They will right the ship in the round, and they will manage to do what no one's done so far in Breeze, win back-to-back round wins.
Yay! There you go. I mean, GE have already shown in the past they are excellent at breaking the traffic lights. Finally, gonna maintain that round streak in a row after a very messy and chaotic start to this game. As mentioned before, though, NONGSHIM with plenty of money to recover from that, and now they're getting pretty close to some pretty big impact ults. X-Ross almost does have himself to run it back to work with, and once again, does seem like NONGSHIM going to feign this A main pressure into an elbow walk.
And some noise made. Autumn slowly backpedaling away. Eyes now dialed in on this angle, but if they swing, I just quite missed that opportunity. As he continues to slowly backpedal away. Rendezvous going to be collected, and that's now the full forces of Global Esports leaning in towards the 8 side of the map. Ivy in a very committed position. We'll start to now check back over towards the double door side, but stays tucked here at the brick stack. Fight out, Yutan disrespecting that. The drag across, Ivy's able to find himself another kill as Crystal will also fall. Look at they just slam the door here in their faces. NONGSHIM not going to be going down without a fight, it would seem. As all going to be raised up. They're going to try to scale off the back of that one, but Javi is dead, and Patman is completely contained, bulletless, grabs up a gun, bounces back, can't see a damn thing, and will eventually die. He gets one to stop it from being a flawless, but NONGSHIM, they're not allowing for Global Esports to start running away with this map.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like GE had a pretty decent rotation timing into A main there, but none of that really matters if you get a perfect snakebite timing from Ivy. Starts spraying away with the Phantom, and once you're not able to get out of the chokers, GE, it's all going to kind of fall apart from there. Nice reply from NONGSHIM, who, as I mentioned before, are starting to get the ults rolling. Hunter's Fury and the Pit ready to go. Xross still waiting for his runner back. Phage Res is there for Harvey if he wants to try to pull that, and we're back to a bit more of an active approach as the double duelist is brought over towards A main. In the meantime, GE gonna work middle and elbow a little bit more. So you're kind of seeing like both teams chasing the ghosts and the shadows of each other in previous rounds. Oh, Autumn's just getting active. Does get traded out by RB, who is under a little bit more pressure towards this B site.
Stops that ult from being able to come into play, but RB gonna be caught with util in hand. Yudotan picks him apart, opens up this site. Meanwhile, though, Patman gonna be picked in mid. Hunter's Fury now gonna be opened up. Francis trying to crunch them. As Xross finds Yudotan over at back arches. Final burst of the Hunter's Fury, nothing to be found. They get themselves into a 3v3 with a run back now sent in by Xross, but it's immediate snapback and there's no coverage. So Javi immediately shuts him down. Dombey dead, and now it is all on Francis. Slowed and walled away from the site, spotted out. And that's going to be Autumn collecting himself a second in the round as Global Esports not allowing for this catch-up to come through.
He loves to see the confidence there from Autumn. Like, just missed walking into that B side, taking some aim duels where he's feeling confident enough to do so. Finds Ivy just trying to jiggle that line and find a nice snakebite timing like he did over towards the A side of the map, and then the follow-up trading down. Picking up RB, scaling forward, dropping the Sage Wall, and from there it's very hard to get back in, especially if you run it back has 0 impact. Operator back out now for Danby, who will take it towards middle. Does seem like it's going to be a bit more of a mid-walk this time for NONGSHIM. We'll see if the dart is going to spot them out.
Next.
Well, Autumn, we'll just see Francis. He just gets a peek. Meanwhile, low HP. Xross trying to escape. Will end up getting caught down, be able to find one with this operator, but he's going to peek in, and Autumn is completely just disrespecting and disregarding the potential for Dombey to push. RB now around the corner with the Sheriff. Couple shots. Eventually he's able to find it. Gets a follow-up headshot on the Crystal, and my God, how are NONGSHIM doing this? Javi now in the 1v2. He's got RB so very low. As he's just quickly backpedaling away. Will get zoned off. Grabs the orb for himself. The plant now ready to come in. As there's the reckoning. Javi just backpedaling. Will get nearsighted. Sends out a slow orb. Snakebite going to be lobbed in. Regains his vision, but Ivy, he will clean him up, and that's going to be another thrifty. I feel like maybe it won't quite math out given the operator, but what a round to be found here for NONGSHIM, as they will keep it basically neck and neck.
I'm pretty sure they bought into that one, and RB just had to be the one to kind of take the L in the whole pie with only Sheriff Light Armor to get the rest of his Harbor util. What's crazy to me is that on mid doors, I think it took 4 shots to kill that first player. Like, one of them clipped him through the door. So he connects 5 Sheriff shots in a row. Yeah, these first 4 were body shots, and then he needed the reactive headshot onto Crystal to be able to keep himself alive. Otherwise, it was probably curtains for NONGSHIM there. So getting through by the skin of their teeth. And once again, you're just seeing chaos in the timeline here. Danby maintaining that operator. Overdrive to follow up, and GE Yudotan on a Stinger. The rest of the boys do have access to the rifles, as Danby once again sliding straight into mid doors to try to look for an opening pick.
RB finding the first. Check out the corner though. And Yudotan quickly able to close in. Picks up a Phantom, but will just slowly work his way back over through tunnel now in towards this B site. Ivy posted up on the wall. Not going to be spotted by this drone. Shots in his direction, so it seems like they are suspicious, but Patman now going to be lost down. He gains the angle from arches. Ivy now strikes, swings that corner. Javi going to be struck down. Crystal about to be stunned up, but Dombey will just jump peek him from back pillar, gets the op shot through, and just like that, we're tied up 2-2. Or 5-5 as they get 2 rounds in a row for themselves. My brain starting to break because this gameplay is nutty.
I know what you were going for there. I was thinking the same thing. It's like, yeah, they finally won their first 2 rounds consecutively. I think when I saw Yudotan just slide at Francis, it was just, you know, darting in the open with elbow completely dirty. That kind of broke my brain a little bit as well, man. So don't blame you. Sova is upping now. Two of the force pulled out for Autumn, and
You
once
want to
again you're going to
play?
see this
Let's play.
double duelist get in amongst the thick of it.
Trying to lead out.
Go, go, go.
Tucked back. Clear from Uniton. Trying to bait him forward for this sort of force to really find some value in it. Works a tree, and his Zombie just sends it in. Francis is the second layer where the operator will be able to have one, but now the Hunter's Fury is going to be let loose. Crystal trying to track him down, but these players widely avoiding the pulses until the very end as X-Frost will get tagged. Sticks around, boost up over the top. He's looking for the headshot, but it's going to be Javi with the Sheriff. Coming away with that one. Now the slide in. Uniton, he thought he finished the job. Will eventually get taken down. The Riz is there for Batman, and now we've got two players, just the one remaining, as I say that, to try to clutch this out, as Trademark will be situated on the flank right as Ivy arrives.
So untenable in this 1-on-4. Trademark will scout out his position as well, and now Autumn will be locked in on the angle. He'll try to change up the angle of approach, but I think he's just going to walk into Crystal with the door as a sound cue. He's dead to rights. Another Thrifty. I've lost count of how many at this point in this game. But that round is just another example of a messy exchange, but also excellence from Harvey on the Sage. Derby slides to his death. I mean, that's kind of standard, but this wall up over the top was gorgeous.
I mean, it's just, yeah, just like a mouse to the trap filled with cheese. They make it a little too enticing for Downby. He wants to try to get that kill, and it's all just a little bit of a trap set up. So, incredibly done for Global Esports. They're up to 6, but I mean, given how things have gone, I'm fully anticipating for NONGSHIM to be able to tie this at the half. It's the first time that we really have that parity coming through, and that pit that Ivy has had in the back pocket, I believe, this entire time is now going to be committed. He's trying to lock off this B side of the map.
Drone going looking down middle, trying to scout out what GE's intentions are, as they are kind of traffic jammed in elbow here behind the Viper's pit. They had intentions of speeding up towards B, but now they must look for something towards middle. Big pings coming out from GE in towards Nest side. I'm wondering if they're going to go for some kind of spawn wrap here. That would be super sick.
Revealing area.
He's hearing this movement.
Found them.
But yes, it is a push-up, at least a check into Nest. Dombia, however, out in the mid is able to find one. Hobby going to be struck down, but Crystal does manage to trade it back. Damage going to be suffered, and Nutan going to fall. Patman pushing forward into the Poison Orb, finding X-Ross. Thinks that they have this A side of the map now opened up a bit, but Autumn going to be caught. Counter swing in. Patman trades it back, and now the pit at the ready. Considers just sending it off the rip, but we'll just backpedal away, go for a more default plant, and now have the pit in play.
Yeah. Crystal's got the drone as well. That's going to help them kind of narrow down the odds. Very low percentage 2-on-2 to be winning here for NONGSHIM unless GE's going to make a mistake.
Crystal got in the main before they cleared an angle.
remaining.
He's going to swing out, and with that operator, puts down Francis. Drone now to lead the way at the spot onto Ivy. Tries to work his way back behind the box. Sees the enemy Viper, but just can't quite finish the job. Batman's taken low, but not taken down.
One enemy remaining.
Now he's just sat on the corner, a shorty in hand. The bound forward, and he manages to get it done. The time of plenty, and there you have it, 6-6 at the half. One of the craziest halves that we've had so far, especially in this series. It absolutely is. But I would say across the entire qualifier, as parity is found in the most ridiculous of ways.
I mean, I swear it's these two teams. Like, every time GE plays NONGSHIM, it's just the most ludicrous game of Valorant you've ever seen in your entire life. But I'm here for it. At this point, I was convinced that this was going to be a 3-1 for Global, but I'm honestly on board for 5 maps of just absolute bullshit at this point.
Yeah, I mean, all bets are completely and utterly off at this point. So we'll see what happens. We'll see. Can NONGSHIM get their first pistol? Because right now, it's 7-0. So we'll see if they can manage that one when we come back after the halftime break.
Remaining.
Well, welcome back to what has been a mess of a map so far between these two teams. 6-6 at the half, but it hasn't been off the back of streaks. It hasn't been off the back of teams really finding their footing. It has been off the back of stumbles on both sides. So many thrifties, more than we can really count. But now, we look to see if Global Esports can go 8-0 in pistols.
Got the elbow walk here for GE, just kind of narrowing down the options. They're heavily stacked towards this B side of the map. Harvey all on his lonesome. The attackers put up their wall. There's a defensive wall, kind of giving them pause for thought for the time being, but in the meantime, GE just getting closer and closer on the flank.
Harvey trying to lead the charge. Wall's going to have to be broken. Harvey turning it over to the side, now going to be ping revealed. Looks like he's out of bullets. He doesn't have any bullets! Harvey will be able to find the one, but the trade up is still going to be good for NONGSHIM as they're looking alive and well to try to find this first pistol round win. RB just setting up a cove from behind. Yutan trying to just push forward, fishing for any kind of tags that he can get into the corner. The damage not connecting. Guard on the bounce. Nothing really much to be found there. Autumn going to be taken down by Crystal. Yutan able to find some kills. Crystal now in a 1v1 with eyes on Exros, and he does it again! It is always Crystal, every single pistol, coming away with it. 8-0 in that regard, 7-6 on the map.
I'm not convinced Dappy wants to win a pistol though. Like, that was ludicrous. He just swung with no bullets in his sheriff, goes in for the slide and immediately has to reload. That is, oh, that is really rough. He watched the replay of it, didn't even have to do mans like that. And even after that awkward exchange, which should have probably put NONGSHIM in a pretty early 5-on-4 or 5-on-3 post plant, GE and Crystal in particular, as you mentioned, another multi-frag from the man to give GE yet another pistol win. NONGSHIM are just filthy at the moment. They cannot manage to win any of these first rounds, but don't worry, they'll probably just eco them.
Yeah, why not? Screw it. Javi trying to dissuade. Wall bang attempts, but recon forward will ensure that A main is cleared out. Big pivot's going to be coming in, though. Crystal's arrived over at Bridge, and you can see Patman as well rotating back through defender spawn. So it's going to be a 4-player lean from Global Esports. Tavi just looks to break down this cove.
Yeah, Dart trying to get an idea of whether anyone has crept onto bricks for NONGSHIM, but the Sage utility really keeping them kind of slowed up inside of A main, and the wall will shut the door. Such good range since Sage got updated a little while ago to throw out such a deep wall like that from a pretty safe position. You can see Ivy still on the lurk over here towards Elbow is probably the player that needs to get something done here for NONGSHIM.
Oh, peek in, but Patman able to go his separate ways, backing off. No damage suffered. Gets the drone out. And this has drawn enough interest from Global Esports on the other side of the map, but for NONGSHIM, I mean, they're still waiting for that Sage wall to break down.
Left.
I mean, this is exactly what you saw when they played GE in Pacific, though. It's like they would often get stopped, and then they just wait out whatever it is that's stopping them, and then just go anyway.
Flash hitting the drone. Meanwhile, it's a silent scale forward. Yutan always seen the gun barrel. I think he's been spotted, and yes, he has! Xfrost is able to find Yutan, and suddenly it's a 2-player advantage. The plant comes in with 9 seconds to spare. Ivy, walkabouts in mid. Wall on site, falling.
Right here.
Ivy not going to go for the push. Will just tuck back in through shop. So made noise. I've been aware of that. As he does arrive on the scene, but it's only going to be good for 1 kill. Coming Crystal now with everything to do if they want to get this follow-up and not drop another anti-eco. It's just a hair off with that. But, I mean, Autumn looks like he's saving. He's going to look for exits on the bridge, but this round is over.
Yeah. Crystal doing his darndest. Wants to hold on to the Bulldog. One more to the 2 of the Force as well, but the damage has been done. Another kill on the exit there for Francis, who won't get caught on the cross. And they cannot keep getting away with this. This is ludicrous. It's not just the fact that they've ecoed them again, but they're doing the exact same stuff that they've been doing the entire Pacific season. It was the same thing against Gen G with the KO. It's like they get KO knifed in A main. It's like, okay, we know your whole team is there. And then they just sit in A main for 45 seconds and then hit A. There's like no nuance to it. It's the same thing as the Sage Wall. They get Sage Walled off. They're like, okay, guys, just wait for the Sage Wall and hit A. Like, they're just going to keep doing this over and over again. And if they keep winning with it, like, I can't be that mad, but it's just... It's crazy, man.
It's just insanity. We'll see if it continues. As NONGSHIM well aware that that outlaw had been carried over, so there's a plenty of, I believe, full armors at the ready for him. Nami able to find one, slide in, Yunaton to his death, but Crystal peels back a kill. Patman able to find Ivy at the same time. Can that be the thread that gets pulled that gets a global esports the round win in reply?
Oh, nice little spot there for Exros, and the fading of the runner back did confirm that Autumn was over towards middle, and I think they know that Patman's on the flank unless he's dodged his drone super nicely.
They are watching for it, so it seems like they're quite well aware. Autumn's just going to have to go out on the timing and hope that he can hit a quick shot here. Or allow for Patman to draw some further attention back towards main, but keep putting their trust in Francis at the moment to hold this line. He'll swing that corner and won't be able to find no K. NONGSHIM. They're able to do it. They got 2 in a row. They trade this one back and they gain the lead by 1.
Yeah, they're doing it in the same fashion, like they just keep slamming A, and this is where GE has to start to respect that. They have done a pretty good job of shutting it down in the past when they played NONGSHIM. They 13-5 them on this exact map with the same comps when they got the defensive side at start. They had a really, really good defensive half for themselves. Felt like they had the answers to what NONGSHIM wanted to be doing. But this time NONGSHIM, again, it's a 1-4 and they're going to start A main. And even if they get Sage walled off, I really wouldn't be surprised if they just go A.
Yep, they're staying tucked, avoiding those wallbang shots. Keeping it quiet for now. Smoke forward, trying to play Javi up into this position, but he is going to be able to strike a little bit faster, not caught at all by that curveball.
Nice.
So, opening kill goes the way of Global Esports as they look to tie this 8-8.
Yeah, pushed away. Really good slow orbs being layered in there from Harvey. Just keeping Yuditan safe. Opening pick goes the way of GE. Ivy now trying to get in the mix, lurking up middle as you see the pivot back towards this B side, but Autumn lies in wait. Forward to slide in, Dambi offering himself up, ends up getting picked apart. Patman able to find RB at the same time. The Hunter's Fury will go through, gets that final burst, but can't get the weapon out in time here for Crystal. Will end up dying, but he's a lone casualty as Javi arrives in Nest. So, the trade pack is there, and we are tied at 8-8. The insanity can now continue. Yeah, this is the adaptation that you wanted to see from GE, though. It wasn't even that much of a commitment towards A main, really. It was just the pairing of the Neon and the Sage. These are two of these agents that have just immense stopping power. If you're dumping slow orbs and a relay bolt in a choke point, it's not something you're going to be able to break through. NONGSHIM now do have the Harbor ultimate. That's something they can use reactively if they want to try to break through any kind of a hold. Harvey on his lonesome towards this A side of the map, though. And once again, NONGSHIM not dissuaded by being shut down a singular round in A main. Well, contact approach. In the meantime, it's the exact same from GE over on Elbow.
Walk down, and Ivy going to be good to clean up too. Yudatana and Autumn both going to be absolutely destroyed. He will get traded out though. Crystal able to find the one. Does some damage. So player advantage still going to be there. Let's see, do you opt to try to commit the Reckoning into this boost? Just favor your numbers advantage, because now that has been gone. Let's take it away. Slide in though, Downbeat will be able to get it back for them. It's up by a single player, but it's fast rotations. As Patman and Crystal arrive on the scene.
Spike planted.
Dart in, bit of damage going to be found as Francis falls to 65.
There they are.
He wants to get the catch, and Crystal just going to be noted as he goes out with a drone of his own. Sees the flank coming in around the back. The Reckoning will be invested, but Crystal will fall, and Dambi has got full vision to go ahead and clean up two. So back into the lead, as it's going to be NONGSHIM moving up 9-8.
Yeah, good defense of the elbow walk there from Ivy. It's exactly what you're looking for as GE. You're looking to either walk into what is like a prepped B execute and catch them off guard, or you're trying to 2v1 the lurk, but when the lurk just takes both of your heads off, you're feeling a little bit sheepish about the whole proposition, even if like the overall approach is kind of what you're looking for. Over on the other side of things, having seen so many players committed over to B, NONGSHIM just pick up the pace into Harvey, and there's not much he can really do there as a lone Sage timeout comes in. There's Platoon wanting to have a little bit of a word to the boys. I feel like this would be so frustrating from the coaching booth to kind of be approaching into, because, you know, NONGSHIM's just this team that you know what they're going to do. In fact, they're very much doing kind of the same things that they were doing in Pacific and they just continue to force the same approach. Maybe they've changed up who's playing what role. But overall, I mean, you're even seeing post this timeout, like Ivy's on a lurk and they're starting forward towards A main, and then they're kind of feeling things out from there. And it's all about the mid-rounding and just being able to work your way through some of these kind of micro situations rather than trying to win the macro game. So we'll see what the adaptations are going to be from GE. Because I feel like they need to recognize that NONGSHIM is a lot more stubborn than they're giving them credit for. Like, I felt like they won that A main fight one round, and then they moved the stage to be solo A and went back to an elbow war, you know? And it's like, no, even if you beat them in A main, they're going to continue, like, fighting for that space, and you need to, like, respect that and play around it.
Let's see what the adjustments look like here for Global. After Platoon took the time to chat with the boys. Apparently the call is, yeah, just all 5 go mid. Meanwhile, NONGSHIM, they're anticipating a trap. They're anticipating the slow orbs, these walls to come in, so they're slow on this approach, but Ivy will be able to find one and probably spot it out a hell of a lot more. Push forward, though. Punish is going to be found as Francis was trying to go for the drone. Javi's able to collect one. Yutan gets Ivy, and the call is looking good. Rez going to be committed into this one, getting 5 players back in versus the 3.
Planted. Don't blink.
Still do have Dombi back sight, scaling forward, and overdrive at the ready should he decide to go for it, but no. We'll just strike in with the Phantom. Finding Yutan on him now to fall, swing around the back of Orange. Ultimate will get committed here. A lot of respect being shown. Javi kind of slipping the net a bit. Grabs a gun, and yeah, okay, I was going to say RB eventually has to notice, and he does.
Clean.
Down to Crystal, usually pretty sharp with this Sheriff. This skin I've seen highlights on highlights from, but he hasn't got much time to work with.
Yeah, kind of needs to just get onto the spike now if he was going to do it, but given that he's got a gun recovered, we'll just opt to go for the save. So that's going to allow for NONGSHIM to continue on their merry way, trending upward. Avoid getting thriftied. Still decent damage and a decent attempt here from Global Esports, but double digits is going to be hit by NONGSHIM.
Yeah, Dambi kind of bailing them out of a bad situation. Nice timing to cause some chaos around the high tide. Drop some high percentage relay bolt, despite the fact that GE with the mid-walk do find multiple opening kills and effectively push their way into a 5-on-3 with the Sage Res coming through. NONGSHIM doing enough with what they have left over. Some of the more disruptive parts of the comp, not only the Cove on double doors, but the Harbor was still alive, and then both the Phoenix and the Neon causing a lot of problems for GE trying to come back and on that retake with weaker weapons.
Gotta go.
Maybe a false sense of security here. As Yutan, okay, will do his due diligence, goes for the jump peak. Only loses a little bit off the regen armor. We're to be taken though. Next Frost now 1 away from having to run it back online.
Ivy still hanging around outside of B. The Viper Wall has been committed towards that B side of the map, so I wonder if that gives GE pause for thought that this is not actually going to be an A commitment. Drone coming through in towards middle will be dealt with by the Neon to allow Autumn to slide back onto the line.
He's going to continue to scale, and he might be rewarded for this. No one's going to be going through shop. He's got an angle to watch this cross. Poison Orb, reblooming. Scale past that, sends out a shot, connects on a Francis, but cannot get the kill, just puts him down to 3 HP.
Nowhere to run!
Could end up being a critical miss here. Is Patman not going to be seen? No, looks like they do manage to get the spot out. At the same time, Hunter's Fury just hunting, trying to intercept these rotating players from Global Esports, who are very quick to try to get into position.
It's going to be a nightmare retake, though, with the pit up.
You're dead!
Gotta go.
Have that in play. Reveals out on the 2. Running back, just going to be denied. X-Ross back around the corner, but damage is dealt. He'll having to be committed here. Yutan getting back up towards full HP as the drone will get the spot on the 1. Swing at that corner. No, Yutan able to just get the wall bangs in. X-Ross now going to be taken down. Overdrive going to be used as Downbeat fishing. Comes up with 2 kills for himself. Yutan going to fall. Now the push in. Javi draws at the classic, shuts him down. It's a 2v2, but the snake bite's still there on the floor. The pit's still in play, and there's just no way for Global Esports to try to make a go of this one. Javi ends up drifting across the last little bits of that snake bite, and NONGSHIM, they are starting to run away with the remainder of this map. Just 2 rounds to go to push us into a map 5.
Yeah, they just sprawl their way into the big site. I was looking at Pat being the player in that corner and a nice orb timing. He even had a Viper's Pit in the back pocket. I was wondering if he's going to pull that reactively, so quite surprised to see. Usually quite a dependable player, especially on the controller role. Not really come up with too much. having a rougher game here on Breeze than he usually does, to be fair. I think NONGSHIM are taking full advantage of that. This is just a vintage game from Dampy on the Neon. He is causing so much chaos on attack.
Which is very curious to see. Just given that, expected to see this Sage really give him fits, but they've been able to avoid it and just kill him off. Hobby, the first one to fall. Now Patman going to be taken down as well. NONGSHIM roaring back into this. Crystal peel back a little bit of pressure. Autumn, however, trying to push that high tide, ends up falling to the wayside. And now, I was going to say it's on Yudotan to try to pull up the spike, but Francis gets the Vandal out fast enough and takes him out of the equation. So, Crystal, what do you look to do? You had one Vandal brought forward into this round as a bit of a hero, but it seems like the time for Thrifties has long since passed.
Yeah. Looking for any exits that NONGSHIM will feed to him. He's getting quite close to a Hunter's Fury here. There's only so much time to put one together, especially because it looks like NONGSHIM's up for map point.
Defeated.
Finds one. See if we can get a rise out of these other players, and won't be able to shut down Xros. Team Ace and map point now established for NONGSHIM REDFORCE. Global Esports, they're the ones now who need 4 in a row to try to push this into an overtime if they want to end this series now and avoid going to Ascent.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that GE opted to start out on this attacking side. Last time they started out on defense and just shut down NONGSHIM outright, but given how this second half has gone, I mean, I'm not too surprised to see the fact that they did opt to start attack, because their defense has not nearly been as impressive as we saw the last time they played NONGSHIM.
You want to
For the
play?
first time,
Let's
NONGSHIM's
play.
actually starting towards B. I think this is the first time this entire half, and it's not good. Oh, I was going to say it's not going to work well for them, but the 2 on the force has just been flattened.
And I think that's the sign to pack it up and get ready to go to the next map. Reckoning going to be sent through. Hobby playing on top of the wall. Still going to have sightlines, but okay, maybe I'm wrong. GE, they lose their chamber at the start and immediately find 2 in reply. And now Hobby does strike out from on high. Tommy, however, able to find one. RB with another. Opens up this B site, but hot on their heels is Patman. Arriving in around the back. And for the moment, I don't think this is going to be much of a consideration. RB starting to suss this out. But where are you meant to go from here? Not really any safe plant open for them. There's Dobby, the slow walk down from the barrel. Oh, they're both there. Lined up for him. Patman will collect it. Rescuing that round. As they need now 3 more to go to get this into OT.
That's a nervy start to that round, but well recovered there by NONGSHIM. See the Hunter's Fury reaction as NONGSHIM trying to speed up into B. Good rotation across from Harvey. Haven't seen the Sage played over towards the B side of the map too much, so the wall being used reactively is one of those key situations that we've talked about, where it's like when the Sage has a good read and you're rotating accordingly as GE, you can give NONGSHIM a lot of problems. Now we're back to this A main fight off the bat.
I'm out of here. Fuck it.
They both sent Domby trying to dodge that one out, but it's just going to be stuns exchange, and Domby, he just massacres the team behind Yudotan, leaving Xros to go ahead and clean it up. In the blink of an eye, everybody on this A side of the map in mid, they all disappear, and now it is just Javi fighting back, all alone, in an ace clutch that is necessary to try to keep this map going.
Planted.
Yeah, I mean, he can at least res a friend, but I'm not sure, similar to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, if Autumn has any more answers.
Oh. Well, that was a good read. I don't think Domby had made any noise. Give themselves an opportunity.
Joke's over. You're dead.
But run it back now,
Last
going to be
player
used.
standing.
Rush forward. Francis now striking. To know his position, and Javi is just going to be quickly overwhelmed and dealt with. A shock dart layered it at his feet to seal the deal. It's 13-9, and it's another day, Pilsky, where we're going to a map 5.
Hey, usually you get 3-0s, so this should be fun for you, man. Like, I mean, it's kind of defied all expectation the way that we made it there, but that's kind of what NONGSHIM REDFORCE does, to be honest. They take everything that you're supposed to do in a tactical FPS, they set it on fire, and then they go 10 rounds in a row, and it works. So, you love to see it. It is pure entertainment. And, look, I was saying how bad Yudotan was neon diffing someone earlier on in this series. I think Danby's locked it in, and he's said daddy's home.
Yeah, big performance from Downby here. Complete turnaround from everything that we were seeing, on those previous maps, outside of Split, I suppose. But a big 341 drop on the ACS for him, and now a map 5. This looked... I mean, you think all the way back, the first half of Split, it was looking like, okay, this is just going to be a 3-0 global esports. They're looking locked in. Okay, whatever goes to overtime. Okay, then, NONGSHIM, they've run out of steam. They can't get it done. They get 13-1 on Pearl, which is their map pick. So clearly, Global's just going to run away with it. Nope. We get over to Breeze. We get some wild stuff in that first half. 6-6, and then NONGSHIM say, okay, it's time to lock in. We want this win. Let's take it to Ascent.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really interesting fifth map here because this has not been repped very much. It's only recently come back into the map pool. NONGSHIM won it earlier in this qualifier in OT against T1, and you saw GE, one of the only maps they had that was even vaguely competitive in Ho Chi Minh was actually a 24-round game that they lost against Paper X on this map, but that was playing against a weird comp in and of itself, and that was one of those maps where Yudotan was on Sage, I believe, if I remember correctly, so yes. I don't know if GE is going to be running that comp again. I have no idea what we're going to get from the fifth map here, to be quite honest with you.
I mean, if everything that we've seen so far, barring the 13-1, is an indicator, it's just going to be cinema, I suppose, because there have been some very entertaining, if not head-scratching moments from both of these teams throughout. So a map 5 to settle it all and see who's going to be getting that ticket punched over to Paris and who's going to have to fight their way through the lower bracket. Don't go anywhere, guys. The action will conclude when we come back after the break.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We're back again. It's time now to go into another map 5. So, NONGSHIM REDFORCE showing up on Breeze. This was the map that I had the biggest concerns for them about, but after a very back and forth opening half, they found their footing, they closed it out, and now we get to go to Ascent to settle it all.
Yeah, I mean, we recently saw them play it earlier in this qualifier against T1, barely scraping a win over them in overtime despite kind of dominating the opening doors in that particular map. As mentioned before, did see GE barely lose to Paper Rex over in Ho Chi Minh with a pretty defensive-sided comp. I mean, that has a lot of stopping power with the Sage and the KO. I'm wondering if GE are going to stick to that, or if they're going to play something a little bit different. I really wouldn't be surprised if that was something very specific for that PRX matchup, because I felt like they had a lot of things that were very tailored to playing against PRX in particular, and they are a team that loves to change up the comps. I think NONGSHIM's just going to go ahead and run with what they were already running against T1, because you saw them play something very similar over on Haven, so I think you're going to see a repeat of that Haven comp from NONGSHIM, and as expected, you're already seeing some changes here for GE.
Yeah, it's going to be Autumn over onto the Phoenix, Crystal there with the Vice, and Javi sticking with that Sova, so I'm not going to be seeing them bring out the same composition, and it's not quite going to end up being a mirror matchup between the two. It looks like Cypher versus Vice going to be the key difference, but otherwise, we'll be pretty much just straight up against each other. So yeah, not going to be anything too shocking overall, as this is really going to come down to just who can pilot this better, who can get the solid reads. NONGSHIM, they've started to ramp up a little bit. Global needing to show they still have some more gas left in this tank.
Yeah, I think the Vice is going to play quite well, as we often do see into the Neon, though. Vice, a lot of popularity on Ascent. There's a lot of good things you can do with the Arc Rose. You see Vice being quite self-sufficient on that attacking side to work B main by itself. A lot of cheeky shear walls that you can set up. So let's have a look and see how GE go piloting this little bit of an adaptation. Some of the players staying on the same roles. I would not be doing anything to take Autumn off of that Phoenix role at the moment. He is just gas on that agent, and I think Unitime going to be very happy that he's not on Sage duty.
Yes, I think that he's going to be feeling very unlocked, unleashed here now that he's going to be back over onto the Jet. This is a very classic one from him, and a pick that we actually don't really get to see too much, from Unitime in general. A lot of the maps, he's, sticking to the Neon, playing the Rays. I think that as we get ready to lean into the Neon nerf patch, then perhaps this Jet will make more and more appearances as time goes on. But this is, bread and butter for him where he had started his career. But here's the big question. Global Esports. Do they continue to win every single pistol, or can NONGSHIM finally find one? As Javi going to be under some pressure over on the tile side. Being said, he's still going to be able to come away with a second kill. Shock Dart going to be lobbed in. He's pinged down as he just sat here alongside the wall. Now looking to reposition. Recon going to be lobbed forward into the smoke. Won't be able to get any more reveals, but he's held his own. He's kept the spike. Meanwhile, Xros has pushed forward into the spawn. He gets himself a 3K. Crystal, however, last one standing, and he's been the hero that Ivy will deny. And oh my god, they have finally done it. NONGSHIM REDFORCE get a pistol win.
It only took them 4 maps and into the 5th here to get it done, and hopefully that bodes quite well for them. Defensive side pistol on Ascent is always a feel-good moment. A bit more of a comfortable side to be starting on Ascent in particular, and Xros looking quite nice on the Phoenix. So 3K in the pistol, already working his way towards a run it back, which is really going to help you streamline a lot of these retakes. Feel-good moment for NONGSHIM, who at times in this series have looked kind of down and out, but, anything if not resilient NONGSHIM so far, and Ivy's already started it out, picking up Patman, who for the second round in a row has gone for that same jump spot.
Yeah, just getting spotted out before the smoke at bench does bloom. Quick reposition to back site here for RB. Meanwhile, B has been widely abandoned. You still have the camera set up in B main. So a toggle of that. Ivy will be able to spot out plenty here. His drone's just going to be checking in along mid. Won't be able to see any of these rotations though, but now the push coming forward. Cam cleared out. Tripwire going to be cleared.
Dodging the shockies for the time being, but slowly but surely they're going to go B. It's just a question of when.
Well, Dami,
enemy
he's able to find 3. Well, overall here in the round, started off with a kill on the Batman, finds a couple more. Crystal's got a Sheriff, and as you mentioned, very deadly with his weapon in hand typically, but it's going to be tagged down low, and Dami, oh my god. Should be illegal at that range, but it's going to be a 4K for him to get the 2-0 start. So not going to be seeing the back and forth shenanigans here on Breeze, or that we got from Breeze here on Ascent. And with the opening pistol going the way of NONGSHIM, maybe there's something different about this map.
Maybe. GE straight into the buy here, though. See what they're going to have prep for us, and as I kind of expected, Crystal going to be the player to float around towards that B side of the map, but NONGSHIM on this bonus, they're looking quite keen to go for some aggression. Ivy's got a lot of cheeky little cage shit. He's got a double one-way on A, on the tree door as well as A main. Already seen one-way from him over towards B main. This guy's got some crazy lineups prepped.
Drone from Francis, spot onto 1. At the very least, should have seen more. Yutan trying to stay tucked here.
It's patience from NONGSHIM. They're willing and hoping GE to walk into this B stack so that they can have a chance in hell of winning this bonus. Dart doesn't spot out anyone in middle, and Yutan maybe will take some space here, but I don't think you're feeling the need to take too many liberties. Waits for Autumn to back him up before they make any further moves into middle. Ivy looking to spot out some other feet on the tree cross here, but hasn't seen any kind of push towards A main as GE take a little bit more space in middle.
Yeah, he's got his Tarantino cam set up, but no one really going to be leading in that way. As check in, and hello, down B. He's just striking a pose inside of B main.
It's doing the running
no read whatsoever on this one, as Francis now going to be
30
spotted as
seconds
well.
left.
Slowly creeping back. On the angle, can he actually get the kills? Well, the answer is yes from 1. Will not be able to find the follow-up, though, but RB slots forward into market, TP's across the way, finds that elimination, but I think he might just get caught. No, jumps over, rotating more towards the tree and window side of things.
Remaining.
But there's the check-in from Pac-Man. Kill is found, and now it is down to Xross, who's still a world away, to try to see if he can really put a dent in these remaining global players. So a 1v3, Crystal, slowly working his way through. Should be caught completely unawares, and he is.
That's a very snappy headshot for Xross. Working his way closer to a runner back. The Dart trying to keep him in check, and he does well to dodge it, but let's be honest, he's far too far away from the spike to have any chance in hell of winning this round. One more rifle taken away does put a bit more of a dent in GE, as Patman will have to rebuy his armor. So NONGSHIM by far not out of this one. He can even catch Harvey on the cross here.
He does, and Patman, he's got to try to get out, try to clear this angle, but Xross actually pulls away from it, so he's not going to be able to find the final punish unless... No.
Yeah,
Just
that could
slips
have been
the
the
net,
runner
but
back.
it's only one weapon carried over for Global Esports in the anti-bonus.
Spike
So
planted.
certainly off to a rocky start.
I mean, it was a very skirmishy looking round. Like, you can see the double duelist pushing all the way straight up the guts into spawn side. You have GE with 2 players inside of A main. Crystal is still lurking outside of B or towards middle. It felt like one of those rounds that it's actually more of a thing in CS. I feel like you don't see it as much in Valorant, where like you skirmish on one side of the map and then you take space elsewhere. Whereas I feel like in Valorant, just due to how big some of the maps are and the state of the meta as well, you often get more of these kind of like big fights over certain parts of the map, and then you kind of see the next phase of the map. That very much felt like a push and pull round for GE, where, you know, they're making that initial contact in middle, and then other players are taking agency and trying to, you know, read the gaps from there. Ends up working out well for them, but an immediate timeout here from the coaching staff of GE, wanting to I guess kind of settle the ship, because that was anything but a clean round, and if they lose this round, they're going to get reset. Could say the same thing about NONGSHIM, though, especially with Danby pulling out the operator. That's not going to be a cheap purchase, and they would be pretty filthy if they walk away from this round with no money, and with the ults that they've got coming up. We'll say, though, that Autumn has beat them to the run it back, and that could definitely help on this attacking side gun round.
Operator for now. Set up there in B main. Xross,
Going up.
you mentioned, one away from having the runner back available. Autumn does have his to try to maybe take some space.
Come on, let's go.
Drone spots one. And there you go. Ult's going to be popped, just strafing in across that molly, but spam out from Xross will be able to intercept, and Autumn's going to be snapped back. So now a quick pivot going to be coming through, as it looks like Global Esports want to try their hand on the other side of the map. Danby has been pulled away, so that operator not going to be on the line in B anymore.
Yeah, really hard to fight in towards A there when you're running into Omen Phoenix. Very good at shutting down that initial push. Drone into middle as Francis goes looking for information. They've shut down GE inside of A and denied information over there, but they're wondering what the next move will be from GE. In fact, NONGSHIM will be the ones to take the next aggression in this round as they start to slot their way into middle. Crystal on the lurk up through B main, and GE just looking to re-hit A.
I mean, Global Esports are puppeteering this one gorgeously at the moment.
Thorns activated.
All that attention pulled away. This Crystal now is further causing distractions. Reads a potential approach from Market. Meanwhile, RB's going to be getting the bad news, relaying this over to his team. Francis is able to find Crystal, though, so they get rid of the potential flank. Door quickly broken.
Spike planted.
As RB forced to back away. It's a little bit of damage, as will Francis into a shock dart that will actually seal the deal. What a hit there. Javi just playing off the back of the damage from Udaton, and now you have to really start considering already, do you go for a save? You're playing a 4v4, yes, but you have an operator. And you had an operator. Ivy actually does have it in hand. We'll be able to put down Batman, but not really getting any closer. Closing out this round for yourselves. Swing in the corner, RB and Francis both struck down by Udaton, and Ivy now has to just hightail it out if you're trying to retain this weapon.
Yeah, it's multiple rounds in a row where there's been a bit of a leak on that A side of the map that GE have taken advantage of. In a round previous, it was due to the top middle pressure, but sometimes just cutting noise and doing nothing, denying information over an A main can be just as powerful. It's kind of exactly what GE do. Just a singular lurk from the Vice over on that B side of the map. Like, there wasn't any other pressure outside of that. I think NONGSHIM were well aware that it was probably just a lurk over there. So they were quite happy to play for the 5-on-4 retake, but that is a crazy, trigonometry lineup from Harvey. And then Patman once again slipping the net, finds his way up into the window room. And it's just not an angle that is checked well enough by NONGSHIM. You could see Ivy went for the can there, but he only checked Heaven's side. And unfortunately, that gets one of his teammates killed.
Well, just the op carried over. The rest of the buys looking pretty damn weak. Granted, that hasn't mattered too much in the previous maps for NONGSHIM, especially on Breeze, but there's a curveball out. They'll confirm the presence of that operator. Meanwhile, you can see NONGSHIM, they're making a full pivot. Oh, okay. We'll re-wrap back into mid. I thought for a second they were just going to send 2 players back across towards that A side of the map, but they do have reinforcements nearby enough, but Ivy's going to have his work cut out for him as they get ready to swing this corner.
NONGSHIM could really combo the ults here to try to shut down this B play. In comes the run it back. You could get the Hunter's Fury as well into V main if you wanted to add insult to injury for NONGSHIM.
Exos has just sprinted in on Autumn. Finds that kill. Hunter's Fury now coming through, trying to find this enemy Phoenix, and Javi, Johnny on the spot, does manage to take down X-Ross from Market after the ult expires. Peak timing from Dobby is just a hair off. Meanwhile, Javi, I think he spotted him. Decides not to try to go for it, though. And at the same time, Udaton gets in on top of RB a hell of a lot faster than the util can fly. So kill found Dobby in position to try to slow this up. Hunter's Fury going to be chucked in as well, and Dobby's able to find crystals. He swings around Jen.
30 seconds left.
Silently, slowly scaling. Camera's going to be set up, and now he's going to be revealed. He's got to tuck back. And Dobby, he's here on the corner. He's ready to intercept and gets the kill. And right now, he's on 4K. As he swings in, plenty of damage going to be suffered, but he's dancing around back. Jen, it's going to be Ivy to take down Javi. As the defuse will come through, and NONGSHIM will reestablish a lead by 1.
Yeah, I was looking at the fact I had the op there, and even with the weaker buy, like the combo of ults, actually pretty annoying to deal with for GE. Felt like they, started the round out in pretty, standard fashion, and then tried to pivot into that B execute off the back of, I think it was the run it back, potentially from Autumn, or no, it was a run it back from X-Ross. I knew they were going to flood back in with the run it back on the side of NONGSHIM, but I was wondering if they actually had one on the attacking side to kick off that execute. No, they're just looking to pop out B main there on the timing. It's a pretty kind of standard approach in terms of your attack side timing. You just run a default for the first, 10 to 15 or 30 against a weaker buy, and then group up and hit a site. But in this case, when NONGSHIM is so fluid with the rotations, and you have ults like your Hunter's Fury, like your run it back to scale on in, can make the attacker's life very difficult.
Watch your eyes.
Knives are popped, curveball out, looking for this mid crunch, the dash in, and Udaton's going to be able to find one, finds himself a second, Dobby will also fall, the duelist dead, Udaton going crazy, gets himself a 4K now on for an ace. What a round from Udaton, and like I said, this is the bread and butter of this guy. Started his career on Jet, and he is looking so very fresh on it still.
They just walk straight into a mid trap, and Udaton just pulls the Blade Storm. They slam down the Steel Garden. And it feels like you're inside a bloody steel cage with Uniton. He's just jumping around, throwing knives in everyone. I think Ivy was moving, but he's just quite happy to just go back to the safety of the B site and take some scenic pictures. He wants nothing to do with the carnage of this round.
It is only relative safety. They have found the cam. They know that the Cypher is not going to be too far away from it, and Crystal now lurks his way forward into B. Slide out check. Paranoia now going to be sent through. Finds the first. Saw that Paranoia fly. Knows that there's going to be pressure as well coming in from B, but it looks like they're just going to call this one off. Don't want to go too aggressive on the hunt, and Yudotan as well, even though he's on for an ace, will not go pursuing for it. So Ivy will be left to survive as Global Esports tie it up 3-3. But what a round from the guided missile himself.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, you saw it right from the get-go that you had X-Ross creeping up Cat. 3 players bottom middle behind GE. Smoke with a Paranoia ready for where the majority of GE was standing. You thought that was going to be a really nice trap timing for NONGSHIM. You see a lot of other teams have success with a similar approach, but Yudotan just rips them apart. Now he's got an attack side op to work with as NONGSHIM headed to another gun round. This one is still hanging in the balance. Really, still anyone's game at this point. Once again, NONGSHIM much more heavily stacked towards this A side, the middle side of the map as GE work a little bit of A control.
Pixel angle from Hobby. Trying to see if he spots anything over on that Cat side. Meanwhile, it's just going to be a drone let out from Francis up and over the top. We'll get the spot out onto Yudotan. Patman, I believe, had been tucked away, so didn't get seen behind the stairs. RB repositioning over to the side, and Patman unable to find that punish. In fact, he's just going to be counter-sprayed down. Dambi now crunching in, is able to find Crystal for his troubles, runs away. It's down to a sliver of HP, single digits remaining for the Neon. NONGSHIM, they want to reestablish a lead, and with X-Ross finding Autumn, it looks like they are well slated to do so.
Yeah, this has gone a lot better this time for NONGSHIM. This run, a very similar looking setup, and despite the fact that RB gets spotted bottom middle, GE still getting caught off guard by some of the timings. Harvey trying to pick up the pieces hand in hand with Yudotan, who has basically just been holding angles for this entire round and have not really had anyone peek him at all on the op. He might just end up saving it without seeing anybody at all.
Seems like the likely outcome at this point. Then again, Hobby maybe still yet a little bit of fight here, but it's only 18 seconds, and given that the spike is in hand for Yudotan, this round is still going to be over.
No way.
There's just no way to try to get a plan. I mean, Hobby is tearing him apart. If he can kill them both, no. Won't be able to make it happen. Ivy does manage to shut down that hope, that dream. And Yudotan now will just have to retain this operator back over in the attacker spawn. So, lead again in hand here for NONGSHIM, but I credit to Hobby for making a real go of it.
I thought I think NONGSHIM was almost kind of fortunate that Yudo had already kind of decided to save there because Harvey was on for one. It's crazy that Francis was hanging around in market. X-Ross and RB go looking for more damage, but Francis could have just run away back into the B site there, and he chose to take that 1v1. Like, honestly, losing the Sova on that side of the map, if Jet has scaled up B main and, like, just updraft dashes plants into the site, you turn a 5-on-2, which is unlosable, into a very losable round when you've got an op in the post plant. Crisis averted, though, for NONGSHIM, as the mid-trap works. Once again, it's Ivy solo on this A side of the map, and a big stack in B main for NONGSHIM.
3 players nearby, ready for a crunch. Curveball Paranoia, trying to get a catch here, potentially onto Crystal.
Wall trip.
Hasn't really scaled forward at all. Wall's just going to be tripped, and that's going to be enough for NONGSHIM to start making their move. But shots out into mid. They will continue on their merry way. Meanwhile, it's just going to be X-Ross jump peeking from spawn, trying to see if he can spot anyone out.
Yeah, Dambi pushing away Crystal inside of main. Francis ready to rip the dart as soon as he gets dart covered.
Sends it, but not going to be able to find anything there. Run it back now. Going to be enacted. Hunter's here from Javi. Looking for a target, but he's only going to be able to find one. Meanwhile, Ivy, he's torn apart 2 players. So Autumn, you know, both going to be taken down. Crystal with that stinger does manage to push forward, finding Dambi, but they're no closer to getting this spike planted. Ivy holding the door, and now RB around the back will be able to intercept. And okay, a little bit of separation starting to bloom here for NONGSHIM as they move up by 2 rounds.
It's another phenomenal hold from Ivy on the Cypher. It's been really, really good on this agent today. Even under the pressure of a Hunter's Fury, trying to have to dodge around that. repositioned super well to multi-frag there, and even at the end of the round, he starts out on site, and then he actually slips through across the bricks, which is what catches Harvey off guard and gives him an easier third kill. So very slippery on that agent. 9-1 right now, playing around his cages excellently as GE look for some contact towards A main here.
Curveball out, Dombey looking for the crunch play, but it's going to be Yudotan from on high, able to shut him down and stop them from bleeding out any further players. 1-for-1 exchange and a weapon given over.
Yeah.
RB, though, basically begging for someone to come swing in this corner.
Cover going up. Drone. Enemy
Drone will spot him, and the shot goes wide.
GE can't even really force the issue as a problem. They know that the Phoenix and the Omen were behind that, so potentially a hot hands or something like that on the cards. In the meantime, you see Francis has taken all of this space on the big side of the map, almost catches the spike on the cross, but the information has been good in itself. TP to the backside of the site here for Patman. He knows there's gaps on the map, and he wants to take advantage of it.
And right now, it seems like this is going somewhat red. I mean, the drone is going to be leading forward out of B main to get the spot. A couple players going to be seen, and okay, Francis, quick peek and a quick kill. Javi's going to be taken down, but Ivy gets traded out. Meanwhile, push up towards Market, and Patman able to hold his own. And do a 2v2. The peek, he gets overzealous. He's just facing forward. RP's still got that operator.
Last enemy
He's able to put it to immediate use, but Yudotan, fantastic shot with that Sheriff. Grabs up the Vandal. RB jiggling out a little bit wider, but Yudotan gets him in his sights, and that's going to be a thrifty for Global Esports to once again bring the gap to a single round.
You get a tag team from Yudotan and Patman. Beautiful mid-round play. As soon as you see Francis pressuring Harvey on the cross there, it's an immediate call from Patman to TP backside and just kind of throw a fox around the hang house there for NONGSHIM, causing them some serious problems. Yudotan stepping into a messy situation as well, connects some absolute blinders on the Sheriff. And GE get a round done. Once again, they probably weren't too favored to win, but some individual brilliance is keeping them going here on this attacking side. Another fast play towards A main here.
Down A.
The curveball does connect, and Autumn usually able... Well, now it's going to be Yudotan actually to come away with that kill, but Yudotan trying to dash back, but he gets clipped still in the head. X-Raw's finding that. Patman now trying to scale forward, but he's got no health. The fact that he's even challenging this angle bold all hell and shows the confidence, but unfortunately, it turns to hubris, as he is just going to get picked apart. He's given no further recourse, no further options. As NONGSHIM have the angle, they have the kill, and they have another round as they move up 6-4.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, NONGSHIM's a propensity to just run the exact same play multiple rounds in a row really needs to be studied. And it's crazy how often it works as well. You've seen, like, these fast A main plays just catch GE off guard a couple of times. Like, the 1-for-1 goes pretty decently for them. But, regardless, NONGSHIM responding very nicely and breaking the money of GE, even after they did win themselves a thrifty. Now, Autumn, who is one of the rougher games I've seen from him on the Phoenix, to be honest. You'd love to see a highlight round from him, in this round in particular, because he has got to run it back, and now, courtesy of the orb, Yudotan has a Bladestorm to work with as well.
A little bit of early damage found on the Patman. Recon held, sent.
Get out of my way!
But goes within the smoke. Okay, eventually we'll be able to find Patman on that one, but now Hunter's Fury chucked in. Javi getting tagged, but to avoid that follow-up pulse. Crystal can't say the same. Does eat an immense amount of damage, but Autumn still able to open things up. Has a kill, or snaps back, Exos I should say, with his ultimate. It's Autumn now looking for this elimination in Market, but he'll lose out on his ult as well, and it's not much space gained. In fact, Patman, I mean, he was the one who got in, and he gets flushed out. RB's able to find the kill with a wall bang now. Overdrive going to be popped. Down being straight, but it costs him. Loses his vision for a brief little moment, but still is able to push forward, finding the kill. And suddenly, NONGSHIM REDFORCE, it starts feeling like they have a very solid read on this map, and Global Esports are the ones struggling to stay above the water.
There's just a traffic jam in B main. I feel like Patman was in the boat shed for an eternity. Like, he's just waiting for some help from the boys, and they're all just stuck in B main for a good 30, 40 seconds, it felt like. It was kind of crazy. Autumn, unfortunately, not having too much impact with that runner back. As we head into round 12 here. Had some good moments from GE. And look, even if they only walk away from this attacking side with 4 rounds, it'll still be decent enough moving over to the defense. But they definitely would have felt like they could have got more out of this half.
Still in sight.
Drone goes to check over towards Wine. Xross on that peak, able to find Patman. Paranoia layered in behind as well, making sure that no one can counter swing. Steel Garden going to be invested. Quick TP up into heaven. There's a tiny pocket that RB is trying to work his way into, but he cannot. Autumn will be able to hound him down, but Ivy quickly trades it back and invests that mural stuff immediately. Meanwhile, Xross eventually killed off. Crystal able to find him. The drone over the top, a spot on the Udaton. Sees the other remaining players as well. But Dambi, he's going to be the one getting things started. Quick check. Hobby now spotted out as well. Slides in. He's looking for the punish. Ivy from on high is able to clean up Hobby, puts the spike down onto the floor, and Udaton now has to fight his way from backside, but Dambi will just run at him, has a shorty in hand, and that's going to be 8-4 at the half with NONGSHIM well out in front.
Yeah, felt like a pretty good half from them, all things considered. A lot of really, really nice setups and nice rounds. I feel like that Phoenix and the Omen is a nightmare to attack into on the attacking side. You know, very, very easy to defend with that. So let's see if NONGSHIM is going to look good on that attack as we head into that next half set.
Yeah, I'll go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll see who walks away with the EWC qualification locked up. All right, so now time to go into this second half on our final map. We've been extended all the way to a fifth and final. But Global Esports, the ones that look like they were going to start off with this win, the ones that look like they were going to run away with it after the second map, they are the ones that are struggling at the moment. You can see Autumn, I mean, he's been so good on this Phoenix in the past, but at the moment, it's just 2 kills across the first 12 rounds played. Needs to have a big step up now that they pivot over to this defender side.
Big fight over middle here. GE well and truly prepped for it. Just so many bullets being peppered through the wall on the Sheriffs here for NONGSHIM.
Meanwhile, Patman trying to utilize that one way, and okay, does manage to get out scot-free for the moment, but hot on his heels is Dambi. Gives a cursory glance over into the site. Udaton keeping himself covered for now. Smoke could be blooming. Patman holds the door, gets himself 2 kills. Crystal and Udaton are there for the follow-up, but it seems like it's going to be a flawless as Patman comes away with 3, and there you go. A bit more of that Global Esports magic as they will find themselves another pistol. So have only surrendered the 1 across this entire series. 9-1 in that score.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to kind of show that they can let NONGSHIM have a pistol and still win. It's only fair, to be perfectly honest. Good way to start the defensive side here for Global Esports, who haven't had the best of run in best of 5s. To be fair, that was over at the Roadshow. I was thinking the same thing about RRQ. They had a bit of a woeful run in best of 5s over in kickoff initially, and I think they kind of broke that curse coming into this qualifier to head over to Paris just yesterday. Would love to see Global Esports do much the same thing. What on earth is going on in A-Main?
Okay, I mean, it's just lunacy again, but Dambi's got a Bucky, of course, and he gets the spot out here. He's going to try to finish off Patman. Tucks back, and no, we'll just give that kill over to Francis.
No way.
His Paranoia goes up into heaven, and here we go again. What is this, the 3rd time?
Yeah. I don't know how you retake this as GE, I gotta be honest with you. Gonna have to come from the Sova util for sure.
Well, they're getting plenty of reveals out. There's Tommy just jump peeking, finds himself a second kill. Plenty of damage onto X-Ross. Still a tuck away into heaven though, and RB is able to find Javi. Autumn now needing to do it all, and he just cannot. The attack is far too quick. They just get run down as NONGSHIM, fearless in their execution, immediately get the Thrifty back.
It's got to be so tilting. Like, there's very little that's tilting than getting ecoed multiple times in a series. Like, when it happens once, you're like, oh, okay, unlucky, or maybe we could have played it better, or maybe we'll go back for the VOD review. But, like, the second one, that pisses you off, and then the third one, like, that's depression. That's depression vibes. Anything over the top of that, probably dead team.
You just mentioned RRQ. This kind of feels like them, where their anti-ecos historically were like quite poor.
They immediately went down 0-2 when they lost that many in a row. So, look, rough scenes here for Global Esports, who thought they were off to the races here on this defensive side. Now NONGSHIM looking to push them to the sword. Can spots out Crystal.
Boy. We slip back into this. Francis would like to say no. Downby as well, going to go sliding forward to his demise. As Yuratan updrafting, trying to escape. The weapon just to be swapped out here by Francis. Ben's the Bulldog, but it is 3 kills for Global Esports. 2 players left standing. Yuratan forced to back away. Gets revealed. He's trying to escape, but he narrowly manages to round the corner fast enough.
Shot.
Hit of the door. Francis wall banged down.
Gets away though. Plant will get him one closer to the Hunter Sphere. I'm not sure he's going to have the HP to rip it here, but Drone will buy a little bit more space. X-Ross playing this one from main as the tag comes out.
It's just the one player spotted. Thorns now to be lobbed in. Shock Dart on the exchange. Another set of Thorns blocking off main. Francis, he's out in the open, and eventually he's able to find that kill. It's very labored, but that is a casual little flick there to clean up Javi, and now he is on for an ace. Backpedal Crystal, trying to find him. Eventually will be able to do so. 2 bullets remaining here in the cylinder. Shot across towards X-Ross. The molly to deny. Can't hold it to half, and that's going to be the round going over to NONGSHIM's way. As Crystal wants to just get this kill, and he shall. It's a crispy shot, but oh boy. We're almost on track to get the back and forth. The up, down started again, but it will be NONGSHIM closing out another round, but they lose everything.
That crisis averted for sure. I mean, Francis really picked them out of a bad situation with the 4K. They were in a pretty quick position. I cannot believe he survived that long on 26 HP. I'm not sure who that was that whiffed like 3 or 4 sheriff shots and then the marshal shot goes sailing past his head. He's very lucky to be alive there, to be perfectly honest with you. But GE, nonetheless, they know they've done a lot of damage to NONGSHIM's economy here, so they need to just get back on the horse in this first gun round. The problem is they're playing straight into a Hunter's Fury very early on in this half, courtesy of a massive multi-frag from Francis.
A little bit of a util dump here at B. Drone will check out around main. Ensure that there's no forward lurk. It's not going to be able to get the spot on the Crystal. Just gonna grab it in the orbit. Hello.
Spike down mid.
Yep.
Well, there goes the Hunter's Fury.
Straight down catwalk, mate.
I'm out of here.
Autumn, in the meantime, lost his life inside of A main, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 overall with the Phoenix and the Sova going down respectively. Both of those ults as well not going to be used in towards this first gun round either, so a little bit more of a vanilla approach in the 4-on-4. As NONGSHIM still pretty undecided about where to end this one. 50 seconds on the clock and no one's really making much of a move just yet. RP trying to be a good salesman towards A main, but Patman says not interested, mate.
He gets the paranoia out, but that's an ult online. And now it's TP devotes. You have time with another cursory glance into mid. Will be able to find X-Ross. And now Damby's dead, and that's the spike stranded at the arches. Well, Ivy,
30 seconds left.
just to try to see if he can get some damage dealt, but Global Esports looking very, very good to move this up to 6. Still going to be 4 behind as Crystal just sending out some pot shots, and Ivy will just try to drift away from here. We'll avoid that recon. If he slots out into mid, though, Yuratan still with a decent sight line would at least get visual confirmation.
Yeah, just looking for exits, if anything, here as Ivy, especially with how battered and bruised GE's economy is early on in this game. They're still kind of slowly closing in around, but Ivy not taking any risks at the end here. As GE, a very clean first gun round here. Much needed, giving the shaky start to this half. Not much room for error. NONGSHIM's already found themselves double digits, but that was a much needed gun round, especially given the fact that the follow-up here for NONGSHIM does contain a runner back and a Hunter's Fury. The only question really is how much they're going to invest economically into this round, especially with the timeout coming through from Silkanon.
Yeah, see whether he's going to be encouraging or dissuading this. Either way, the Bucky will be there for Dami. That's assured. It's just more what goes in alongside that and the Phantom that was carried over. You do have that run it back. You've still got that Hunter's Fury. Francis getting caught over at tiles. Certainly a little bit of a head scratcher. Needs to try to avoid that. But, I mean, honestly, I won't be too surprised if we just see both of these ults invested into the round. It's NONGSHIM after all.
Yeah, for sure. I think they'll definitely go for something like that. I think it's one of those cases where you'd like to do damage to GE's economy, give yourself a half a shot at winning the round. Like, NONGSHIM is usually pretty good at winning rounds like this, but also, at a minimum, like, you'd love to take some guns away from GE, but also, like, bait out the runner back. So, yeah, I really wouldn't be surprised to see some level of commitment into this round, but to make sure that you have enough left in the tank for a follow-up gun round in the next.
Unknown.
In now we do go.
Shock dart.
Nice drone cancel.
And nice damage.
Shock dart.
It's already down to 55 before we've even really got started in this round, and the drone doesn't really deny any information towards B main. So NONGSHIM, after what is maybe some of the mildest pressure on B I've seen in my life, will regroup back towards A, which is a 3-stack site, and Uditan's got a pretty dirty looking off angle here. This is not going to be easy.
And down B up and over the top. Just with that Bucky, what is the go button here? As the smoke will dissipate.
It's ready.
He's fully anticipating this angle. As RB not quite jiggling wide enough to actually get a spot out. Oh, leg now going to be spotted. Uditan opposite, just back away for now. But if he continues to stick around on this angle, could still be at risk. But no, it's going to be Patman immediately finding the headshot there on X-Ross, denying the ult, and Dami will fall. Hunter's Fury still invested into this one. Francis finds a kill. Uditan dead. Autumn gone as well. Paranoia flies through, and Patman continues to maintain control over this site. Swings out, looks for a little bit more, gets himself a third. Crystal gets the other. And I think NONGSHIM are going to be kicking themselves after committing both ults into this round for basically no real reward.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit too telegraphed, and I think GE had the perfect agents in the perfect positions to be able to deal with that. The Jet takes first contact. Then you have the Omen and the Phoenix to follow up. We were just talking about how for NONGSHIM that's such a tough setup to break through. When they were playing the defense and GE were attacking into them, and it's much the same on the other side of the coin. You can see just the paranoia and, you know, multiple layers of smokes. The Jet and the Phoenix ping-ponging off each other so nicely inside of A main, so even with all of those ults invested for NONGSHIM, doesn't make much of a difference.
Cloudburst's not going to be doing too much. Clipped onto the wall, so it doesn't actually set up the one-way. There's a drone. Seeing Patman there over to the side. They both going to be lobbed in. Dami just sprinting forward, has that judge in hand, is able to find one, pops the overdrive immediately, tucks over in towards Hell, but the rest of the team are the ones carrying the weight at the moment as Autumn immediately going to be denied with that ultimate. The kill ends up getting found, so player advantage here in the hands of NONGSHIM, but there's still a steel garden for Crystal to try to take away these weapons, and he's going to invest that one immediately.
And disadvantage here
by
for
that.
GE.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, cancel though.
Spike
Oh, he's able
down
to find
A.
one, but
Last player
see if he
standing.
cancel. RB does have his weapon, but needs to try to clutch it out. Knows exactly where Crystal is. But time is starting to dwindle. The spike still stuck over in the corner. He's making plenty of noise. And it will just swoop out into the open, and Crystal will collect it. I mean, it's a cheeky attempt, but he just doesn't get back fast enough. The rest of the team falls to the wayside as Autumn goes nuclear.
Yeah, I mean, the Steel Garden definitely kind of takes a lot of the punching power out of NONGSHIM there, despite the fact that you're kind of retaking into a 3-on-4. NONGSHIM a little bit disjointed. It never felt like they quite got comfortable on that A site. GE take full advantage of that. Breaking NONGSHIM's money immediately. They're back down onto yet another one of these kind of Bucky and Sheriff buys. And GE slowly but surely closing the gap. It's not like these have been clean rounds. It's not like they're building up their economy too much. So Game's still very much hanging in the balance, but the potential is there.
And that's a good start. Just a lurk forward, unassisted from Ivy, trying to see if he can catch somebody, but
I'm out of here.
he's the one getting caught at the end of it. Sheer wall situated here in mid. Probably maybe a 3-2-1 go.
Gotta go.
Yep.
Yep, we'll just drift across that, all three players.
Shortcut.
Great angles to try to make use of this Bucky, though, as now the Thorn's going to be popped on either side, denying access into the site. Drone to try to lead the way. Curveball at the ready for X-Ross. Crystal trying to stay tucked back, but really Bolt will connect. He's going to be stunned, and Dambi will be able to hound him down. There comes a weapon, but the spike now going to be on the floor as Francis will fall. Patman still fighting back, gets himself a second as X-Ross going to be dropped as well. Be swinging around the corner, has that stinger in hand. It's up for one kill as Autumn will get taken down.
Out of here.
Push over towards the boats. Dambi trying to hold his own, hold that position. He's getting picked apart. Yutan, oh my goodness. Thought he was going to be good for it, but RB, a quick peek and a pick. Nasty shot with the Sheriff, and that's going to be another thrifty over to NONGSHIM as they are now 2 rounds away from closing up this best of 5.
Oh, it's going to be brutal, especially with how hard GE fought back into that 3-on-4 on just the round previous. Like, they definitely took some economic losses in that round previous, so losing that one-on-one, I can only expect this money to look a little bit rough. They've been able to put together a buy, and given the fact that the Bladestorm gets to get pushed into the mix here, it looks a little bit better. GE looking to go pretty aggressive down middle.
The knives now popped. Curveball out, going to be matched. X-Ross spraying and praying. Follow-up curveball to Zara, and Autumn is going to be good for 1.
Go, go, go.
She will pick up from Dambi, will be able to see 1, but the neural theft is going to be invested immediately.
Cage trigger.
It reveals these fanned out players of global esports. Spike quickly ushered up Cat. Crystal in position to try to deny access. As global esports do start collectively leaning into the correct side of the map, and there you go, Spike now down to the floor, and Ivy dead as well. Dambi just cannot arrive fast enough. He's going to get caught from behind now as Patman continues to play over at this brick stack, and that will be the closeout. Global esports denying NONGSHIM from getting this up to series point.
You know the drill.
Yeah, nicely done. Immediate reply from GE. Even in the 4-on-4 where you've been able to rip the neural theft as Ivy, like, NONGSHIM was so disjointed that they didn't have good enough positioning to clearly go into the mid-round. Like, usually you want to rip the neural theft when your players are spaced close enough together to pull off some kind of cohesive, like, clean mid-round transition, and there just wasn't that for NONGSHIM. You had players running all over the place, so by the time they actually grouped up enough to complete what was like a mid to A split 2-2 through A main and tree, GE had more than enough time to actually rotate into decent enough positions, so you weren't really even able to take advantage of the information gained by the neural theft. Not to mention the fact that they knew Patman was close A main based on the scare from the neural theft, and he still comes up with a multi-frag from Brickside. That's kind of crazy. Get a timeout in response here from NONGSHIM. Once again, their money is looking rough. RB with 6 grand. Probably be expecting some kind of a hero like force buy from him, either an op or maybe throw a rifle over to X-Ross and give him a crack on the run it back.
Yeah, I think maybe do a Vandal drop for X-Ross and a Judge for Dambi. Try to see if you can make a go of it, but it looks like they are just going to be sticking here so far. We'll see what the... Yeah, there you go. A couple weapons going to be passed over. So it is going to be the Stinger's drop. But is this going to be enough? Half buy into this to try to get up to match point. If you end up losing this, obviously back into another rifle round after this one, but if they commit ults and they end up losing it again, then it's going to feel all the worse.
Silently walking up Cat. It's Udo and Pat to defend this A side. The shotgun's looking menacing.
And that it is. And Patman will be able to clip Dambi. Finds himself a second. Francis will fall. Swaps over to the Bucky. He's playing gun game with these shotties, but Ivy only going to be good for the 1 kill.
You meant to upgrade when you get the kill with the big weapon in gun game, mate. He's downgraded to the Bucky, but still not gone too badly for him. Looked like a complete shutdown on this fast A play.
It's a random weapons gun game. It's, yeah, drift across. Curveball will go out. Yutan able to turn that one. Blaze wall situated, and this is all just to continue to drum up that attention, keep these 4 players isolated on this side of the map, but already Autumn starting to pivot back. He's worried about a potential flank, it looks like, but the sheer wall is still active in mid.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
No charges left.
okay, X-Ross Goes to peek, finds one, spots out on him. And this continues to make Global Esports think that both players are going to be operating from this same side of the map. Swing in, Xros just poking and prodding.
He's being such a pest. He's just keeping them so interested. RB's got the spike down on the other side of the map. He's got a dark cover back up. And he's been put into a 1-on-3. We've seen RB do some pretty ludicrous stuff in some of these clutches. GE trusting safety in numbers, just making their way back through defense spawn.
Look, still have this late scale forward. You still have that sheer wall. RB is, quite frankly, all alone. He is on an island at the moment.
Last player
Curveball
standing.
forward, gets the full connection, and they can just stick this defuse now. Nothing really more that Xros can do. Did his damnedest to get them even into this position, but from here, just with the stinger, not going to be seeing too much additional value. It's going to be on him with a 3K to get Global Esports one away from tying this up.
The spike plant going to shore up the next spike coming back through for NONGSHIM, but GE looking very dangerous to close out this series here on Ascent. Very much anyone's game at this point, but that's a clean enough looking gun round to at least give them an economic advantage going into the tail end of this. As they push their way into double digits, one off the steel garden now. NONGSHIM on their side of things finally have a healthier looking buy, looking towards a little bit more mid control. Like a much slower round to start things off for NONGSHIM. Smoke to Cat and the drone straight up the middle of the map. And in response, you're already starting to see some movements back over from Autumn as the sheer wall will be spotted. I'd imagine Damby's just going to get rid of that. Oh no, he's got stuck.
Go, go, go.
Pinned in, drone's about to confirm that as well. He's going to maybe go for the timing. No, decides to just pack away. Rare restraint on display from Damby. Wary by the potential cover. I mean, I think he would have been screwed. Yeah, Autumn ready on the flank.
I mean, given the fact that it's Damby, I fully expected sprinting up into spawn to try to kill this over on the drone. That's exactly what I thought was going to happen there. Regardless, though, NONGSHIM cutting sound. Still in a 1-3-1, expecting some kind of reaction out of GE, but it's nothing but patience. They're quite happy to play for the retake with this overall on offer. Paranoia trying to shut down any kind of push towards short, and out comes the Hunter's Fury, but it's actually a pivot to the mid to B here from NONGSHIM.
Straight in towards Crystal, slide in at that alley, and it's going to be Javi able to hold his own. A fantastic headshot to be found. Meanwhile, look at that TP,
left.
flash going out, and Xros unable to capitalize, cannot find a single kill there. The pivot getting ready to come back in. Ivy peels back a kill, getting them into a 4v4, but Yurutan hearing this, seeing the check. RB now swooping forward. Yurutan able to find a smattering of damage. Takes him low. Hasn't taken him down quite just yet, but on the reface will be able to do so. Francis trades it. The plant now looking to be committed to, but the Molly's going to be layered in. Xros just to find the one kill. As Francis now taken into a 1v2. He loses his gun, and it's just a shorty, and it's going to be good for absolutely 0 kills. 11-11. Global Esports continue to run this back.
There's no time left at the end of the round there for NONGSHIM. They spent so long working the map, waiting for a reaction from Global Esports that never came. GE was quite happy to just play for the retake that entire round. And NONGSHIM never quite making their mind up about where they wanted to end it. You saw them start out with some mid pressure and then pressure back towards Cat, pivoted to the mid to B. They weren't comfortable doing that. They went back to A, but with only 10 seconds on the clock, just couldn't get comfy enough on that A site. GE take full advantage of that. Evening up the scoreline now. And NONGSHIM looking to slam this B site.
But it's going to be difficult. Molly out towards market. Thorn's now going to be popped. Downbeat eating a bit of damage as their own. Hunter's Fury is going to be coming through, looking for a kill. And look at the damage found. Bobby and Crystal both tagged up to hell. They do manage to survive, so Hunter's Fury is not going to be rewarding them with any eliminations. The site is taken. Global Esports completely, utterly fanned out surrounding this site.
Yeah, they've got NONGSHIM pinned into the site, clearing out B main. Drones cleared out all of front site. So they've really simplified this retake for themselves.
All the trips gotten rid of. Drone going forward, looking for the spot outs. As the overdrive now going to be popped. Downbeat ready to try to take that first contact, but it's going to be Yurutan taking his head off. Francis will be able to find one, a wallbang shot onto Crystal. Tavi starting to inch his way further into the site, but ends up losing his life. Francis now on the exchange. Face forward, Patman able to find the final. Kills the defuse will come in, and my good God, Global Esports breaking down all 5 entrenched players of NONGSHIM REDFORCE. They get themselves up to match point.
Yeah, NONGSHIM just cannot stop the onslaught. These retakes from GE are far too good right now. It's a big plus of running the Phoenix on this map in particular, and despite a 4-8 deficit at the half and getting ecoed in round 2 for GE, they've done such a good job of recovering things. Once they've got the gun rounds going, look at that streak of rounds for GE to come straight back into the fray of things and give themselves qualification point over to Paris. Felt like this was going to be their series from the start of the day.
So they want to try to make this one pacey as Yurtan. Not going to go punished for that peak for second. He's very concerned for his
Enemy
well-being.
marked.
Drone able to see Ivy, but overall, not much information going to be gathered about this. As I often do expect that Sentinel is going to be operating solo on the B side of the map.
Back into a 1-4 now for NONGSHIM. They do have a run it back to try to send things over into this B site. Sheer Wall is over towards the middle this time around. Just Harvey and Crystal to hold. Shockdar at the ready. Maybe looking to cancel the drone here of Francis.
Recon, and that's a lot of weapons bringing out. Yep, it still gets the ping reveal, so rotation's immediately going to get started. NONGSHIM, they have to try to up the pace, but the Thorns will look to try to hold them back. Crystal gets rid of Hexross's ultimate, pushes him back, and Yudotan is able to find Dombi over by Switch. They're scrambling. 45 seconds remaining. He's on him, up over the top here, outside of market, gets rid of 2 kills. Now does RB having to go absolutely nuclear on this flank, but if he continues to swing, he will be dead. And there it is. Autumn gets a 3K, and it would have to be an ace clutch to push this into overtime from Francis. The blood is in the water. Gets ahead of the Thorns, but still eats a bit of damage from it. The plant will be committed to. But how many is he going to be good for? The answer, absolutely 0. Javi will find the final shot, and it is damn close. Such a good opening half from NONGSHIM on this map. 8-4 to remind you all, but it's going to be a 13-11 for Global Esports to take Ascent and to take the series 3-2. Congratulations, GE, you're going to Paris.
Yeah, I think definitely deserving of that spot. I felt like for the majority of today, they were the better team. Obviously frustrating for them to be front-running split and letting it slip through their fingers. And credit to NONGSHIM, an incredible amount of resilience in this series overall. They really made it a much more competitive than I thought it was going to be initially. And they, especially with the opening half that they got here on Ascent, gave themselves a very, very good crack to get back into things. But GE, really, really big streak of rounds on that defensive side of Ascent here, even after the comp change compared to what you saw over in Ho Chi Minh. They just continue to be adaptable and hard to read and show a great deal of resilience there. And they, similar to what you saw from RRQ versus Kickoff, this time for GE versus the best of 5s in Ho Chi Minh, they have also broke that best of 5 curse and qualified for, another international in such a short time frame. This is such a, historic sequence of events for Global Esports as an organization, and NONGSHIM, unfortunately, although all of the opportunities have been denied to them, they once again will miss out on at least one of those opportunities to show their strength internationally themselves. Yeah,
Just a brutal road that they're on. Obviously, they still do have an opportunity to qualify over to EWC, but there's only one more slot available, and it's not going to get any easier. Obviously, you've got a lot of teams that are vying for that position. We saw. Taking a glance over at VLR, that T1 was able to come out on top of the FM, so took them down 2-1, so they're still going to be in the fight. KRX is still there. Gen G, who are looking very, very improved, are also in the mix, so there is a lot of teams that are going to be hunting for those positions, and I think it's actually, now that I think about it, they're all Korean teams, are they not?
It's a Korean death gauntlet in the lower bracket. And once again, no Korean teams have qualified yet, but at least we're going to be guaranteed one way or another. 3 must die to make it happen, but one of them will qualify.
Yeah, that could only be one, it would seem. So, but you know that they're all going to be fighting tooth and nail to make that happen. T1 not able to get their second qualification to a Masters this year. KRX missing out on both. They are going to be hungry for it. So this is going to be an absolute bloodbath, as from next week we will be seeing those games. We're going to have both of those best of 3s played on next Saturday, and then of course we'll have the final best of 5 and qualifying series between whoever wins those matches on Sunday. So a bit of time to take a break, to breathe easy and get ready for those matches. But I think for Global Esports, Very nice win for them. They can now just go ahead and fully focus on getting prepared for the next Masters now that they have their spot in Paris locked up.
Yeah, for sure. So, look, I'm looking forward to those best of threes. I don't think we saw it there on the bracket, but I'm sure you guys can flick over to VLI if you want to. I think it's Gen G versus T1, and then KRX will take on NONGSHIM, and the winner of those two teams will play another BO5 to be able to try to find that spot over to Paris and be the fourth seed qualification overall. So far, we got PRX, RRQ, and of course, we just watched GE get another spot over into Paris for EWC. So, looking forward to seeing who that fourth team of Pacific is going to be, but we're going to have to wait another week to find that out.
That we are. Well, and in the meantime, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll see you back here, same time, same place for the final qualification series. We'll see who's going to be able to come out on top. So 2 more days to be played, 1 more spot available. Make sure you guys tune in. We'll see you then.